Our main character today is Fan, the son of the traitor from 8 years ago. Fan grew up with the shame of being the son of a traitor, and wherever he went, he was shunned and despised by people. But deep down he was not willing to live such a miserable and painful life. Fan, with his determination to clear his father's name, he devoted himself to being a cannon fodder, participating in dangerous battles with the overwhelming desire to clear away the long-standing injustice. During the fight, Fan goes through many hardships, overcomes different levels, meets new people in distant lands. Can Fan regain honor for his father? What did he grow up to be, and what did he achieve in the battles? And what awaits Fan ahead? Come with me through this whole story. Fan's father's treason 8 years ago passed quietly, but it stirred up a stir in Fan's heart and brought outrage to the people. At least in Fan's heart, he did not accept that his father had done such a thing. He still went to Z City detention station every month to visit his father. He hoped that his father would tell him the truth, the reason why he had joined the monster army that year. He wanted to know everything so he could clear his father's name. He was 18 years old. He wanted to clear his father's name so that people would no longer blame him and his father. However, in return for Fan's expectations, his father remained silent. 8 years ago, Mr. Zhuhui himself faced the monsters alone. But the end he received was not the grateful welcome of the people, but on the contrary, he was accused of being a traitor. Fortunately, he was not executed because he had made a name for himself over many years, so he had to serve 10 years in prison. Fan has been branded as the son of a traitor for the past 8 years. He has suffered countless humiliations. He has carried this hatred with him for the past 8 years as he grew up. Now that he is 18 years old and an adult, he hopes his father will tell him the truth so he can clear his name. That thought encouraged Fan himself. But contrary to Fan's expectations, Zhuhui said that there was nothing to say about it, and that was the truth. He wanted Fan to leave the city and change his name, living a different life. He wanted his brother not to acknowledge him as his father. He admitted that he was a traitor. Hearing this, Fan became angry, banged on the table and shouted that he was not that kind of person. He must have something to hide from him. As soon as he left the prison gate, the guards were gossiping about him. They called him a traitor and wanted to triple his future meeting fees, which was beyond Fan's means as he didn't have much money. He felt so hurt that a person like his father, who had fought and died for his country and achieved great victories, was now called a traitor and subject to the law. He told himself he had to investigate the truth clearly. The monthly meeting fee has now increased. His living expenses these years have been based on fighting life and death battles after becoming a reserve soldier of Starfall. An official Starfall warrior would have at least over 10 points in every category. He has intelligence and agility surpassing 10. His movement speed and reaction speed are also considered a bit faster. He is a strong person capable of doing things. Now he has no money for living expenses, but he can't bear to sell the necklace made from meteor fragments that his mother left him. He decided to become a mercenary to find missions. Life was still unstable as wherever he went he was called the son of a traitor. But he really needed money. The 2 million bonus kept him. His mission now is to wipe out rank monsters. Most of the members are warriors who have passed novice rank. He told himself that if he just did a good job of clearing the road, he would be able to get a large sum of money. Here he met a scouting party. It was a group of Starfall warriors. The captain is Mu Yinyuet, a beautiful girl. After meeting the intermediate rank Starfall warrior group, Fan was very surprised and amazed by the powerful abilities and weapons they possessed. They all have monster cores and wear Starfall weapons that only intermediate rank Starfall warriors can have. Monster core is a gem that only forms once every 1,000 years in the body of a beast. It is extremely rare. Starfall weapon is the first thing created from the monster's monster core, can greatly increase the power of Starfall warrior. Fan seemed dazzled and surprised by the precious weapons that this group of warriors was holding. To be an intermediate rank Starfall warrior, the required abilities were 40 vitality, 40 physique, 40 strength, and 40 agility. Fan was surprised that the young girl before him could achieve such powers. She could be considered a genius among geniuses. He hesitantly introduced himself and offered to shake her hand, secretly hoping she wouldn't tease him about being the son of the traitorous Zhuhui or something. Unexpectedly, while he was about to shake her hand, a guy called Muzha appeared, squeezed his hand tightly, causing him pain, mocking him as the cannon fodder recommended by the mercenary guild. His face revealed a malicious look. The question was clearly meant to be sarcastic, causing Zhuofan's face to darken, anger in his heart. Luckily, at that time, an elderly man stopped Muzha's rude actions, causing the tense atmosphere from earlier to ease somewhat. He took out a contract and threw it straight at Zhuofan. The contract now flew straight towards Zhuofan like a blade, startling him. But he then calmed down and caught it in time. This action made the group secretly surprised and admired him for his quickness. They knew he was not an ordinary person, suitable to be a scout. This is the ability of the novice-rank Starfall warrior like him, possessing the power to temporarily turn external objects into solidity. The captain gave Zhuofan a compliment for his quickness. As he prepared to sign the contract, he silently evaluated this group of people. They were all novice-rank Starfall warriors but were equipped with very sophisticated equipment. There were 2 of them equipped with Starfall intermediate rank. With this lineup, Zhuofan thought they could definitely surpass the A-rank monster dens. If so, then the 2,000 million yuan would naturally belong to him. With that thought in mind, Zhuofan excitedly signed the contract, laughing happily. Then he and his group equipped themselves and prepared to enter the A-rank monster dens. Monster dens are places where beasts gather. After the world changes, humans gather outside, and the place where monsters roam is the forbidden area. After the monsters mutate, all thermal weapons are useless against them. Some monsters even absorb bullets and toxic gases, mutating step by step. Because of these monsters, specialized weapons were needed to injure them. With the advent of cold weapons, high-leveled monsters were no longer a threat, making high-leveled Starfall warriors valuable, a symbol of strength. At this moment, at the A-rank monster den of X City, the place that was originally a bustling city has now become a place for monsters. Monsters are screaming everywhere. Zhuofan is aiming at the fish lizard. This A-rank monster after mutation has thick armor, cannot be harmed by spears, and its fangs can pierce metal. He aimed his attack at its eyes, but somehow it bounced back. The fish lizard group roared angrily and charged towards Zhuofan. That was Zhuofan's plan to lure the beasts, but they ran faster than he imagined. Fish lizard is a very fast-moving monster. Its entire body is covered in scales that cannot be penetrated by knives or guns. It has sharp teeth that can bite through metal, webbed feet, can live both underwater and on land, and has a certain absorption force. They were definitely a dangerous beast. They attacked Zhuofan with dizzying speed, their long tongues and sharp teeth making Zhuofan struggle. He thought to himself, if he didn't understand the beast and the situation, he absolutely wouldn't be able to leave this Starfall warrior sanctuary alive. But anything will reveal its weakness, even monsters. Zhuofan ran while thinking of a plan to find the monster's weakness, taking advantage of the monster's moment of carelessness. He discovered its weak points were its eyes and its long tongue, so he took a strong aim at them. Zhuofan thought to himself, even if he was a reserve soldier, after knowing the characteristics of A-rank monsters, he would be able to display his fighting ability in the monster's lair. But he rejoiced too soon. The arrow began to slip from the beast's tongue, leaving Zhuofan speechless. Is it possible that even if we find the weakness, there is no way to cause damage to them? At this moment, after being attacked, the angry beast rushed towards Zhuofan wanting to pounce on him. Zhuofan worriedly assessed. The beast's excessive speed made it impossible for him to react, but he was not resigned to the fact that he would die here. In the dire situation at that time, Zhuofan unexpectedly found a way out. He narrowly escaped the beast's clutches, secretly assessing the beast's unimaginable level of danger. Normal arrows could only lure it but did not do any damage. What Zhuofan needed now was the materials of A-rank monsters so that he could produce arrows so that he could hunt and kill novice-rank monsters alone. Zhuofan felt that his actions were too rash and emotional. At this moment, the fish lizard monster was still relentlessly following Zhuofan. He had succeeded in luring it away, but he was unable to defeat it. The group of warriors were already standing outside with full equipment, waiting for Zhuofan to be the scapegoat. He lured the monster out and prepared to charge into battle. All were seething with the will to kill this monster. As for the group members, the oldest was MANHUA, 35 years old. who had achieved intermediate rank as a Starfall warrior. With red eyes and a shield and sword in hand, he charged at the beast. The captain was 18-year-old MANHUA, who was under 20 years old but had already reached the intermediate rank of Starfall warrior. MANHUA did not hesitate to slash her sword straight at the fish lizard. A stream of red blood gushed out. The fish lizard was torn in half and died. All the remaining Starfall novice rank warriors joined in, creating a solid siege, contributing significantly to the process of destroying the fish lizard. Fan evaluated this group of warriors, as expected of a team that could wipe out the lair of rank monsters. But surprisingly, when he was cut in half, the fish lizard used its last breath to fight back one last time before dying. It's an rank monster, so it's not easy to deal with. Manga suddenly pushed Fan forward, scheming that this was the time to use Fan as a cannon fodder. Pushed by surprise, Fan was not prepared and was thrown straight into the cliff by the fish lizard. He was so angry that he threw a punch through the monster's eyes. But MANHUA suddenly slashed the monster straight down. Blood splattered everywhere. The monster was completely dead. Fan tiredly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly he heard a voice from a system saying the first time he killed an rank monster, the system started activating with the host's adaptation, "Please wait." Fan thought he was hallucinating. MANHUA then called Manga to clean up the monster's corpse and dig out the monster core. She had seen Manga's mean actions towards Fan earlier. It was dark. The group decided to light a fire to warm up and regain their spirits after the fierce battle earlier. MANHUA gave Fan some military rations to eat to regain his strength. She praised him as an excellent detective. That made Fan feel very happy and somewhat lessened his dislike for her. Manga was smiling and talking happily on the outside, praising Fan for being a reserve Starfall warrior who could skillfully attract monsters. But on the inside, he was extremely angry at being humiliated by Fan. Just after giving a short compliment, Manga started to mock him again, thinking that it would be difficult for Fan to break through to intermediate rank Starfall warrior, and that he could only be a cannon fodder to earn money. Manga's mean words made MANHUA feel uncomfortable. MANHUA wanted to break the tense atmosphere, so he spoke up for Manga, hoping Fan would forgive him. Fan knew clearly that Manga was a bastard who played a dirty trick on him just now. It was late at night, but MANHUA and Fan still hadn't gone to sleep. Fan wanted to thank MANHUA for showing her willingness to guard her while she slept. But a strong girl like MANHUA still wanted to continue guarding with Fan. Now the two of them had private time to talk. Fan wondered why MANHUA, a person from G-City, came to the lair of the rank monster. G-City in the north is where the ferocious beasts appeared earliest in China. MANHUA said softly that the reason was because this was a test of family maturity. Fan was asked why he had to face an rank monster that was too dangerous. Just as Fan was about to say the reason, suddenly, the ground where they were standing collapsed. Both of them fell down in shock, unable to hold on to anything. A strange figure appeared right where the two fell. At this moment, MANHUA and Fan just fell into the abyss while they were chatting. Unfortunately for them, the path leading out was covered with rocks and had collapsed, with not a soul around. Fan thought to himself, it must have collapsed about 20 meters at least. The problem lies in the geology. He told MANHUA that if this place was inaccessible, they could only find a way out from the exit of another underground railway line. While MANHUA was wondering about the exact location of the exits of the other underground railway lines, Fan, who had been carefully prepared in advance, already knew very well. He trained himself to be a scout's shield, knowing every move. Fan and MANHUA were one after another, finding their way out of here. They had already begun to see the light growing stronger. Perhaps they were about to be able to leave this place. Suddenly, MANHUA felt something. The eyesight of an intermediate rank Starfall warrior can see clearly in the dark as if it were bright outside, much better than night vision goggles. She suddenly stopped walking, surprising Fan. MANHUA had already felt the movement of the rank monster. More specifically, there was not just one. Fan was so surprised that he couldn't even hear any sound. MANHUA just smiled and said it was her sword that told her. It was sword induction. Starfall warriors use sensing swords, and will quickly master the various types of sword weapons in the Starfall armament. Furthermore, They can rely on their weapons to perceive the aura of monsters. This type of ability is also considered a high-leveled ability. The noise grew louder and clearer. The monsters had arrived. It was the fish lizards from earlier. They rushed in like a storm, both numerous and strong. Inoue then told Zwafan to stay away. With the weapon in her hand, she slashed at the fish lizards. Seeing this, Zwafan also wanted to contribute some strength to help her, but was yelled at to step back. His ability would only make things more troublesome. This sentence hurt Zwafan's pride, making him furious. Inoue used her sword to create a whirlwind around her, causing the fish lizards to be unable to get close and fall down. Yinyu's ferocity made Zwafan admire her strength. She was even stronger than these rank monsters. He felt that her fighting strength was comparable to that of a high-leveled warrior, extremely powerful. Inoue swung her sword, and the fish lizard's head fell straight down. But this monster was still ferocious before it died. The fish lizard head with sharp teeth rushed straight into Zwafan's hand. He swung his sword hard and slashed at its head. The monster died completely, blood flowing from his hand. He felt that his strength was still too weak against an rank monster. Suddenly, the strange voice from the system continued to ring in Zwafan's ears. Continue to attack rank monsters, rapidly increasing the system's matching speed. Zwafan was extremely confused as to where this sound came from. The fish lizards were finally wiped out. Inoue and Zwafan continued to find a way out. He saw Yinyu's terrifying strength and was on high alert towards her. Suddenly they found the exit blocked, apparently from the outside. Suddenly Inoue pointed her sword at Zwafan, making him stunned. It seemed like something had happened. Zwafan was so frightened that he swallowed his saliva. Zwafan didn't know what Inoue was doing. He asked her if she wanted to vent her anger at him because she couldn't get out. Inoue then quietly drew her sword. She just wanted to probe him a bit because these unexpected events happened too coincidentally. Zwafan was startled at this moment, and suddenly thought that the tunnel collapse and the exit being blocked were not caused by someone on purpose. That was also the thought that was appearing in Yinyu's mind at that moment. She turned around slightly, thinking that it was aimed at her group that had dragged Zwafan into this. It's called the Starfall Clan War. Since the appearance of the Starfall warriors, the clan has a large number of Starfall warriors called the Starfall clan. The Starfall clan's iron law is like the apocalypse: the strong survive, the weak die. Any individual who wants to grow up in the Starfall clan must complete monster hunting missions and must confront the internal affairs of their clan. While lost in thought, Inoue asked Zwafan if there was any other secret exit. Zwafan, with his power, figured out the system of the entire city and found another way out. Zwafan took Inoue and ran like the wind. He discovered that the path they had taken was the subway entrance. Even though it was blocked, he had discovered quite a few gaps. Zwafan had investigated that there was a passageway inside, and he could definitely get out. Inoue seemed a little touched by what Zwafan had done for her from before until now. She thanked him softly and felt honored to be teammates with Zwafan. In an emotional atmosphere, Zwafan broke it because Inoue ran too fast for him to keep up. After running for a while, Zwafan was exhausted and had to sit down to rest while Inoue remained indifferent as if she had not lost any energy. Because the air here did not circulate, his strength was exhausted very quickly, causing Zwafan to gasp for breath. Seeing this, Inoue wondered why Zwafan was a reserve soldier but had completed the rank mission. Could it be because of lack of money? And the answer in Zwafan's mind at the moment was indeed that he is in dire need of money to be able to investigate the case of his father, Zwahui. Zwafan recalls the days when he was a child, when his mother died while saving people during a monster attack. Zwafan did not know much when he was young. He only knew that on the list of dead was his mother's name, Jing Junlan. Zwafan wondered why his father, with his personality, ignored the monster outbreak and ran away alone. I'm sure there's something more going on inside. Zwafan's silent contemplation made Inoue think that she had touched Zwafan's private pain. She silently apologized. After a moment of sadness, Zwafan stood up to continue walking. After a while of searching, the two finally found a way out. Suddenly a rain of arrows rained down on both of their heads. Perhaps they had been ambushed by someone. Inoue pushed Zwafan aside. She used her body to shield Zwafan. An arrow was deeply embedded in her shoulder. The arrow was poisoned. Fan gritted his teeth and wanted to remove the arrow to save Inoue. Yinyu's blood spurted out. The arrow was removed by Fan. And finally, surprisingly, the traitor was revealed. And that person was none other than MANHUA and his henchman Mujia and the others. This was truly raising a fox in the house. It turned out that Yinyu's teammates had been targeting her from the very beginning. This was indeed the Starfall clan. MANHUA betrayed Inoue and her father for his own benefit. He was truly a cunning man. In order to stop Yinyu's power, MANHUA, with a push of a button, suddenly turned the surroundings into a sea of fire. He and Mujia arranged a fake scene as if Fan had killed Inoue. His plan was executed perfectly and cunningly. The fire burned as fiercely as the fire of ambition in his heart, burning brighter than ever. Inoue and Fan were lucky to survive. They both crawled back to their original path, narrowly avoiding the explosion. However, Inoue was seriously injured and the poisoned arrow from earlier was mixed with fish lizard bait. At this moment, the fish lizards were rushing in, each one waiting as if it wanted to rush in and tear them both apart immediately. Fan secretly thought that this group of people really had thought of 1,000 ways to kill her. But the truth is, according to Inoue, they not only wanted her dead, but also wanted to push the responsibility of killing her onto him. Hearing this, Fan felt cold. If he and Inoue died here, he would be the cannon fodder for those people. By then, the Mu family's anger might affect Fan's parents, and even the period of execution of his parents' suspended death sentence might be shortened. Fan was determined to tell himself that he had to leave this place. The fish lizard's disgusting long tongue shot out at the two, while Fan was trying to protect Inoue. She suddenly rushed forward and slashed at its tongue, even though her body was still heavily injured. Her ability was truly very powerful. Fan still used his brain to continue looking for a way to escape, and he finally found a place. The two ran for their lives while slashing at the aggressive fish lizards. The place that Fan found, although sealed, had many gaps, and the bottom could be seen. Inoue had to be busy running and killing the monsters, and it took 3 more intersections to reach the place Fan mentioned. Fan noticed Yinyu's wound. The poison on her hand had turned black, and if she continued to fight, the antidote would no longer be effective. He felt useless for not being able to help her, and then the two of them arrived at the place Fan mentioned. But Inoue lost all hope when the fish lizards arrived right behind her. Inoue wanted to use her body to stop the beast and advised Fan to find a way to escape. She thought it was her fault. She wouldn't survive if she went with him. With that, she charged into the fish lizards. Fan couldn't do anything more. He rushed to clear the pile of rocks blocking in front of him, hoping to escape with Inoue. After 3 attempts, Fan finally found a way out right ahead. At this time, Inoue had also finished arranging the formation to capture the fish lizards. Fan called Inoue to run together. She slid a long way off the net she had set up, running as fast as she could with Fan. The fish lizards were blocked by the net in front of them and could not escape for the time being. The cave was about to collapse. Both of them ran as fast as they could. Luckily, both of them escaped before the cave collapsed. But things were not that simple. A group of fish lizards appeared out of nowhere in front of the two. Inoue was exhausted. She dropped her sword and collapsed. Fan couldn't run away alone and leave Inoue behind. But he wasn't sure he could defeat these rank monsters alone. He managed to cut off one's head, but its tongue pierced his chest. That was it. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Fan was about to die in pain without any chance to clear his father's name. Suddenly, the mysterious system appeared. The system announced that Fan had completed killing 3 fish lizards and completed the accumulation process, starting to activate the war god process. A new chance for Fan to be reborn. How much potential power does he really have? Just when he was thought to be dead, Fan was suddenly saved by the system. This is the war god system activated inside Fan's body. Fan was saved by the system and possessed an abundant source of energy, intelligence, physical strength, power, agility, all increased dramatically. These first attribute points had already been arranged by the system. Fan didn't understand what was going on. He had no idea that he had just possessed an abundant source of energy, and had been revived from the system. Xuefan thought he had just experienced an illusion before he died. He did not feel any pain at that time. Xuefan's wound also healed quickly. He wondered what had happened. The fish lizards were now paying attention to Inoue. Xuefan, with the great hidden power in his body, took up his sword and gave them a whirlwind attack. He didn't understand how he became so strong and escaped so easily. Not only does he have a nimble body, but his swordplay seems to have an infinite power transmitted to it. Yinyu's sword is the common weapon Starfall weapon sword. When used by Xuefan, it will increase 45 points of power according to the system. This is a sword made from a high-level rank monster core, so it can easily decapitate a fish lizard. Holding this sword in his hand, Xuefan felt that he could completely grasp it and unleash its full power. He wondered what had happened, but first he had to deal with the current mess before him. The giant tongues of the fish lizards rushed over again. Xuefan was able to avoid them more easily than before. With decisive sword strokes, Xuefan cut off their tongues. He quickly and decisively defeated them. Xuefan felt that his body was extremely strong even compared to the Starfall novice rank warrior stage. With the help of the Starfall sword, the success rate increased. Xuefan felt that even when facing A-rank fish lizards, he could easily behead them. The system again informed Xuefan to be wary of monsters. Xuefan is now extremely strong, able to easily confront them. Each slash of his sword caused the fish lizards' heads to fall like ants, blood flowing everywhere. Xuefan felt more proud of his strength than ever. He no longer needed to hide behind his teammates. He really had the power and did it. The fish lizards were all killed. While Xuefan was analyzing the system, he suddenly remembered Inoue. The immediate task was to deal with the poison in Yinyu's body and the large amount of monster-attracting drugs in her body. Xuefan brought Inoue into the passage for safety reasons. All the monsters were dead, so there was nothing to worry about. As a man, but for Yinyu's safety, Xuefan had to help her eliminate the poison himself. The fish lizard trap that Inoue got stuck in was a liquid with a special scent that could drive them crazy. Since the apocalypse, many things in the world have mutated, not only animals but also plants. After being mutated, plants can be made into many types of medicine, including a type of medicine that attracts monsters. It was the fish lizard attractant that was in the arrow that Inoue was shot with earlier. What was more, the viciousness and cunning of MANHUA and his accomplices were all too apparent. Xuefan had basically treated Yinyu's wound, but the scent of the medicine still lingered for quite a while, which was still too dangerous. He decided to use the scent of another medicine to cover it up. Xuefan used the monster scent medicine, which was made from the urine and feces of skunks. It was extremely unpleasant to smell, and many monsters that smelled it stayed far away. This was also a magical medicine that had always protected Xuefan's life. After a while of struggling, Xuefan had managed to properly bandage Inoue. The wound was treated, and the scent of the medicine was temporarily hidden. Both of them could be considered temporarily safe. Due to the malfunction of the monster attractant, the fish lizard has changed its range of activity. On the ground at this moment, MANHUA was still there. Both of them seemed to be surrounded on all sides. Only then did Xuefan suddenly remember the strange changes inside his body. He realized that the Starfall pendant he had on him earlier was no longer there. It seemed like the war god system had changed it. The system opened up before Xuefan's eyes again, along with the parameters of the war god level. Xuefan's points had increased greatly. Xuefan still couldn't believe that he was now a novice-rank Starfall warrior, and he could even use Starfall weapons that only intermediate-rank Starfall warriors could do. It could be due to Xuefan's mental strength suddenly reaching 140, allowing him to use Starfall weapons. The system now informed Xuefan that he had 21 attribute points about to be distributed. Quickly redistribute them to increase his combat power. Xuefan didn't understand what he needed to do next, angrily questioning the system. Suddenly the score on the system changed a little. It turns out the main way to use it is to use thoughts to control the system. Xuefan decided to try out his strength points after increasing them by 2 points. Sure enough, he had become even stronger than before. This is the power and magic that the war god system brings. Xuefan started using tricks to lure the fish lizard. He used a dead mouse soaked in fish lizard bait and suddenly attacked from behind. The defenseless fish lizard was caught off guard by the sudden attack and had no time to react. A sword strike through its throat killed it instantly. Xuefan destroyed it quickly and cleanly compared to before. He felt full of energy and self-confidence. After killing this fish lizard, the system increased 3 attribute points. Xuefan was overjoyed, mentally calculating that if he could kill all 50 remaining fish lizards, he would increase his attribute points by 150, becoming a high-leveled Starfall warrior. But the immediate priority is for Xuefan to become an intermediate rank Starfall warrior. He still lacks 3 physical criteria points to reach 40 points. The chance to become a Starfall intermediate rank warrior is very close. The overall strength in Xuefan's body had increased by more than 50 compared to before. Xuefan felt that if he was strong enough, no one could stop him from saving his father. With burning motivation and determination, Xuefan put all his physical and mental strength into preparing for the upcoming fish lizard hunt. Xuefan started hunting and walked along the tunnel. The place was now dark, with fish lizard corpses piled up all around, and blood splattered all over the ground. It seemed like a fierce battle had just taken place here. Xuefan calculated that if he were to completely divide the ingredients on a fish lizard, he could sell it for more than 5,000 yuan. But because he was alone and couldn't carry heavy loads, he could only get fangs and scales. Xuefan used his sword to slash hard at the cliff on one side to create a noise, attracting fish lizards to come. Very quickly, a swarm of fish lizards arrived, screaming loudly. They shot their long, hideous tongues at Xuefan, with flexible sword strikes into his agile body. Xuefan easily avoided them. The fish lizards were quickly defeated by Xuefan's power. He began to butcher them. In just one day, this was the 16th-17th fish lizard that Xuefan had killed. Xuefan's strength was now quite formidable among intermediate rank warriors, able to deal with 2 fish lizards at once easily with the help of the Starfall sword. According to the original plan, killing 50 fish lizards would give 150 attribute points. But after advancing to intermediate rank Starfall warrior, killing a fish lizard only gives 1 attribute point. With Xuefan's current ability, although he couldn't advance to high-leveled, getting MANHUA out of this subway line wasn't a big problem. Xuefan only felt regretful for not meeting a higher-leveled monster. Suddenly his foot touched a puddle of water. There was a strange noise from afar. Xuefan hid behind a rock and observed. He discovered a new kind of monster. It is a mutant monster formed by the fusion of 2 monsters. Its fighting power is greatly increased, and its danger is also many times greater. Such terrifying fish lizards were easily pierced and knocked down by this monster's tongue. Killed 3 fish lizards in a flash. Its strength was equivalent to a high-leveled Starfall warrior. Xuefan felt worried and decided to retreat. Xuefan went to check on MANHUA again. The scent of the aphrodisiac on her body had lessened a lot. Xuefan wiped Yinyu's body while thinking of a way to escape from this place. Behind the 2-headed monster was the only exit, which was also very close to the exit of the Arank monster's nest. If they went around to find another exit, they might encounter MANHUA and his group. MANHUA suddenly woke up while Xuefan was cleaning her wound. She thought he was trying to molest her, so she beat Xuefan up. After calming down and having Xuefan explain everything, MANHUA felt a recognition of Xuefan's strength and ability. Xuefan, not wanting MANHUA to know about the war god system, said that his father was Xuehui, the commander involved in the previous monster outbreak in Donghai City. Knowing that, MANHUA felt in her heart that Xuefan's hiding his identity was very correct. Standing out too much would make the situation dangerous. She felt guilty for getting Xuefan involved in her Mu family's civil war. The first thing Xuefan was concerned about now was how to kill the 2-headed crocodile and escape from here. He wanted her to quickly return to the Mu family to settle matters, and he also had to return alive to clear his father's name. Xuefan and MANHUA hid behind a crevice in the rock and watched the 2-headed crocodile from afar. The 2-headed crocodile is far more dangerous than a normal Arank monster. Its hearing is extremely sensitive. One is responsible for guarding, the other is responsible for attacking. Its long tongue is responsible for attacking from a distance, and its bite force can even tear through ordinary metal. Its skin was as hard as iron, and even a knife could not pierce it, just relying on the sharpness of the Starfall sword alone. It was impossible to break through its defense. Furthermore, the two-headed crocodile did not inherit the fish lizard's flaws at all. MANHUA decided to activate Starfall equipment at full power so that she could attack the two-headed crocodile's skin. Starfall weapons are the greatest reliance of humans to fight against monsters. The strongest point of Starfall weapons is the monster core embedded inside, which contains a huge amount of potential energy. The sharpness of Starfall's weapon could easily cut through the skin of an rank monster. But when facing a mutated monster like a two-headed crocodile, relying on its sharpness alone was not enough. In mutated individuals of rank monsters, meaning they have evolved once more, defensive power increases by at least 50. MANHUA sharpened her sword on the fish lizard skin Zwafan had obtained while analyzing the two-headed crocodile's strength for him to understand. The two-headed crocodile had no obvious weaknesses. To do that, the power of the Starfall sword needs to be fully utilized. Zwafan seemed to not hear what MANHUA was analyzing just now. He was feeling sorry for the fish lizard skin that could be sold for a high price. MANHUA wanted Zwafan to stop thinking about trivial things and first grasp the usage of the Starfall sword. She decided to demonstrate it to Zwafan. MANHUA stacked the fish lizard skin on top of each other. Stacking them like that would increase her defense, but with this short sword in hand, she might be able to cut them down with all her might. Said and done. MANHUA used all her strength. With one slash, the skin was torn into pieces. Zwafan couldn't believe his eyes. Feeling the force was very light compared to other swords. This was the true power of the Starfall sword. The sword wielder resonates with rank core monsters. The flash of light from the sword can double the sharpness. However, this extreme outbreak is difficult to maintain for long. After a few times the monster core will completely shatter. That's why Starfall sword can't be tested, only used at important moments. With Yinyu's current injured state, she was completely unable to handle the reactions when the sword fully erupted. So Zwafan had to clearly understand how to use it, and he only had 3 days. So Zwafan had to continue with the process of receiving the sword. He learned slowly through fighting monsters. If you are exceptionally talented, you can master it in half a year. But most people spend their whole lives but still cannot do it. MANHUA had different expectations for Zwafan. He was already an intermediate rank Starfall warrior at such a young age. He could be said to be a peerless genius. She believed that Zwafan would definitely be able to do it. Zwafan had been fighting the fish lizard for half a day but still had not felt anything like the resonance MANHUA had mentioned. It was impossible for an ordinary genius to grasp it in 10 days. An innate talent for sensing swords would also take 2 days, however. Zwafan only had 3 days. After 3 days, if MANHUA did not return in time to attend the inheritance ceremony, the consequences would be unpredictable, and Zwafan's father would also be implicated. MANHUA at this moment can only rely on Zwafan. Suddenly the system activated in front of Zwafan, informing him that he could use 10 attribute points to activate it. Zwafan was surprised. It turned out that attribute points could be used to resonate with the monster core. Zwafan came to the resonance process of the sword. He felt like there was an endless source of power. The sword became sharper than ever, easily cutting through the fish lizard's skin like cutting tofu. MANHUA was extremely surprised by Zwafan's limitless abilities. He had an extremely powerful talent, but because Zwafan didn't understand the basic principles of being in a state of resonance, in addition to consuming the monster core, the burden on him was also very great. He was crushed and his limbs trembled. MANHUA outwardly reprimanded but inwardly secretly thanked Zwafan for what he had done for her. After much effort and the emergence of hidden potential in his body, Zwafan successfully entered the process of resonating with the sword and achieved unprecedented limitless power. He launched each hurricane attack, directly confronting the two-headed crocodile. The monster with a long saw-like tongue continuously attacked Zwafan, but he nimbly avoided it. Zwafan was like a flash of lightning, appearing and disappearing to avoid the monster's sharp teeth. He had taken control and dominated the game. The crocodile was within his attack range. Zwafan secretly calculated that as long as he could cut off its head, this monster's fighting strength would be reduced by half. Suddenly, the crocodile swung its tail straight at Zwafan, leaving him no time to react. Zwafan was suddenly attacked. He vomited blood and was knocked straight into the cliff by its tail. This tail was both fast and strong. Xuefan simply had no time to prepare. He was thrown into the cliff, not even having time to open his sword. His face darkened. This crocodile is afraid that it has reached the power of a drank monster. Its two heads roared fiercely, its sharp teeth and long, hideous tongue sticking out again, charging towards Xuefan. Luckily he dodged in time. What a blessing. If he had been bitten, who knows what would have happened to Xuefan. The ferocious monster was furious, using its hideous tongue to sweep everywhere, sending rocks flying. Xuefan, with his agile body, quickly dodged its attacks, but the destructive power of this tongue is truly fierce. While Xuefan was off guard, the tongue struck Xuefan straight in the face, causing him to suffer a painful blow. This was truly a life-or-death battle. Xuefan was so fast and strong, but he was completely unable to find any weakness in this two-headed crocodile. On the contrary, he was continuously attacked by it. Xuefan couldn't believe that it was an rank mutated beast because of its ferocity. He couldn't find any openings in it. Heavily injured, Xuefan temporarily hid to the side to regain his strength. He felt a little arrogant, thinking that he had the war god system, the strength of an intermediate rank Starfall warrior, and the Starfall sword. In the end, he underestimated this two-headed beast and was defeated by its counterattack. Inoue observed the situation from earlier and felt that it was not good, so she suggested that Xuefan retreat because this crocodile was too strong. But Xuefan was not someone who could give up so easily. He did not want to retreat. Xuefan thought to himself, mutated monsters also have strengths and weaknesses, mainly depending on the mutated characteristics. This two-headed crocodile has a range of attacks from far, mid, and close, and its skin is also invulnerable in both attack and defense. It is like a boss, not inferior to many other drank monsters. Xuefan felt that to kill this monster, unless he mastered a grade E martial art technique or had a natural sword skill like Mu Yinyu's, then maybe it would be possible. But he didn't want to retreat. If he couldn't defeat it and take Mu Inoue away within 3 days, he would be charged with the crime of harming her. At that time, his father would most likely be implicated and sentenced to death. Xuefan told himself that he had to return. He recalled 12 years ago, during a monster outbreak in S City, in order to cover up for the crowd to retreat, his mother went missing. Xuefan was only 6 years old at that time, crying bitterly in front of his mother's portrait, wondering why they said his mother was dead when her body had not been found. His father was a majestic general at that time. He promised himself to take good care of Xuefan and kill all the monsters in this world to avenge Xuefan's mother. Thinking back to that moment, the monster suddenly discovered Xuefan hiding behind the wall. It quickly rushed to attack him. Xuefan now seemed to have regained his strength. He wanted to return to clear his father's name. He was no longer afraid of anything now. The system suddenly appeared, informing him that the innate skill perception had been activated because of his fearless fighting spirit. This is a novice rank perception skill, sensing all changes within a 10m radius. Xuefan didn't quite understand at first, but as the skill started to take effect, a circular radius began to sweep. Xuefan felt the image of the beast behind him. He could actually see the image behind him. Xuefan felt like this crocodile's attack speed had slowed down. Perhaps it was due to the effect of the new skill. He turned his back, taking advantage of the moment when it was off guard, and rushed forward, cutting off both heads. Blood splattered. Inoue was surprised to the point of being speechless, unable to believe that he had done it. Xuefan finished off the exhausted monster and told Inoue to leave together. The system informed him that he had killed an A-rank mutated monster and received 3 attribute points. Xuefan's 3 attribute points are equivalent to killing monsters above his level. The two-headed crocodile had both heads severed by Xuefan, leaving flesh and blood splattered on the ground. The scene in the subway station is now a mess, ruined after the fierce fighting. Xuefan carried the injured Inoue on his back as he ran towards the cave exit. His body was agile, and he carried Inoue without any embarrassment as he ran quickly. Inoue may seem cold on the outside, but she is actually a very warm and sensitive person. While running, the two had some physical contact, causing Xuefan to have a nosebleed. Inoue shyly thanked Xuefan. If it weren't for him, she would have died here. Xuefan thought that when he told Inoue not to thank him, he was also saving himself. Xuefan had seen Inoue as a comrade who had gone through life and death together, so thanking her now was very polite and distant. So he told her that she didn't need to do that. Inoue heard this and didn't want Zwafan to address her in a strange way anymore. While the two were chatting happily, a light flashed above their heads. Immediately, a rain of arrows rained down. Fortunately, Zwafan, with his agile body, was able to dodge them by carrying Inoue in the blink of an eye. And the culprit was none other than Manga, the despicable traitor. When he knew that Zwafan and Inoue could escape from the tunnel, he prepared a trap for both of them. Following him were his subordinates who came along to reinforce him. Zwafan angrily cursed Manga. He was not angry at all and arrogantly mocked Inoue for being the number one genius of the Mu family. He was seriously injured and still managed to kill all the beasts and escape. Little did he know that thanks to Zwafan, he had become extremely strong. Manga followed Hanhu's words and blocked both of them at the exit. Intending to kill them both, Yinyu's face darkened, cursing Manga that he would be punished by the Mu family. He was not afraid at all, threatening Inoue whether she would survive to return. Manga disgustedly said that he had long coveted Inoue, wanting to get rid of Zwafan first so that he could be happy. Manga waved his hand to call his subordinates to come forward and start attacking. Zwafan laughed triumphantly because it seemed that Manga had underestimated him. He still didn't know who was the cat and who was the mouse. The subordinates were instantly defeated. Manga was shocked and broke out in a sweat, not understanding how Zwafan could do such a thing. Zwafan, with Inoue on his shoulder, wanted to settle the score with Manga. He placed her in an empty spot to wait, preparing for the fight with Manga. Manga and his companions' faces darkened. They thought that Zwafan's ability was only that of a novice Starfall warrior, but his strength now was beyond that. Manga thought to himself, how could Zwafan use the Starfall sword? He guessed that his mental attribute had probably reached the intermediate rank of a Starfall warrior. Furious, Manga ordered the use of long-range weapons to crush Zwafan. Manga thought that Zwafan was just a mouse after all. There was no reason he couldn't defeat him. But who is the real mouse in this war? Perhaps everyone understands. Zwafan started activating the perception skill. Each time the arrows rained down, Zwafan saw through them and destroyed them easily in the blink of an eye. He redirected the arrow so that it flew back towards Manga's group. The subordinates were killed like hot cakes. Manga swallowed fearfully. The mouse was him. Manga was now sweating profusely and his face was pale. He had underestimated Zwafan. He was extremely afraid of death at this moment. Of the 36 strategies, running away was the best. Manga was so scared of Zwafan that he ran away like a mouse. At this moment, he looked extremely cowardly compared to his arrogant appearance just now. But Zwafan did not want to let him go so easily. He used his magic power to grab Manga. His arm was severed in an instant. Manga screamed in pain. His eyes bloodshot and looked disgusting. Not wanting to die, Manga knelt at Zwafan's feet, crying and begging for his life. Zwafan looked at him with contempt, showing that he did not want to spare his life. Suddenly, Manga cowardly used an arrow to attack Zwafan. But Zwafan was now very strong and was able to easily dodge. With a single slash of his sword, Zwafan cut the arrow in half and also cut off Manga's life. Manga collapsed at Zwafan's feet. Zwafan then continued to carry Inoue and left this chaotic place, and in a flash they were out of the cave. The Mu family rescue team had also arrived at this time. A group of people got out of the car, led by the house Mu's butler, Muin, to welcome Inoue. Inoue reluctantly said goodbye to Zwafan, hoping that he would come find her next time he came to Jinhai City. While the two were chatting happily, Muin noticed the sword that Zwafan was carrying. He thought to himself, Yinyu's precious sword was actually given to Zwafan. His eyes were somewhat unfriendly. Inoue got in the car and left. Her head still turned to look at Zwafan without leaving. While in the car, Muin mentioned that Zwafan was the son of a traitor and was not worthy of Inoue. Inoue shyly denied it, affirming that between her and him, they were just comrades who had gone through life and death together. Muin's face darkened, thinking to himself that if Zwafan dared to deceive Inoue, he would absolutely not let it go. At this moment, MANHUA was already present at the scene of the battle between Zwafan and Manga. He heard the news that Manga had died and cried in pain. His subordinate informed MANHUA that it was Mu Inoue and Zwafan who had killed his son and had been taken away by Muin. In pain and anger, MANHUA collapsed, hugging Manga's body and shouting loudly, vowing not to let them both go. In the sky at this moment, a helicopter was slowly landing on Jiangbei City Prison. Two young officers, a man and a woman, stepped out of the helicopter. The group of policemen stood in a row, raising their hands in a welcoming gesture. A policeman stepped forward and informed them that Jiangbei prison always respected human rights, and that prisoners were given the same treatment they received. The male officer's expression changed when he heard this, and he asked if the traitor's place was also given such good conditions. Of course, as expected, the traitor mentioned was Zuohui, Zuofan's father, who was serving time in the worst prison cell. The male officer walked to Zuohu's room with a mocking, sarcastic smile. Zuohui was suddenly terrified when he saw the officer, his eyes wide open. It seemed like something had happened in the past. After parting with MANHUA, Zuofan quickly took a taxi to the prison, hoping to see his father, hoping that his father would tell him the truth so that he could clear his name. Suddenly, there were strange noises in the sky. Zuofan looked up. There was the Sky Prison where China's most notorious criminals were held. The Sky Prison is the highest-leveled prison in China. No prisoner imprisoned in this Sky Prison has ever returned alive. Zuofan was extremely surprised and did not understand why the airborne prison appeared here. He felt that something was wrong with his father, so he ran inside and screamed for his father. At this moment, 2 chief officers and a group of policemen were on their way to escort Zuohui to the airborne detention center. Zuofan ignored the police's attempts to stop him and ran to the top floor. The police who tried to stop Zuofan were all beaten up by him, and he finally met him. The 2 officers were extremely surprised by Zuofan's sudden appearance here. The male officer sarcastically asked Zuohui if Zuofan was his useless son, causing Zuohui to bow his head in silence. Zuofan beat up the police blocking the road and rushed to his father. He felt that no prisoner had ever come back alive from that airborne prison, and he didn't want his father to go there. He still had to find out the truth to clear his father's name. As he rushed forward, Zuofan felt the female officer using force to block in front of him, so fast that he couldn't dodge. But thanks to his perception ability being opened, Zuofan quickly grabbed the hand of the female officer. She was extremely surprised and suggested that Zuofan should turn back if he didn't want to get hurt. But what Zuofan needed most right now was to see his father say goodbye, so he didn't give up easily. Zuofan and the female officer fought fiercely, neither giving in. She easily recognized Zuofan's latent strength and secretly sized him up. Zuofan, though strong, still had to struggle against the female officer's counterattacks. Her strength and speed far surpassed his. Zuofan felt that without his perception skill, he would not be able to see her movements at all. The male officer and Zuohui were both witnessing the fight. He secretly admired Zuofan, thinking that he was as good at hiding his strength as Zuohui. Zuohui could not believe his eyes. His weak son could now become so strong. But the battle between Zuofan and the female officer had not ended yet. Both of them were still using all their strength. Zuofan was exhausted. He now had no choice but to open the resonance of the Starfall sword. The 2 charged at each other again, creating a melee on the rooftop of the prison building. In the end, neither of them could decide the winner with their weapons. The male officer, out of admiration for Zuofan's strength, decided to give him and his 2 children a minute to say goodbye. The father and son finally got to meet each other in person. Zuohui was extremely proud of Zuofan, feeling that his son had now grown up and become a real man. Zuofan met Zuohui and cried like a child. Zuohui decided to tell Zuofan the truth. He had never betrayed his country. He revealed to Zuofan the secret of S City, told him to go to the military base in Jining City. The evidence is in a safe deposit box in the restricted area of the Foundation, and told him the password. Zuofan was stunned, until the airborne prison flew away taking his father with it. He was still stunned. One peaceful morning in Jiangbei City, Zuofan was in a deep sleep when his alarm clock broke his sleep. The clock kept ringing, making Zuofan unable to bear it. He was so annoyed that he wanted to turn it off, but because he used too much force, it broke into pieces. Zuofan woke up and got out of bed. He was now an intermediate-rank Starfall warrior, with abundant vitality. Zuofan was recalling the reason why he set the alarm when he received a phone call. It was Uncle Chow. He urged him to come see him quickly. While changing clothes, Zuofan teased Uncle Chow, making him furious. The 2 argued for a while before Zuofan arrived at the office. but he made up an unbelievable excuse that he had met aliens and was late. Uncle Chow hadn't seen Zwafan for a few days, but he had transformed from a reserve to an intermediate-rank Starfall warrior. He suspected that he had been hiding his true strength, but then he suppressed that thought because he felt that everyone had to have secrets. His current appearance was like the son of Commander Zhuhui. He had already prepared all the necessary documents related to Jining City for Zwafan. There was also a Starfall Junior Soldier certificate which could only be obtained after 3 months of testing. He told Zwafan that Jining City was not a small city like Zhongbei. The military base there was heavily guarded, and it was not easy to enter and exit freely. He could only help him get here. Zwafan was very touched when he heard this and thanked him for helping him all this time. Uncle Chow smiled lightly and told Zwafan not to worry because he had received help from Zhuhui in the past. So he was helping Zwafan like this now. Zwafan bowed and said goodbye to Uncle Chow, happily leaving. In Uncle Chow's mind, images and stages of Zwafan's growth were now replaying. From a strong and resilient little boy to a tall young man. The boy always teased and joked happily with him. He hopes to see Zwafan again when he returns. Zwafan was currently packing his things to go to Jining City. Uncle Chow had already booked the bus tickets, so he had plenty of time to prepare. He planned to go to the exchange office and use the monster core of the mutated monster to reforge the Starfall sword. He felt that there were countless experts in the Jining City military base. With his current strength, it was not easy for him to deal with them. He had to quickly upgrade his strength. In addition to forging the Starfall sword, he also had to practice intermediate-rank martial arts and gain attribute points from quests to kill A-rank monsters. While he was lost in thought, Zwafan received a phone call from Li Wei, a close brother of his. Li Wei called Zwafan to join him in Lujia for a gathering after many days of not seeing each other. Li Wei is Zwafan's close brother. His body is that of a normal person. Zwafan happily accepted, thinking to himself that it was still early. He could make it to the exchange in time to recast the Starfall sword. Li Wei is Zwafan's only friend after his father's accident. He has always helped him and been by his side since Zwafan was very young. Zwafan recalled the past, feeling a little sad because he had to leave in 5 days. After taking the bus for a while, Zwafan arrived at Zhongbei Trading Post, a place that was popular with passers-by. When passing by the two people, Zwafan with the special skill from the system could sense the opponent's level of strength, which was extremely convenient. However, when facing the female officer, Zwafan was unable to gauge her level, perhaps because her Starfall warrior level had surpassed his. In today's society, the status of Starfall warriors is getting higher and higher. The latest statistics show that the #1 target of those looking for wives and husbands is Starfall warriors. After all, when a monster riot occurs, having a Starfall warrior as a spouse will make you feel safer. The trading floor was already quite crowded. Zwafan entered, wanting to sell the thing he had collected from the fish lizard before. Zwafan silently watched the rare treasures displayed at the exchange, silently calculating in his heart. He calculated that if the price of an A-rank monster core was in the hundreds of millions, wouldn't the two-headed crocodile's mutated monster core probably be sold for a few million or more? If the price is high and there are no sellers, this time Zwafan thought he would become a millionaire. After taking the mutated monster core to reforge the Starfall sword, he still had to deposit the money. The transaction was successful in his account, and the amount of money Zwafan had now was 20,000 yuan. He regretted that if he could bring back a little more of the monster's materials, he could probably sell it for 1 million now. While thinking about money matters, Zwafan suddenly heard a familiar voice. It turned out that it was Lu Jia, Li Wei's lover, a novice-rank Starfall warrior. She was an employee at this exchange. Seeing her, Zwafan was slightly stunned. He recalled that when Li Wei introduced her to him, Lu Jia did not mention that she was a Starfall warrior while she was applying for a job on the exchange. Zwafan felt that she hid it probably because she knew his situation, afraid of hitting his psychology. Zwafan felt a little moved. Seeing Lu Jia's figure leaving from afar, Zwafan told himself that he would greet her later at dinner tonight. At the trading office, Zwafan was refused to forge weapons because according to the staff there, Zhongbei City was only a third-tier city, and the best blacksmiths were only intermediate-rank blacksmiths. Only high-level blacksmiths were allowed to forge A-rank mutant monster core weapons. Zwafan heard that and could only sadly turn around and leave, planning to go to Jining to trade. As soon as he left, the staff quickly mocked him. thinking that he was a novice-rank Starfall warrior who could obtain an A-rank mutated monster core to forge a weapon, not knowing his own strength. They looked down on him, thinking he was just an errand boy who had just passed the novice-rank warrior exam, weak and incapable of doing anything. Suddenly a girl called the Grand Master heard this, felt quite interesting, ordered the staff to hold him back. The staff hurried after Zwafan, asking him if he wanted to meet a high-leveled blacksmith from the outside trading floor. The Grandmaster lady? Zwafan agreed to meet her, feeling that she was too young to be a high-leveled blacksmith. Her name is Zhu Nayan, 20 years old, unknown strength. Nayan asked Zwafan to show her the monster core, so she could clearly identify it. Zwafan did not trust her, asking the blacksmiths to come personally to negotiate. Nayan heard Zwafan say that, so she took out her high-leveled blacksmith certificate to show him. Zwafan's face darkened, he broke out in a cold sweat and apologized. He didn't expect that a young person like her could reach such a high level, being a high-level blacksmith while the novice blacksmiths here were all 30, 40-year-old uncles. Nayan saw that Zwafan understood clearly and wanted him to take it out for her to examine. She suggested that if this A-rank mutant monster core was further refined, she would only charge for the materials, not the crafting fee. Zwafan calculated that the forging fee for Starfall A-rank weapons was 100,000 or more. This was also a golden opportunity to earn a lot of money. Zwafan brought out the monster core for Nayan to see. The monster core of the two-headed crocodile beast was contained in the box, emitting a sparkling light like a diamond. Nayan couldn't help but admire the beauty and perfect preservation of the monster core. This is also a very powerful one, killed in fierce battle rather than by sneak attack. Zwafan was surprised at Nayan's depth of knowledge. This must be the ability of high-level blacksmiths. Nayan placed the monster core on the table, but she did not believe that Zwafan was its owner. She asked Zwafan to call its real owner before continuing the transaction. The atmosphere became silent again. Nayan misunderstood Zwafan again like he misunderstood her earlier. Perhaps it was because he was too young. After hearing Nayan's request that Zwafan personally bring someone to meet her to hand over the business, Zwafan laughed arrogantly and confessed that he had killed the mutated beast with his own hands. Nayan, of course, could not believe it at all. She laughed out loud, thinking that looking at him like that, there was no way he could kill an A-rank mutated monster. She thought he was just joking. Nayan impatiently asked Zwafan to bring the monster core's owner to see her. She had no time to joke around anymore. Seeing Nayan's attitude, Zwafan stood up angrily, asserting that he was the one who killed the A-rank mutated beast. Nayan still couldn't believe it, asking him to follow her. This was the Starfall Weapons Foundry. With the appearance of Starfall weapons, foundries gradually sprung up, and the status of blacksmiths also increased. But not everyone can be called blacksmiths. Only craftsmen can forge Starfall weapons. Nayan is currently in the process of forging the sword. As long as he has enough materials, recasting the body of the Starfall sword is easy, but wanting to inlay an A-rank mutated monster core into it is another matter. Zwafan watched Nayan forge the sword from afar, filled with admiration. Truly worthy of being a high-leveled blacksmith. Nayan has finished casting the sword body. Next comes the most important step in recasting. That was also the step that required Zwafan, the so-called true owner of the A-rank mutated monster core, to take action. Zwafan completely agreed upon hearing that the monster core and the Starfall weapon fuse for a moment, and the violent energy inside will burst out. A powerful Starfall warrior is needed to suppress it. If the Starfall warrior kills the monster present, the effect will naturally be the best. Nayan threatens Zwafan that the energy contained in this mutated monster core was even more terrifying than a drank monster core. If he couldn't suppress it, his life would be in danger. She advised him to stop here and call his elders. She still did not believe him. Zwafan heard this and arrogantly told Nayan to continue. Nayan was angry and continued working. Very quickly the monster core was embedded into the sword, creating a terrifying source of energy. The monster core's energy was activated inside the sword. A storm of energy poured out. Nayan asked Zwafan to quickly suppress it. While she was explaining the method to Zwafan, he used his hand and his ability to create a vortex, quickly suppressing that power. It was suppressed very quickly. Nayan was surprised because he did it very quickly. Only now did she recognize that the monster core was created by Zwafan killing the monster, because only someone who truly killed the monster could make the remaining soul in the monster core feel fear and be completely suppressed in an instant. If it were someone else, no matter how strong their consciousness was, the remaining soul of the monster would still fiercely resist. She felt that Zwafan's strength was definitely not that of a novice Starfall warrior like the data showed. She secretly admired that he could be so strong before he was even 18 years old. Only then did Nayeon bow her head and apologize to Zwafan for doubting his strength. Zwafan scratched his head in embarrassment and said it was okay because he had also doubted her blacksmith status at first. Nayeon finally finished forging the weapon for Zwafan. He felt two mysterious energies flowing from the sword. His power became stronger at the same time, and his body seemed to become lighter. The system started to display the information of the newly forged sword, and at the same time Zwafan received 2 more attribute points. Zwafan felt that the reforged Starfall sword was much stronger than before, making him eager to try it out. Nayeon knew that he was so strong. She wanted to befriend Zwafan because she felt that he had great talent. In the future he could develop further, and with him she could provide rare monster cores for training. Now she will become a blacksmith one day. Zwafan initially refused to call Nayeon's sister because she was a whole level below him, but after Nayeon promised him a 30% discount on future Starfall equipment crafting costs, he immediately agreed. Nayeon also gave him a VIP black card, with which he will receive many incentives and conveniences at all transaction points in the country. Nayeon said and left. Zwafan felt very beneficial because with this black card in hand, he would have all kinds of privileges and transactions, no need to wait in line. Zwafan with the new Starfall sword, eager to equip and try it out. Zwafan arrived at the weapons testing area. Following the appearance of the Starfall weapons, the weapons testing area trainer really had an opportunity, and was changed back to the Starfall County member. Starfall County member for Starfall warriors as long as they can research opponents and have a stable salary. It is also a very ideal job, however, to become a Starfall County member. In addition to relying on one's own abilities, one must at least have a Starfall Frank weapon. The weapon testing area is currently very crowded with people. Most of the people who came here had Frank Starfall weapons, walking around talking noisily. They secretly admired those who had A-rank Starfall weapons, who were probably even stronger than Jia-tan. Jia-tan is said to be a trainer with a strong body and sharp strength. While Jia-tan was sitting and preparing to arm himself, the staff showed him a black card customer's bill, wanting him to go into battle himself. Jia-tan saw the transaction content on the paper was an A-rank mutated monster core. He was startled, feeling that this was indeed a rare item. The weapons testing area was immediately shielded, preparing for the grand experiment that took place between Jia-tan and the owner of the transaction sheet earlier, Zwafan. The surrounding crowd was buzzing about this big fight. Zwafan had already entered. He felt very satisfied with the black card that Nayeon gave him. Zwafan was thinking after forging the Starfall sword, although the grade was still A-rank, but because it was used for a mutated monster core, its value was no longer below a drank Starfall weapon. In other words, this treasured sword of Zwafan's was currently much stronger than its actual value. He wanted to test it with the Starfall instructor. While he was thinking, a figure appeared. Zwafan turned his head and saw Jia-tan and Nayeon had arrived. Jia-tan was a high-leveled Starfall warrior with great strength. Jia-tan secretly evaluated Zwafan, feeling that he was so young and already had a mutated Starfall weapon. He really couldn't be underestimated. Before the match, Jia-tan asked Zwafan to exert all his strength with the sword or he would be beaten miserably. Jia-tan introduced himself to Zwafan. Then the fight began. Zwafan thought to himself, Jia-tan was originally a famous person in Zhongbei City. 3 years ago Zhongbei City had a small monster outbreak. With his intermediate rank Starfall warrior strength, he has killed hundreds of A-rank monsters and became famous in one battle. Jia-tan was indeed very strong. His aura was just like the female officer that Zwafan had met at that time. Although the gap was too great, Zwafan was confident that he had that treasured sword, hoping that things would be different. Zwafan with the power in his body and sword has gained superior strength, preparing to advance for battle. Zwafan wondered how much of a gap there was between him and the high-leveled Starfall warrior. Zwafan started to use tactics, activating his lightning-fast body. He thought that Jia-tan would use a heavy weapon like an axe, which could increase his strength, but his speed would definitely not be fast. Zwafan was confident that he had reached 90 agility points, much stronger than the high-leveled Starfall warriors. Speed was definitely his advantage. With his agility, Zhuo Fan launched a series of attacks at Jia Tan. But Jia Tan was not an easy person to deal with the Starfall weapon in his hand. He quickly blocked all of Zhuo Fan's attacks in the blink of an eye. He was able to use the axe with one hand. Jia Tan is powerful, using the large double-sided area of his axe to turn it into a shield, making up for his lack of speed. He is truly powerful. Zhuo Fan was a little worried, but then regained his composure and started to perceive. But Jia Tan had already cleverly anticipated Zhuo Fan's moves. He sneered and used a great deal of force to knock Zhuo Fan down. Jia Tan's energy was too strong. Zhuo Fan fell backwards, unable to withstand it. Could it be that the Starfall axe gave Jia Tan increased strength? Zhuo Fan began to worry, feeling that if it weren't for the 140 agility points of Starfall sword, he would have been kicked out of the competition stage. Nyan watched the match from the beginning, feeling that Jia Tan, who was originally a genius that the mercenary guild headquarters had looked up to, was actually able to fight Zhuo Fan to this extent. Zhuo Fan was truly not an ordinary person. Jia Tan mocked Zhuo Fan to focus on the battle and properly test the power of the sword. The two began to fight again. Jia Tan swung his axe. A violent force surrounded him. Zhuo Fan thought to himself that the axe was too long, equivalent to a mid-range attack range. Could it be a characteristic of the Starfall weapon? Only then can the power of Zhuo Fan's Starfall sword be tested. Zhuo Fan threw a sword strike and rose up to counterattack. The two streams of power collided. Zhuo Fan seemed to have no strength left to resist. Suddenly the new attribute notification system of the rank piercing Starfall sword was activated. A force from the sword struck Jia Tan, startling him. That is the rank combat skill Whirlwind Axe Slash. Jia Tan was knocked down. The space around the arena was severely damaged. Jia Tan couldn't believe his eyes. That sword had reached the terrifying rank combat skills. The final match ended with Jia Tan's defeat. The weapons testing area opened, and Jia Tan angrily walked out. The flattering staff defended Jia Tan's defeat by saying that Zhuo Fan was too lucky, thanks to the Starfall weapon that required an rank core monster to be able to block Jia Tan's axe. But this consolation made Jia Tan even angrier, because Zhuo Fan was so young and already possessed such a precious weapon. Because its owner, Zhuo Fan, was able to bring out the weapon's special features. Furthermore, the weapon required an rank mutated monster core. Jia Tan secretly admired that Zhuo Fan was able to do so at such a young age. Jia Tan caught a glimpse of Zhuo Fan and Nyan laughing and talking. So he approached to start a conversation. Jia Tan apologizes to Zhuo Fan for injuring him and wants to pay for his medical expenses. Zhuo Fan was only slightly scratched and refused, feeling a bit sympathetic towards Jia Tan. Jia Tan looked friendlier on the surface. He just regretted that Zhuo Fan still couldn't use his sword proficiently. Zhuo Fan seemed to need to cultivate an rank sword skill to fully utilize the sword's power. Zhuo Fan thanked Jia Tan for his guidance. Nyan asked Zhuo Fan if he had thought of a name for the sword to keep on file and leave his name at the Jiangbei exchange. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan wanted to give it a unique name. He decided to call it Bone Penetration. When he returned to the room, Jia Tan examined the wound caused by Zhuo Fan's sword. The wound was extremely dangerous. If Zhuo Fan had used rank fighting skills, Jia Tan's shoulder would have been severed. Jia Tan felt that the sword was very rare. Perhaps it could also increase two types of body attributes, and also had a second characteristic. Jia Tan both admired and envied Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was currently wandering around Jiangbei City's trading floor, looking for some more rank combat skills, but couldn't find anything. He had no choice but to wait until he got to Jining to check them out. While waiting for Li Wei to come to the appointment, Zhuo Fan suddenly heard the noisy crowd. It turns out that Lu Jia and Li Wei are being threatened by a group of thugs. They thought that Lu Jia stole their rank mutated monster core, when it was clearly Frank. What a bunch of bastards. They assumed that Lu Jia stole it while they were bringing the monster core to the sword forging exchange. They blamed Lu Jia for the theft, causing her to fight back fiercely. This bastard clearly had intentions, wanting to search Lu Jia's body. His vulgar actions made Li Wei and Lu Jia extremely angry. Li Wei rushed forward to shield Lu Jia. That bastard was so angry that he wanted to attack Li Wei, but was suddenly stopped by a force. It was Zhuo Fan who rushed to save Li Wei. He threw the bastard to the ground. which surprised Li Wei and Lu Jia. The beaten bastard's teammates were extremely angry and rushed over screaming. Li Wei and Lu Jia could not believe their eyes and slowly looked at him. Zuofan was furious when he saw his two friends being bullied. He rushed over to teach those two arrogant guys a lesson. The other two were just two Starfall warriors who had just broken through to novice rank, so they had absolutely no chance of winning against Zuofan. Defeated, they decided to throw a tantrum, shouting loudly that Zhang Bei Exchange bullied them, took the monster core, and then started beating people. But their plan was immediately stopped by Jia Tan. He appeared and told them to shut up. The crowd around saw his appearance and noisily discussed, not understanding why he appeared here. Jia Tan called Zuofan brother Fan, making the three bastards just now freeze. They seemed to realize that they had gotten into trouble and had touched someone they shouldn't have. Jia Tan ordered his men to deal with those three bastards without mercy. Where was the aggressive look from earlier? They were beaten to a pulp by the stock exchange staff. Jia Tan finished them off. He could afford to send them to jail for 2 years. Jia Tan angrily continued to tell his subordinates to deal with them, instructing them to call the police afterwards. They were beaten half to death. Jia Tan humbled himself and apologized to Zuofan, saying it was entirely his fault for failing to fulfill his duties as a stockbroker. Li Wei and Lu Jia still couldn't believe this was true. Even a genius Starfall warrior like Jia Tan had to be polite to Zuofan. Even though Li Wei saw that Zuofan's name and appearance were exactly the same, he still couldn't believe that it was him. The three of them, Zuofan, Li Wei, and Lu Jia, finished dealing with all the troubles here, said goodbye to Jia Tan, got in the car and left together. Jia Tan watched the car's silhouette, feeling very honored to have met Zuofan, wanting to report and recommend him to the Mercenary Guild headquarters in the future. The three of them then went to the restaurant together after many days apart. They were very happy to see each other again. Li Wei and Zuofan raised their glasses to greet each other, thanking Zuofan for helping Lu Jia. Zuofan was at a loss as to how to explain everything to Li Wei. He didn't know how to explain why he had suddenly become so formidable. He couldn't say that he had hidden his previous strength, otherwise he would lose their brotherhood. But Zuofan didn't want the matter of the war god system to be exposed. Li Wei got drunk after just a few drinks and waved his hand, telling Zuofan that there was no need to say anything more. He understood how hard Zuofan had been through these past few years. Zuofan was deeply moved and thanked Li Wei for understanding and trusting him. They both ate happily together. After the fun, Li Wei and Lu Jia said goodbye to Zuofan and drove back first. Zuofan watched their carriage go further away, sadly turned back and walked away with the sword on his shoulder. I hope after this trip, I can return to reunite with everyone. A few days later, Zuofan was finally able to reach the Ghost Rain Mountain, Jining City. The Beast Caves of Jining City are all located in Ghost Rain Mountain. The Ghost Rain Mountain Beast Cave Complex is the area with the highest concentration of beast caves in southern China. Zuofan covered himself with his clothes and used binoculars to observe the Ghost Rain military base from afar, almost being discovered. Zuofan thought to himself, as expected of one of the most heavily guarded military bases in the south. Even the guards almost discovered him. With Zuofan's current strength, let alone sneaking in, he was afraid that he would be discovered before reaching the gate that he had yet to touch. That was also a forbidden area. To Zuofan it was no different from a dragon's den or a tiger's den. Jining City is much larger than Zhangbei City, but the real difference between the two cities is not in size. Here, there is a Ghost Rain Mountain with dense concentration of beast caves, making Jining City a southern city with power. That is the Jining Mercenary Guild's Armed Forces Center. The guards outside the building are all novice-rank Starfall soldiers. Each floor has novice-rank Starfall soldiers gathered into a team. The squad leader is an intermediate-rank Starfall soldier. Thus, the important part of the Mercenary Guild Jining will have an elite army of high-level Starfall warriors leading the group. Some are even guarded by warlord-rank powerhouses. Zuofan walked into a building and thought to himself, Jining City is 10 times stronger than Zhangbei City in terms of military force. Just relying on the city's Mercenary Guild's strength alone was enough to deal with a small attack from the monsters. The elevator opened, and Zuofan walked into a tavern. The bar girl named Ryu Jia was overjoyed to see Zuofan. She was 23 years old, an intermediate-rank Starfall warrior. She poured Zwafan a drink, curiously asking if he still hadn't found a suitable team or if he was here to hunt. She comforted Zwafan to wait, and that she would introduce him to some hunting groups, but in Zwafan's mind he was thinking that with his strength, how could he not find a hunting party? But the real purpose of this trip was that he had to enter the Ghost Rain military base, and go to the mercenary guild just to look for news. Zwafan has been in Jinning City for more than 10 days, but has not found any news. Suddenly, an unexpected announcement came. The military announced that they wanted to start joint operations with the Starfall clan, the mercenary guild. The crowd was noisy and bustling. Zwafan began to pay attention to the announcements. Action link reward list from 10 to 1 million. Also choose tactics from franc to E. The top 10 people on the action link list will be invited to be security advisors for the Ghost Rain military base, and can freely enter and exit the Ghost Rain Mountain military base. Hearing this, Zwafan fell into deep thought. According to the information gathered, Jinning City's system includes the Army, Mercenary Association, and Starfall family. After the night of Starfall, the world's mutation continued. The number of monsters had increased rapidly, and Jinning's monster dens were growing 10 centimeters thicker. If left unchecked, a monster outbreak would easily occur. In order to control the increasing number of monsters, the three forces would periodically conduct joint actions and conduct large-scale hunting. According to the people there, the reward for this joint operation was much more generous than the last one. Being in the top 10 could become a security advisor for the Ghost Rain military base, and would be eligible to stay in the restricted area of the base. They looked down on Zwafan because the top 10 joint operations had always been high-level Starfall soldiers, and an intermediate-rank soldier like Zwafan seemed to have no chance. But in Zwafan's mind at this moment, once he became a safety advisor, he could freely enter and exit the restricted areas of the base and could access the safe. Zwafan has ambitions to become one of the top 10 in the joint action. Suddenly the loudspeaker announced, "Any association members who want to prepare to participate in the joint action, please go to the second floor to register." Zwafan quickly went up to the second floor and joined the crowd of people registering. He held in his hand the life and death contract that the organizers had issued. He could not help but accept this because this kind of joint action was equivalent to a large-scale operation, and casualties were inevitable. Rujia, standing from afar, saw Zwafan wanting to sign up. She couldn't help but be surprised because she felt that he was just a novice-rank Starfall warrior, and joining was too dangerous. She told her younger brother called Piu Pan to wait for the right time to act, to find an opportunity to join Zwafan's team to protect him. The boy called Piu Pan was only 15 years old, but was already an intermediate-rank Starfall warrior. The son of the president of the Mercenary Association Piu Hao, with a natural power talent. The boy seemed to not like Zwafan very much. He wondered why he had to protect a man. Wondering if Rujia already liked Zwafan. Pu Pan was angry because in the past, Rujia had promised to befriend him when they grew up. Rujia laughed loudly, explaining that it wasn't that she had changed her mind. It was just that Piu Pan was too much like her little brother from the countryside. She flattered Piu Pan, thinking that Zwafan could not compare to him, and wanted her younger sister to befriend Piu Pan. Her younger sister Rujia was also very beautiful, about the same age as Piu Pan. Pu Pan heard this and thought it was true. His eyes lit up like headlights, allowing Rujia to like Zwafan. Piu Pan hoped that Rujia would keep his promise and introduce a younger sister to him. Rujia happily patted Piu Pan's head, secretly laughing at how he was so easily fooled since she was the only daughter in her family. Zwafan was now sitting on the private train track of the Ghost Rain Mountain. The train's defenses here are much stronger than those of the city train. After the apocalypse, traffic between cities in the country was paralyzed. Only in recent years has train traffic been restored. The only thing is that train tickets are now sky-high in price, and ordinary people simply can't afford them because the wilderness outside the city is too dangerous. The train sped through the wilderness. The wilderness between Jinning City and Ghost Rain was 100 times more dangerous. Sitting in the train, Zwafan suddenly saw a monster passing by. It was a drank monster in the wilds outside Jinning City. Extremely dangerous. He thought that, in such a dangerous place, it was difficult to avoid the three forces wanting to cooperate with each other and carry out joint actions. The train is about to stop. The announcement is about to arrive at the entrance camp of Ghost Rain. Everyone please get off quickly. The train soon stopped. and a noisy crowd stood waiting for the next announcement. Among those participating in that battle was Li Hongwu, 24 years old, a high-leveled Starfall warrior from Jining City, Li family. Pu Pan was also in the crowd, busy eating sausages. The announcement was made again, asking everyone to prepare to depart. At this time at the Ghost Rain military base, Wei Chenshang, the chief instructor, was meeting with Pu the president and Li the elder, who were the parents of Pu Pan and Li Hongwu. He praised Pu Pan and Hongwu for their ability to reach the top of the rankings, and the other two would have successors. Pu Hao, the head of the Jining City Mercenary Guild, humbly thought that his son was still very weak. The Li family waited a few years and Li Hongwu would surely be promoted to a general. He praised the Li family, thinking that the top position of the Starfall Jining City clan would belong to the Li family. Li Zhong, the head of the Li family in Jining City, also flattered that Hongwu was still very weak, while Pu Pan, who was only 15 years old, was already an intermediate-rank Starfall warrior with innate divine power that made others admire him. Thus, both families continued to flatter and praise each other, neither willing to give in. Wei Chenshang heard this and sneered. In his heart, he thought to himself that these two people were two old foxes. The war that Zhou Fan is participating in has begun. The action zone is located outside the Ghost Rain Mountain. This is a mixed terrain, open-type monster. The highest level of the monster cannot exceed Drank. Action points for hunting monsters. Frank gets 1 point, Rank gets 10 points, Drank gets 100 points. Zhou Fan ran like the wind, secretly calculating the time for the joint action to be 3 days. To reach the top 10 at least need more than 500 points. Want to be sure of top 10 must be more than 600 points. He ran everywhere, feeling this place was too quiet, not even a single monster could be seen. Suddenly Zhou Fan felt a bad premonition. He quickly turned around and threw a strong punch. Just as Zhou Fan had predicted, a swarm of spiders appeared, called Rain Rock Spiders. The Rain Rock Spiders were Frank monsters, special monsters found around Ghost Rain Mountain, and they swarmed towards Zhou Fan. The silk and fangs of the spider are both poisonous. The scary thing is that rock spiders are social animals, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They bared their sharp fangs and quickly headed towards Zhou Fan. This desolate little town was the Rain Rock Spider's lair. Zhou Fan swung his sword fluently, quickly knocking them all down. The destructive power from the sword was terrifying. He was confident that his abilities could deal with the Frank monster easily. The ground was littered with dead spiders. This type of Rain Rock Spider has a very strong sense of territory. They will quickly create a den, killing the animals living in the surrounding area, so other monsters cannot be found in the surrounding area. Zhou Fan was thus unable to encounter any more monsters. His plan was ruined. 1. Hunting your rank monsters is the main thing. You will gain both experience and attribute points. 2. The corpses of rank monsters are also valuable. You can earn a large sum of money. He looked at the system with a worried expression, feeling that he had killed so many Frank monsters but not a single attribute point had increased. Suddenly another swarm of spiders rushed out, making a terrifying sound. Zhou Fan smiled lightly, wanting to ask them to practice his beginner combat skills. He swung his sword, using the Frank Willow footwork, easily defeating them. Zhou Fan felt that his combat skills were truly different. Even as a beginner, the Rain Rock Spiders couldn't touch him at all. Done. Zhou Fan continued to check the system. He felt that Willow footwork was the best Frank body technique he could find in Zhongbei Exchange, but it was quite difficult to cultivate. Even though he had practiced for more than 10 days, he was still barely a beginner. In combat skills training, points are divided into 4 levels respectively: beginner, competent, proficient, expert stage. Zhou Fan was just at his lowest point. The action link time was only 3 days. Zhou Fan couldn't delay the time any longer. He wanted to quickly clear the cave of Rain Rock Spiders and then go hunt and kill rank monsters. Right now, a group of people were chasing Pu Pan. The boy hid behind the tree, looking very badly injured. Blood soaked his knees. Pu Pan was seriously injured by a trap, and the person who did it seemed to be someone who understood his habits very well. He was angry, dragging his injured legs and limping away. Walking forever, Pu Pan got lost in a place he didn't know where. After hearing the strange sound, Pu Pan was startled to realize that this was the lair of the Rain Rock Spider, and his face turned pale with fear. Pu Pan was injured in the leg, surrounded by hundreds of rain rock spiders, making him scared. If he was bitten like that, he would definitely go to his ancestors. The spiders rushed to attack Pan. He was scared and held his head to avoid them. A sword strike came and the spiders broke into two. It was Fan who saved Pan. Fan wondered why such a brat was allowed to participate in the joint operation. Pan realized that the person who had just saved him was Fan. The person Jia had asked him to help. Fan took Pan into the building to rest. Pan was extremely surprised to see that all the rain rock spiders were killed by Fan. How could a novice-rank Starfall warrior do such a thing? Fan felt that although Pan's injury was not serious, he could not continue participating in the action and wanted him to stay here and wait for the rescue team. Hearing this, Pan was angry when he heard Fan treating him like a child, saying his name, but because Fan had just arrived from another city, he did not know Pan's reputation and was a bit confused. Pan was frustrated and wanted to quickly heal his wound, so that Fan could know how formidable he was. Pan thought that he was being hunted by those people. If he was found, he would definitely die without a burial place. He decided that before his wound healed, he would let Fan protect him. Pan smiled slyly, thinking that Fan's willow footwork was too weak, low-level, and difficult to practice. He boasted that he had an rank willow flash body technique that was both effective and easy to practice, and asked Fan if he wanted to practice it. Fan heard that and was a little surprised and a little interested. Fan became interested in the rank willow flash body technique that Pan mentioned. Pan smiled, wanting to make a deal with Fan. He wanted Fan to be responsible for protecting him during these 3 days of joint operations, and his reward would be the rank willow flash body technique. Fan laughed heartily after hearing this, thinking that Pan was exaggerating. Pan angrily claimed that he was not lying, saying that he was the famous genius of Jinning, whose father was Hao. Pan also affirmed that he was not fat at all, but was actually healthy, and did not want Fan to call him fat. After listening, Fan suddenly remembered that the president of the mercenary guild Jinning City was named Hao, the person Pan recognized as his father. Pan asserted that he was telling the truth and not making a false claim. Hao was indeed his father. He confessed that someone was plotting to kill him. Pan showed Fan his ability system. He also promised that after finishing the job, in addition to the Willow Flash he passed on to Fan, there would also be other rewards. Fan saw the system clearly stating that Pan had mastered the rank Willow Flash skill, and was slightly hesitant. Fan thought that as long as he achieved the mantra, the War God system would display combat skills. Being able to appraise combat skills grades like this was really convenient. Pan saw Fan's silence and thought he was scared. He arrogantly thought that an rank body technique worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was something he could get with a wave of his hand. Fan agreed after thinking about it, telling Pan to wait until he finished dealing with the Rain Rock Spider's lair, and then take him to Ghost Rain Mountain for more secrecy and safety. He introduced himself as Fan and shook hands with Pan. Little did he know that Pan already knew his name and thought he was weak, so she secretly called him a sissy. Suddenly, 2 chains with saw blades flew towards where Fan and Pan were standing, destroying the windows and the quiet atmosphere at that time. It seemed like someone was trying to kill the two of them. Fan did not say much and immediately used his sword to cut both chains. He asked loudly, wanting to know who had done this. A group of soldiers in iron armor appeared, wanting to capture Pan. Pan responded in fear, calling them backstabbers, and finally caught up with him. Those people didn't seem very kind. They wanted Pan to die soon to avoid implicating the people around him. Pan fearfully told Fan that these 3 people wanted to kill him, and wanted him to hold them back so that he could find a chance to escape. Pan told Fan that Jia had previously wanted him to join the operation to help him, but he had unexpectedly put him in danger. He felt guilty. After saying that, Pan began to take out his weapons. He wanted to tell his father about this after escaping so that he could avenge him. Fan just found out about this now. The armored stranger heard Pan wanting to run away, so he fiercely rushed forward with his sword, wanting to kill both of them. Pan glared, saying that he already knew that these people were the Li family's relatives and subordinates. The other group of people seemed to have been hit in the weak spot and jumped in surprise. Zuofan heard this and felt that the name Jinning Li family sounded very familiar. He recalled that when he was young, his father Zuohui had saved the lives of the Li family's descendants, making them kneel before his father. He also remembered that he was very close to them, and was praised by them as Zuohu's son, who was naturally extraordinary, and would grow up to be the nation's elite. If they needed help, they would come to old Li. The Li family had been waiting for his father to be imprisoned. Zuofan was confirmed by Piu Pan that it was indeed the Li family he knew, which made him extremely angry. Li Zhong of the Li family is the bastard who returned kindness with ingratitude and framed his father. Anger flared up. The Li family saw this and immediately attacked both of them, just as they were about to attack Zuofan. He turned around and with his strength quickly slashed one of them back to his ancestors. The anger to avenge his father was burning inside Zuofan. He fought back fiercely. This sudden burst of power from Zuofan surprised Piu Pan and the Li family. He secretly thought that the Li family's subordinates were not weak. Each of them were intermediate-rank Starfall warriors, and they also had Starfall frank weapons in their hands which could not be underestimated. Zuofan felt that dealing with them was not difficult, but he could not solve them in a moment. If they were to fall into battle, they would unfortunately still have helpers, but Zuofan felt that since the battle had just begun, he would have to go all out and fight. Zuofan would then be able to overcome the Li family, avenge his past grudge, and successfully pass the training period. Said and done. Zuofan decided to fight with all his might even though he knew the opponent was very strong. He activates perception, scanning a circle of enemies. They are all intermediate-rank Starfall warriors. Zuofan decided to strike first. He used willow footwork, sweeping through a path. The Li family knew that Zuofan was an intermediate-rank Starfall warrior, so his speed and agility made him a bit more cautious and his defense stronger. They used all their strength, wanting to act quickly to eliminate Zuofan, not letting Piu Pan escape. They threw out chains with sharp saw blades that rushed towards Zuofan. Zuofan dodged as fast as lightning, using his sword to cut it off quickly. They rushed forward one after another, but Zuofan was able to easily avoid them all. Pu Pan was scared, not understanding how Zuofan could be so formidable, feeling that his strength was only slightly inferior to his. The two fought for a long time without being able to determine the winner. Zuofan was slightly exhausted. He stepped back, thinking that if he continued, he would fall into an endless battle. He decided to use the true power of bone penetration to win quickly. The Li family members provoked him, thinking that he was still too young to want to activate the monster core. They laughed at Zuofan for stopping, throwing sharp arrows so that he and Piu Pan would die together. The problem was that the speed of willow footwork could not protect Piu Pan because he was too fat. Zuofan broke out in a sweat. He had lost control and exposed an opening. The arrow hit his shoulder and made him bleed. Pu Pan was worried, feeling in big trouble for implicating Zuofan. Zuofan felt that these three people coordinated with each other too well, continuously taking turns attacking from near and far, making it impossible for him to avoid the attacks. But Zuofan did not want to give up. Continuing like this would result in death, no matter the cost. He had to break their combination. Zuofan suddenly asked Piu Pan if he could still move. Piu Pan smiled and said yes. Pu Pan shouted loudly to challenge the other three to attract their attention, and ran away to lure them to chase. As planned, all three of them chased after Piu Pan, exposing an opening. Zuofan immediately seized the opportunity to swing his sword, killing one of them. The other two saw their side was defeated, and immediately rushed over. Zuofan was hit by the other man's arrow, causing him to stagger and fall far away, almost dying. There were still two left, but Zuofan was seriously injured. The other two rushed towards Zuofan so quickly that he didn't have time to react. Seeing that the situation was dire, the table shouted loudly for Zuofan to run away quickly, leaving him behind. The system now informs Zuofan that he has 10 unused attribute points, asking if he wants to activate the A-rank Willow Flash combat skill. Because the situation was so dire, Zuofan was trapped between the two. He agreed, not expecting attribute points to have this effect. He has been upgraded to A-rank beginner. His body had changed a little, his legs had become lighter. Zuofan decided to test the power of the Willow Flash a bit, throwing a beginner Willow Flash that startled the other two. This source of power was so terrifying that they were confused and didn't understand what was happening. What did Piu Pan realize this body method was? The other two were cut apart by Xuefan and were unable to resist. Xuefan was able to sense his opponent's movements. He knew them like the back of his hand. Now he was more agile than before, wanting to fight to the death with these bastards of the Li family. With terrible power, Xuefan sent the remaining one back to his ancestors. Everything around was swept away by this power in a terrible way. Smoke and dust filled the air, and glass windows shattered. Xuefan felt lucky that he learned Willow Flash at the crucial moment. Otherwise he would have died long ago today. Pu Pan couldn't close his mouth. Xuefan was so formidable that he was an intermediate-rank Starfall warrior who could kill 3 of his peers by himself. Moreover, he had just reached Willow Flash and already understood it. Piu Pan felt that he was the legendary genius. Seeing Xuefan rummaging through the other 3's things, Piu Pan asked Xuefan, "You're so awesome. Have you ever thought about winning the first place in the joint operation? That bastard Li Hongwu of the Li family's goal was the first place. If this plot to assassinate Piu Pan was exposed, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility." Xuefan was very surprised when he heard Piu Pan ask that. Somewhere in the Ghost Rain Mountains right now, Li Hongwu was easily killing the beast. He heard that he had lost contact with the 3 men who were chasing Piu Pan, and was very upset. The henchman told him that he had lost contact with the other 3, but insisted that Piu Pan's injuries were definitely not light. Li Hongwu waved his hand, thinking that as long as Piu Pan was injured, he would not be able to reach the top 10 of this action link. The cumulative points that Hongwu had now were already over 300 points. He laughed gleefully, confident that this joint action would set a new record. His ambition was that as long as he could obtain the first-class reward, the number 1 genius in Jinning City would definitely belong to him in the future. Will Xuefan successfully enter the top 10 to continue his journey to clear his father's name? Let's continue with me. It was already dawn. Xuefan carried Piu Pan on his back and continued running through the forest. Xuefan felt that this place was unusual because it was too quiet, making it vulnerable to surprise attacks. Suddenly, a 2-headed rank monster vine python rushed towards the 2, baring its sharp teeth as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Although Xuefan was carrying Piu Pan on his back, with one slash of his sword, he chopped the monster into many pieces as easily as eating candy, which made Piu Pan's eyes widen in fear. After killing the vine python, Xuefan successfully obtained its bile. The bile of the vine python is a precious medicine that purifies the liver and brightens the eyes, and is of great value. He also obtained the snake's tooth, which is a certificate of accumulated action points. Xuefan felt that after mastering Willow Flash, dealing with rank monsters was really easy. Xuefan continued to carry Piu Pan and run like crazy. Without stopping for a moment, Pu Pan felt that Xuefan was very formidable and would probably take first place in this attack. Xuefan wondered to Piu Pan, why did Piu Pan and Li Hongwu care so much about the first-class action alliance? Was it for the sake of fame? He was curious as to what was so special about the first-place prize. Piu Pan Ben explained that the first-place prize had much better action links than the second-place prize. Pu Pan asked him if he had heard of the strange treasure. Xuefan heard this thing seemed very strange, and was explained to him by Piu Pan. After the meteorite landed on Earth, animals were the first to mutate. Monsters appear everywhere, destroying the existing world order. Then a mutation occurred among humans, and the Starfall warriors were born. Mutations in plants are a bit slower. Other than becoming better, there is nothing remarkable, to the point that most humans do not feel much. Until 2 years ago, a special species was discovered in the plant mutation. That special plant was a rare treasure that could quickly increase the strength of a Starfall warrior. Rare treasures were extremely rare, even rarer than rare beasts. Among the first-class rewards for the joint action, there was a drank rare treasure. Xuefan wondered how the supernatural treasure could have such miraculous effects. He secretly guessed that to achieve the first-class joint action, at least thousands of points would be needed, and in less than 3 days he would be able to hunt down so many monsters. Pu Pan sneered and told Xuefan not to worry. The 2 of them were almost there. Suddenly, a towering mountain peak opened up before Xuefan's eyes. He smelled a strong smell of blood. Far away is the knife-horn iron mill wolf, an rank monster. They are like wolves, growling very scary. Xuefan was overjoyed when he saw that their numbers had reached nearly 100. He calculated that these beasts must have nearly 1,000 points of accumulation, and should have gained 100 attribute points. He could get a first-class action link in his hands, and could also charge at a high-leveled Starfall warrior. Pu Pan revealed that this was the secret location of the mercenary guild that they had discovered. If Xuefan wanted to kill all these rank wolves, he would definitely be able to secure the first place in the joint action. Xuefan was excited, took out the treasured sword, and wanted to start hunting immediately. Pu Pan was also excited to contribute as a shield for him. The beasts saw the two people and quickly rushed over, but were stopped by Pu Pan. Xuefan just waited for them to gather in large numbers, then swooped down and used all his strength to kill them all. His accumulated points increase gradually with each slash. As the beasts gathered in increasing numbers, Xuefan had to stop his sword and run away, wanting to wait for another opportunity to continue killing them. On the other hand, Li Hongwu has achieved a cumulative score of 932 points. He arrogantly hoped that he could reach 1,000 points, wanting to set a new record for joint action. He cheated, secretly preparing two teams to secretly help him accumulate points. He wanted the first place of the action link to be his, hoping that Pu Pan would be okay so that he could see him when he got first place. It was almost dark. Xuefan lit a fire to warm himself with Pu Pan, mentally calculated to have accumulated 1,014 points, not sure to get first place in the action link. Pu Pan reassured Xuefan that if he scored over 1,000 points, he would definitely win first place and might even set a new record. Xuefan wondered if Hongwu really wanted to be first and prepared other teams to accumulate points for himself. Pu Pan hoped he wouldn't go too far, otherwise he would be punished by the military like him. If he didn't choose a trick, it would be difficult to accumulate 1,000 points. Suddenly Xuefan sensed danger. He turned his head and saw something in the distance. Xuefan didn't see anything unusual, thinking he must have seen wrongly. He had a feeling something dangerous was watching him. Pu Pan finished roasting the wolf leg and gave it to Xuefan. Xuefan tried a piece and found it hot on the outside and soft on the inside. Very delicious. He highly appreciated Pu Pan's cooking skills. He felt that Pu Pan ate a lot, no wonder his body was so fat. Pu Pan laughed happily, revealing that his dream was to try eating all kinds of monsters. He wanted to eat a whole drank knife-horn iron mill wolf. The two were chatting and eating happily when suddenly there was a strange noise. As a knife-horn iron mill wolf, its body is huge, its eyes are bloodshot, and it doesn't feel like it's kind. Pu Pan explained that this was because this was the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King, the evolved form of the knife-horn iron mill wolf, a drank monster. Its body has silver fur mixed with gold, a sign that it wants to evolve again. A drank king monster. Xuefan heard this and broke out in a sweat, hoping Pu Pan wouldn't scare him. A king monster is a monster that has evolved to the peak of a certain level, about to enter higher leveled. Among monsters of the same level, it is almost invincible. Pu Pan firmly affirmed that he was not seeing wrongly. This monster carried the aura of a king monster. A normal drank monster could not compare. Even if it's not as strong as crank monsters that can hold their ground against a Starfall warlord, it's still enough to crush the Starfall warriors like us. The wolf roared fiercely. Xuefan felt that he had killed all the people's descendants, an enemy that would not stop until death. The wolf roared and charged towards Xuefan and Pu Pan. Xuefan carried Pu Pan and ran. Xuefan blamed Pu Pan's bad luck. Now a drank king monster had really arrived. The wolf ran after him at lightning speed, at least twice as fast as the knife-horn iron mill wolf. Xuefan was almost caught up. It ran faster and faster. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter. As it ran, it roared ferociously. Xuefan swung his sword and slashed straight at it, but it was completely unharmed. No matter how hard he tried to slash, his body was not injured at all. Xuefan's bone penetration sword couldn't even cut through the defense of the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King. Pu Pan shouted loudly to remind Xuefan to be careful of its horns. The wolf charged forward, trying to stab its horns into Xuefan. Xuefan still saved the attribute points he got from killing the knife-horn iron mill wolf, wanting to use them after he had a plan. But in a dire situation like this, it seemed he had to use it immediately and couldn't wait any longer. Fan decided to use 10 attribute points. The monster's destructive power became more and more terrifying, destroying everything around it. Pan was extremely scared when he saw this. Fan's Willow Flash technique had just been upgraded, so it couldn't be upgraded any further in such a short time. He was frustrated and kept clicking on the system. Fan's agility attribute points have also reached the Starfall warrior limit, unable to be upgraded any further. Fan thought for a moment that if he couldn't upgrade any further, he would need to break through to the great realm of Starfall Warlord. But now it was enough. Pan was so scared that he called Fan to quickly run away. But Fan's body and strength have now also reached a certain level of strength. He felt that although he couldn't deal with this monster Hedon right now, self-defense should not be a problem. Fan decided to test his strength. The beast charged at Fan, who nimbly avoided it. Using his sword, he slashed across its legs. Bone penetration began to activate its sharp sword light attribute, quickly cutting off the monster's leg. The sword also has a second trait, rank penetration. This second characteristic had no effect on the monster. Its wound healed quickly and easily. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fan was charged by the beast and was injured right on the shoulder. Fan's sword force, the damage to the Wolf King was almost zero. It was terrifying. Even if he used Bone Penetration's explosive Starfall, it would be useless. He decided to carry Pan and retreat from this place first. After a while of running, Fan finally escaped the Wolf King. He breathed a sigh of relief and put Pan on the ground. Pan, feeling sorry for the roasted wolf meat, did not throw it away, so he took it out and gave it to Fan to eat, but was scolded by him. While the two were arguing loudly, a group of people appeared. They noticed that Fan and Pan's backpacks were both bulging, and assumed that they had collected quite a few items and accumulated a lot of points. Fan was silent, thinking that he had just escaped from the wolf's mouth, but was in trouble. Pan's tongue was really unlucky. The strangers continued to approach the two. Fan used his mind technique to know that among the people, 2 were intermediate rank Starfall warriors, 3 were novice rank Starfall warriors. The leader stepped forward, drew his sword, and threatened Fan to quickly hand over everything he had on him before they took action. Hearing that, the disciples criticized both of them for being coquettish and a fat pig with a broken leg, and wanted to kill them both. Hearing this, Fan and Pan could not bear it any longer. The leader rushed forward and ordered his disciples to kill both of them. They rushed forward arrogantly, not knowing their own strength. Fan only needed to use one sword strike to knock the whole group down, falling like rain. The leader was surprised. He didn't think Fan was so strong. Suddenly Pan appeared from behind, giving him a painful blow to the head. After the battle, the whole group knelt on the ground, begging Fan and Pan for forgiveness. They were scared and bowed their heads to beg for their lives. Fan and Pan were so angry that they rushed in and started punching and kicking everyone. After finishing his work, Fan left, taking Pan and the 150 points of the group of people from earlier. Pan hoped to add to these guys' points. Fan's accumulated points could definitely secure first place in the Action Alliance. Fan wondered about the scores of the group of people just now. 2 were intermediate rank, 3 were novice rank. In the Action Alliance, such a team could be considered upper middle, but in 3 days they only achieved 150 points. Pan explained while chewing the meat that this was normal because although there were many monsters around Ghost Rain Mountain, they were not evenly distributed. Those who were unlucky might not even be able to get 100 points in 3 days. There are also a few strong groups that often occupy territory and commit acts of murder and robbery like the group just now. There are also a few small groups that secretly accumulate points. This is considered cheating, and if discovered, the military will severely punish them. But many people still secretly cheat for the sake of the top 10's generous prizes, especially the first place prize of this joint action, which also has a rare treasure. Fan suddenly discovered a group of dead people lying on the ground, their bodies stripped clean. Pan immediately shouted to warn Fan that this was a trap. Both were lucky to defend themselves in time. 2 twin snakes from the Lee family rushed out from behind the tree. Pan recognized them. This was their trap that Fan and Pan were unlucky enough to fall into. Fan secretly thought that these were the 2 high-leveled Starfall warriors that the Lee family secretly arranged to sweep the points, and felt that he was in big trouble. But then again, if it's called a point sweeper group, there must be others. A series of arrows flew from nowhere. Zwafan nimbly dodged them. On the tree were 2 high-leveled assassin-type Starfall warriors and 3 crossbowmen with extremely powerful damage that were very scary. Pan and Zwafan were both on the defensive. Pan was furious when he learned that the Lee family had secretly sent people to sweep the points for the first place. They were truly shameless. The 2 so-called twin snakes heard this and laughed mockingly, calling Pan a pig. One of the 2 men rushed towards Zwafan wanting to deal with him, but was immediately blocked by Zwafan. Zwafan, while fighting back, felt that this Li Chi had great power. The remaining name appeared from behind Zwafan, followed by a rain of arrows. This was game over. The 2 twin snakes continued to coordinate smoothly, taking turns attacking Zwafan. Zwafan continuously fended off their fierce attacks. Together with Pan, he used his shield to block them and temporarily held them back. The battle became more and more fierce. Zwafan activated perception combined with willow flash technique, safely escaping the siege of the 2 twin snakes. Zwafan and Pan hid behind the tree, holding their breath to observe the situation. The 2 warlike twin snakes growled as Zwafan escaped. They secretly guessed that he was the one sent by how to protect Pan. Zwafan felt that the situation was very bad at this moment. Li Qing and Li Chi worked very well together. The 2 of them alone were already very difficult to deal with. Adding in the 3 intermediate-rank Starfall archers, it was very disadvantageous for Zwafan. While he suddenly remembered the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King, Li Chi discovered him and wanted to lure him into handing over Pan, and he would immediately spare his life. Pan was afraid that Zwafan would be implicated and wanted him to hand him over. In Zwafan's mind at this moment, the Li family was an accomplice in harming his father. He and the Li family had a deep enmity that could not be easily ignored. Zwafan came up with an idea and decided to carry it out with Pan. He deliberately stood behind the tree and loudly mocked the Li family for cheating and having no face. Li Chi heard this and was extremely angry. He and Li Qing rushed to where Zwafan was standing. Zwafan quickly dodged. Along with Pan's defense, the 2 divided the fighting area with the 2 twin snakes. Zwafan used the bone penetration sword to pierce Li Kai's body, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. He didn't expect that Li Kai's weapon was an A-rank mutated monster core. Knowing that, Li Chi became even more excited, wanting to obtain Zwafan's bone penetration, quickly calling for people to chase after Zwafan. Zwafan carried Pan and ran as fast as he could while being chased by the twin snakes and their gang. Li Chi felt that Zwafan ran very fast and couldn't help but wonder. Li Qing felt that Zwafan ran so fast that if he continued to chase, he might not be able to accumulate the points of the cooperation, and he was afraid that Hongwu would blame him. Li Chi felt it made sense and decided to stop the pursuit. Pan saw that the others seemed to have no intention of chasing anymore, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly something like a hidden weapon shot at the 2 twin snakes. The jar broke, filled with a foul smell. It was the skunk monster's droppings that Pan asked Zwafan to throw at them. This made the twin snakes extremely angry, vowing to cut them both into 100 pieces. Pan was indeed more calculating than others when he carried this stinking thing with him, to protect himself when encountering monsters, and to use it in times of need. The 2 twin snakes continued to chase the Zwafan group all the way to the ravine. They boasted that they could kill Pan and obtain Zwafan's mutated monster core weapon. Suddenly Zwafan accelerated quickly and disappeared, leaving them in the ravine with the appearance of Moonblade's Steelfur Wolf King. Both were lured into a trap by Zwafan. Surprised and bewildered, the beast charged at them. The positions of the pursuer and the fleeing one swapped in an instant. The ferocious beast charged towards the twin snakes' men. They gritted their teeth and fought back. But it was useless because this monster was too strong. It was truly a drank wolf king. It was almost impossible to fight back. They shot the animal in the eye because they thought that was its weak point. But this only made the monster even angrier, roaring fiercely. The monster stood right at the only exit, preventing the twin snakes from getting out. The only way to get out was to kill it and go deal with Zwafan. They decided to deploy their troops, widen the distance, and develop their battle formation. Zwafan and Piu-pan were lying on the cliff, quietly observing. He saw them preparing to defend, secretly exclaiming, as expected of an elite hunting team. Piu-pan lying on the side explained, because they were Lee family twin snakes, considered to be the best among the high-leveled Starfall warriors. They coordinated well with each other. Combined with 3 archers with high damage, killing a dranked monster would definitely be a piece of cake. But the problem here is that this is the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King. Although it has not evolved into a crank monster, it can still be called the champion among drank monsters, enough to make them suffer. It was entirely their own doing. Down below, the monster roared, charging towards the twin snakes. Li Qi now felt that the speed of this monster was very fast, and was slightly worried. Both of them joined forces to attack the monster but could not because its attack power was very terrifying. The monster charged towards the archer. He held his bow and charged out, but with just one strike from the monster, he died miserably. This monster was too smart. It knew to attack the long-range archer first. Li Qi decided to take out something, a golden rope, and hit it straight at the monster's leg. He pulled hard, the monster struggled and fell down. Piu-pan observed from above, unable to help but admire that they had such a high-quality item like this animal tying rope. The beast binding rope is made from the monster core of a drank monster mixed with the tendons of a monster. The manufacturing technology is extremely complex. It is considered the best among the drank Starfall weapons. When you own the binding rope, the difficulty of hunting monsters will be greatly reduced. This is also the weapon that Starfall warriors use to deal with high-leveled monsters. The beast was tied up and struggled. The 2 twin snakes took this opportunity to use the rank twin snake whirl/slash combined combat skill. Zwafan felt that the combined combat skills of the 2 were extremely powerful, stronger than even drank combat skills, enough to cut through the Wolf King's steel-like fur. Piu-pan was worried, wondering if the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King would be killed by these 2. The beast was unharmed by the combined counterattack. It charged forward and used its binding rope to pierce through the bodies of the 2 twin snakes. Both quickly collapsed, dying on the spot. The archers were also defeated by Zwafan and Piu-pan one after another. Zwafan took this opportunity to run to the beast's side, using his sword technique to pierce the beast, seriously injuring it. Even without Zwafan's recent attack, the monster would have died anyway, as the wolf's horns were its strongest weapon and the most important part of its body. Cutting off its own horns was no different from committing suicide. Zwafan glanced over and found 2 twin snakes struggling to get up and wanting to kill Zwafan. Zwafan looked at them pitifully and thanked them for giving him a drank king beast and a rope. Plus their strength points must be over 300. It's a great gift for him. Piu-pan stood next to him and sneered, hoping that Li Hongwu wouldn't dream of first place this time. The 2 twin snakes rolled their eyes in anger and finally died. Zwafan and Piu-pan continued to chase after the wounded beast. He wanted it because it carried a valuable rope. Piu-pan wanted to taste its flesh. Both of them chased the beast deep into the cave. Zwafan and Piu-pan ran after the beast. It led them both into a cave. Could be the cave that contains the lair of Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King. Zwafan blamed Piu-pan's words for being too unlucky, and the 2 continued to chase after the beast. Suddenly, the beast screamed in pain, crashed into the cliff and died. System notifications: Zwafan has successfully killed Drank Wolf King. Gained 5 attribute points. Zwafan could not believe his eyes that the Wolf King was dead. He and Piu-pan slowly approached the beast's body. Piu-pan was even more excited and happy than Zwafan. Zwafan felt that he had made a great deal because in addition to getting the materials from the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King, he also got the beast binding rope. Piu-pan asked Zwafan to cut up the complete parts of the beast for him, so he could bring them back to his father. Monster King's drank ingredients are all priced from millions and up. Wolf King skin is very expensive, costing several million. Especially the most precious Wolf King horn. It is the best material to forge Starfall drank weapons. Just talking about value, of course it cannot be compared to drank monster core, but it is still close to 10 million. Zwafan was overjoyed, feeling rich when he instantly had tens of millions in his hands, plus a beast leash. Piu-pan calculated the points that the Li family's twin snakes brought, totaling 320 points. Piu-pan reassured Zwafan that not only did he win first place in this joint action, but he also broke his previous record. The two happily high-fived each other. Fan looked at the cave, wondering if it was the lair of the Moonblade's Steelfur Wolf King. Pan invited him to explore inside. Who knows? Maybe they will find valuable treasures. Fan carried Pan on his shoulders and went deeper into the cave. The cave was dark and quiet. After walking for a while, they came across the corpses of some beasts lying scattered on the ground. It seemed like these monsters had been biting and killing each other to death. Looking at the traces, it seemed like it had been several years. Pan wondered if there had been a war between them when the Ghost Rain Mountain had just mutated and the animals had turned into monsters. Their corpses were almost rotten, making them difficult to use as materials to accumulate points. Fan went in to examine the beasts' corpses, feeling that although they were already rotten, they were still worth at least 300 points. The smell of poison was strong in the cave. There were scratches all over the crevices of the rocks on both sides. Fan guessed that perhaps this was the claw mark of the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King. It seemed like it wanted to climb up. Could it be that there was a reason for these monsters killing each other above? Because Pan's leg was injured, Fan decided to climb up to take a look. He took the animal rope and the sword bone penetration, climbing step by step up the cliff, finally nearing the top. As soon as he reached the top, a magical scene opened up before Fan's eyes. This is the legendary giant mutant tree, occupied by many fox eagles. This must be the reason why those monsters are killing each other. Could this tree contain some kind of treasure? The tree exuded a more terrifying aura than the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King, probably a War General rank beast. Fan felt that before he advanced to War General rank, he would not be able to deal with that giant mutated tree beast. At this moment, at the entrance of Ghost Rain Mountain, the 72-hour counterattack operation is coming to an end. Now the top of the points table has reached 526 points. I wonder if this collaboration will set a new record? The Lee family's name and Pan's father were glancing at each other, their tones full of sarcasm. The Lee family's name sarcastically said that the first place in this cooperation round would fall into the hands of Chief Instructor Weiss' subordinate, causing him to curse in his mind after hearing it. Out there are formidable opponents, that is Ji Zhang from the Jining City Mercenary Association, 25 years old, a high-leveled Starfall warrior. And over there in the distance was Li Hongwu of the Li family. The crowd whispered, thinking that first place would belong to one of them. Fan and Pan had already arrived at the meeting place, almost being late. It was all because the two Li family members got in the way earlier, causing the two of them to be a bit delayed. Fan secretly thought that it was fortunate that he had obtained the animal binding rope, plus 2 E-rank short swords as tools, and was able to swing from tree branches to increase his speed and return in time. Pan pointed out to Fan that the cool man in black holding a knife was Ji Zhang, and the arrogant man in the distance was Li Hongwu. This Ji Zhang specializes in group attack sword techniques. His forte is fighting against groups of monsters. He is the most promising candidate for first place in this cooperation action. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw Ji Zhang return, cheering happily. Hongwu was informed by his subordinate that there was still no news of Li Qi and Li Qing. Perhaps something unexpected had happened. Hongwu was furious when he heard this, angry that the other two didn't risk their lives to bring back the material points. He swore that if he lost to Ji Zhang because of them, even if he survived, he would be killed by him. The scoreboard showed Ji Zhang at the top with a total score of 746, causing the crowd to gasp in admiration. They felt that Ji Zhang might set a record because the action cooperation record of 817 was also the only time it surpassed 800 points. It was possible that Ji Zhang would take first place in this action cooperation. Hongwu heard the crowd praising Ji Zhang, which made him a little worried, feeling that Ji Zhang was indeed not ordinary. But then he smirked, thinking to himself that luckily this time he had prepared thoroughly despite lacking Li Qi and Li Qing's points. Hongwu asked someone to check his score. He had achieved 813 points. Hongwu was only 4 points away from breaking the record, and the crowd was filled with admiration. They were sure that the title of Jining City's #1 genius would be snatched by Hongwu. Hongwu was confident that he would win, and sarcastically said a few words to Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang said nothing, just quietly turned around and left. Fan and Pan saw this scene from afar. Fan had known Hongwu in the past. He remembered back when Hongwu was young, He was a wild and arrogant child. He started bragging again, urging others to quickly submit their agility scores so he could go home. He was sure that he had won. Xuefan saw his score of 813 and just chuckled. Pu Pan brought his harvest to the organizers, leaving everyone stunned as he harvested a lot of monster materials. Everyone began to marvel at Pu Pan. Hongwu saw this scene and was stunned, wondering how Pu Pan was still alive. Could the disappearance of Li Qing and Li Qi have something to do with Pu Pan? Pu Pan saw Hongwu staring at him, and turned around to tease him with amusement. Hongwu still didn't know anything, and mocking Pu Pan probably wouldn't earn him many points. Pu Pan just smiled and said nothing. Pu Pan's score was calculated, reaching 835 points, surpassing Li Hongwu to top the points table. Breaking the record, the crowd was bustling again, praising Pu Pan as the real #1 genius of Jining City. Pu Pan looked at Hongwu, who was frozen in shock with delight. Ji Zhang was equally happy to see Hongwu getting complacent too soon, and now first place was taken away. He turned dark and said nothing, growling at Pu Pan. Pu Pan saw that he was angry, and continued to brag about Xuefan's score, telling him to quickly show off his achievements to make them jealous. Hongwu looked at Xuefan, feeling a bit familiar. Xuefan took out his score sheet, 810 points, not even first place, causing Hongwu to quickly laugh. But Xuefan still did not hand over everything. He took out the Fong of Monster King's Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King from his pocket. Hongwu's face darkened when he heard this, thinking that Pu Pan had misspoken. The crowd heard the phrase Monster King's drank and suddenly panicked. If that was true, then he was almost at War General rank. The organizers started checking, and sure enough, that is the Fong of Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King. The mark inside is indeed Monster King's drank. He sweated, not believing it was happening. Ji Zhang was amazed by Xuefan. Even the organizers were surprised and didn't know how many points they should give to Xuefan for these rare items. They decided to report to their superiors for a decision. Monster King's Drank Fong is a point-accumulating material that has never appeared in action collaborations. Hongwu was extremely puzzled that such a young Xuefan had already killed a drank monster. There was something strange that he thought. He suddenly realized that Xuefan's place was the point-accumulating material that Li Qing and Li Qi reported 2 days ago. Hongwu now recognized Li Qing. Li Qi was killed by Xuefan, robbed of his points, making him extremely angry. He thought that first place this time should have belonged to him. Hongwu was not willing to lose, shouted to the crowd that Xuefan had cheated, and wanted the army to interrogate him. He ordered his subordinates to rush to capture Xuefan. Xuefan just sneered at Hongwu's arrogance. He thought that at such a close distance, as long as he used all his strength to activate bone penetration, combined with the Willow Flash technique, high-leveled Starfall warriors like them would either die or be crippled. He wanted to start activating perception, wanting to settle the score with Hongwu to repay the Li family's debt. Hongwu saw him starting to concentrate his power. It looked so scary, he broke out in a sweat. Xuefan had just swung his sword when suddenly the terrain around him exploded, dust flying everywhere. Something appeared. It was the aura of a war general rank. Coming from afar was the commander of the Ghost Rain military base, Wei Qinshang. Following him was the leader of the Jining Mercenary Association, Piu Hao, and the head of the Li family, Li Zhong. They were 3 experts of the war general rank. Xuefan thought to himself that just the aura on the spear was enough to push him back. This was the power of a war general rank expert. He looked at old man Li Zhong. What an ungrateful bastard. Seeing Xuefan, Li Zhong was startled. It seemed he remembered who he was. Wei Qinshang spoke up, ordering the Weo military garrison to forbid fighting. Anyone who dared to act rashly would be beaten to death by the army. Hongwu angrily recounted how Xuefan, who looked so weak, could kill a drank king beast. He suspected him of cheating and wanted the army to investigate him. Wei Qinshang felt that Hongwu's words made sense and wanted to test Xuefan. Pu Pan thought to himself, weren't Wei Qinshang and the Li family always secretly fighting each other? Why did this guy want to favor Li Hongwu? Hongwu was defended, smiling slyly, wanting to overthrow Xuefan. Wei Qinshang wanted to check everyone here for cheating once. Xuefan and Pu Pan heard this and immediately agreed without any refusal. Hongwu was afraid that his cheating would be discovered. Li Zhong stood by, wanting to not investigate Hong Wu. Pu Hao knew what was going on and had no opinion. He trusted Piu Pan. Wei Chunshang first determined the score for the never-before-seen King Beast material with a score of 500. Zhou Fan's score quickly skyrocketed to 1310, reaching a new record for cooperative action. The crowd was amazed and praised the Mercenary Association for having another genius. Zhou Fan. Wei Chunshang patted Zhou Fan on the shoulder and praised him, saying that he was a formidable young man. Zhou Fan humbly said that he had done it thanks to luck. Wei Chunshang liked Zhou Fan very much and wanted to invite him to join the army. He needed talents like Zhou Fan, and promised that as soon as Zhou Fan joined, he would award him the rank of lieutenant colonel and place him in the army's elite training plan. The crowd was filled with jealousy when they saw that Commander-in-Chief Wei personally invited Zhou Fan and gave him many benefits. They discussed with each other about the plan to train military elites that would be extremely formidable, with only 100 people from all of China each year, the true seeds of war generals. Pu Hao saw this and joined in the fun, wanting to take Zhou Fan. The old fox Li Zhong stood from afar observing everything, pretending to be kind, and came forward, pretending to congratulate Piu Hao. No one knew what he was thinking, using the excuse that 3 days later, the Li family would hold a party to apologize for Hong Wu's rudeness and to celebrate the successful conclusion of the cooperation action, and wanted to invite everyone to attend. After saying that, the old man turned around and walked back. Hong Wu whispered to Li Zhong, saying that because of Zhou Fan and Piu Pan, he lost first place in this cooperation operation, and wanted him to deal with Zhou Fan. Li Zhong was frustrated and blamed Hong Wu for being useless. He did not expect that Zhou Hu's son Zhou Fan would still be alive and become as powerful as he is today. So he decided to carry out a plan to kill him. Pu Pan and Ji Zhang at this time advised Zhou Fan to go inside the Ghost Rain military base to receive the rare treasure reward in person. Zhou Fan finally succeeded. He suddenly wondered if he could get inside the base and touch the safe in the restricted area as his father had instructed. Zhou Fan and Piu Pan were taken to the Ghost Rain military base by car. The surrounding atmosphere was filled with solemnity and silence. Zhou Fan thought to himself that this place was indeed worthy of being called an important military zone, the number 1 or 2 military bases in southern China. The actual defenses were 10 times stricter than what he had observed in the past half-month. While Zhou Fan was admiring the size of the military zone, Piu Pan, who was sitting next to him, had already fallen asleep. Zhou Fan felt lucky that he didn't sneak in earlier, otherwise he would be dead now. The car finally arrived at the military base. Zhou Fan saw that there were a lot of people lining up here. He couldn't help but sigh that there were a lot of people who received the same reward points as him. Ji Zhang explained to him that those in the top 100 of the joint action would all receive awards from the military. Only the top 10 would receive generous rewards, while those in the bottom ranks would all count towards the participation award. Pu Pan laughed heartily, feeling that the participants did not lose out because other than the materials they collected, valuable parts of the monster's body could be sold for money without having to be handed over. A soldier came over and informed Zhou Fan's group to go to the gathering place of the top 10. Commander Wei would personally hand out the rewards. Zhou Fan's group went inside and met the Commander-in-Chief, who was waiting. He took out a safety consultant certificate and a check as a reward. Zhou Fan looked at the card, wondering if he could enter the restricted area of the base with it. Pu Pan looked at the check for 3 million and shouted happily. Ji Zhang, who was ranked second, received 2 million and was also very happy because with it he could have money to make Drank Starfall weapons. The two of them then looked at Zhou Fan's check, shouting in surprise when they saw the number was 8 million. This is too much. The first place reward of the previous cooperation actions was only 5 million at most. Wei Chunshang smiled lightly, saying that this was a reasonable reward for setting a new record as well as killing a Drank Monster King. He promised that if Zhou Fan was willing to join the army, the direct reward could be up to more than 10 million, as well as other generous benefits. Pu Pan looked at Wei Chunshang, thinking that he always wanted to undermine the Mercenary Association. Piu Pan told himself to keep a close eye on Zhou Fan, not letting Wei Chunshang drag Zhou Fan in, otherwise his father would beat him to death if he found out. Zhou Fan was very grateful for Wei Chunshang's favor. Pu Pan mentioned the matter of giving the special reward of rare treasure to Wei Chunshang. He immediately took it out and placed it in Zhou Fan's hand. Zhou Fan immediately opened the box. and a rare treasure with a shiny amber color spread out all around. Wei Chunshang explained that this was a rare treasure that had been discovered among the mutated plants in the past 2 years. It was extremely rare. The effects of the treasure were different for each person. He asked Zwafan to drink it immediately so that he could observe the situation and prevent any unexpected events from happening so that he could treat it on the spot. Zwafan turned pale, afraid that the treasure contained poison. Wei Chunshang just smiled. He was not sure that this rare treasure was not poisonous. It had just been discovered not long ago. The girl who seemed to be a doctor lifted her glasses and confirmed that the treasure used as a reward this time had been tested and would not cause any harm to the body. It was just that each person who drank the treasure would have a different level of improvement. She was here to collect timely data. Zwafan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought drinking the strange treasure would be life-threatening. He swallowed the rare treasure straight into his stomach, feeling nothing. Piu Pan was curious about its taste even though he had tried it before. But that was only once or twice, and it was the lowest franc. Such a rare drank treasure. Eve never even seen you, let alone drank it. Zwafan swallowed it, and the system in his body began to transform. The system confirmed that he was using a drank treasure, and began to transform 100 of its effects. Zwafan didn't understand what that meant. The system informed him that he had completed the transformation, gaining 20 more strength and 10 more recovery ability. His body had already reached a higher state. Just a drank rare treasure had made Zwafan's body this strong. It was truly a treasure. The female doctor wondered why this strange treasure increased her strength by 20 points, while other people who used the same thing only increased their strength by 13 points at most. Ji Zhang thought to himself that Zwafan had increased his strength by 20 points in one go, saving him a lot of time spent on hard training. For Starfall warriors, after reaching a high level, they need to continuously hunt monsters and cultivate combat skills to improve in all aspects. Rare treasures help to quickly improve strength, which is the dream and desire of every Starfall warrior, especially for Starfall warriors who are about to break through or are stagnating. Rare treasures are even more precious. Zwafan secretly wondered why they didn't mention the passive effect of his recovery being an additional 10. Could it be due to the special effect brought about by the 100 conversion process? Wei Chunshang saw that everything was fine, and wanted Zwafan to go with him to the restricted area of the base to choose a combat skill for the combat skill reward. Just waiting to hear that, Zwafan was very happy. Wei Chunshang led Zwafan, Ji Zhang and Piu Pan into the restricted area. Zwafan observed the place as he walked, realizing that the areas in the restricted area were divided in order of the numbers that came before them. He thought to himself that perhaps the safe his father was referring to would be deep in the restricted area, safe number 9963. Wei Chunshang led Zwafan and his group into a room. He began to explain to Piu Pan, Ji Zhang, reaching the top 10, the reward is a drank combat skill but can only choose one out of the 3 specified combat skills. Pu Pan was so excited he couldn't hold it in any longer. This is the National Armed Forces. The army holds the most dangerous combat skills. Even though it was appointed, this time the army has brought out the most powerful combat skills among the drank combat skills. Wei Chunshang gave a list of things to choose from, including sword skill, dagger skill, and movement skill. Pu Pan decided to choose dagger skill, a high-rank skill among the drank dagger skills that could help him make good use of his divine power. Ji Zhang chose the movement skill, and Zwafan, who was the first in this action cooperation and also broke the record for points, was given the reward. He was free to choose one of the skills from the army's drank combat skill list. Pu Pan and Ji Zhang heard this and were extremely jealous, feeling that the skills in their hands were no longer anything. The military system started to open up a lot of drank skills that made Zwafan dizzy. The price of drank skills in the exchange is very high. Every time a skill appears, the selling price is from tens of millions or more. Gale Axe Earth Destroyer is an advanced skill from Jiatan's specialty skill Gale Axe Mountain Destroyer. Northern Fire Punch combined with fire attribute gauntlets or armor can easily penetrate the defense of drank monsters. There were so many drank skills that Zwafan was confused about which one to choose. Suddenly he noticed the Flash Blade Shadow skill, a drank skill that combines sword and speed. When practiced to the proficient stage, the sword path becomes invisible as fast as light. Zwafan was overjoyed, feeling that if he had this skill, fighting the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King would have been smoother. He felt this skill was very suitable for him, so he decided to choose it. Seeing this, Jizhong warns Wufan in advance. Although Flash Blade Shadow was known as the #1 drank sword technique, its rules were comparable to many crank combat skills, but its cultivation was extremely difficult. Countless people had failed when cultivating it. He wanted Wufan to consider it carefully. Wufan still decided to choose it. He secretly thought that he already had the War God system that used attribute points to upgrade skills, so he didn't need to worry about the difficulty of cultivation. Wei Chunshang said that Flash Blade Shadow is a military-specific skill, and is not allowed to be passed on to the outside. Wufan and the other two quickly left in a moment. When leaving the room, Wufan curiously asked Jizhong where was behind him, and whether he could freely enter and exit the restricted areas of the base after becoming a security advisor. Jizhong explained to Wufan that even after becoming a security advisor, one still had to ask for permission to enter restricted areas. On the other side, one had to be promoted to War General to enter rooms 80 and above. Rooms from room 80 onwards in the restricted area have a War General training ground, which is extremely high level. If Wufan can successfully break through to War General with the position of safety advisor, he can request permission to enter there to train periodically. Only the army has a War General training ground. Piu Pan secretly wishes that in the future, when he reaches War General strength, he will go there to experience it. Wufan heard and was secretly happy. As long as he became a War General, he could go deep into the forbidden area. A moment later at the Jining Mercenary Association building, Wufan and Piu Pan are being praised on stage for making the association proud. Wufan was awarded an additional 12 million by Piu Hao, making him very happy because of Piu Pan's father's generosity. Pu Pan was eager to eat the Wolf King's meat and wanted to invite Wufan to come over and eat with him. Wufan promised he would come later. All he wanted to do now was practice Flash Blade Shadow first. He left without saying a word to Jia, making her feel a little sad. Pu Pan told Piu how all the bad things the Li family had done to him, making him extremely angry. Pu Pan praised Wufan. Thanks to him he was able to return. Pu Hao was extremely angry, vowing to thoroughly deal with the Li family and the cowardly Li Hongwu. Wufan was now in the training ground. He mentally calculated that he still had 33 attribute points left to distribute. If you add in mental strength, physical strength, and power to break through to high-level Starfall warrior, there are still 2 points missing. System notifications: Wufan has reached the beginner level of Flash Blade Shadow. He decided to test its power. Wufan just swung his sword. Power suddenly surged. Wufan felt that the power and speed of the bone penetration sword had increased by 20, even though this was only at the beginner level. The sound of the sword swing is also much softer, which is very useful when facing enemies. He activated double slash, slashing continuously, swinging the sword 20 times. The chance of activating double slash is exactly 5. If activated during actual combat, it can win unexpectedly. Wufan felt that his swordsmanship skills were indeed drank. Even though he was only a beginner, his strength had already increased by 30. If he were to face the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King now, he felt that he could definitely beat him. His physical strength recovered very quickly. Due to the effect of the 10 recovery, his fighting strength increased again. After testing his strength, Wufan next wanted to go and handle the spoils of this cooperation operation, hoping to sell them for a fair amount of money. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jia and Piu Pan standing outside waiting for him. Jia was furious. Wufan returned without even saying hello and left. Wufan was embarrassed and could only scratch his head, defending himself by saying that he wanted to buy her a gift. Piu Pan immediately realized that he was lying. Wufan took out the thing he picked up from Ghost Rain Mountain and pretended it was a gift for Jia. Jia didn't think much and immediately took it. Pu Pan looked on in amazement. He didn't expect that just a stone could make Jia so happy. He probably needed to learn a lot from Wufan. Jia pulled Wufan along with her. This was the Wu Wei apartment in Jining City, the safest residential area in the city. A small town that could prevent waves of beast attacks. Wufan followed, admiring this place. Pu Pan explained to Wufan that this was the safest place outside of the headquarters of the 3 major powers. Many people in Jining City coveted this place to live, but 70 of the real estate here was provided to elite members of the Mercenary Association. Fan looked around. The teacher had a dedicated training ground for Starfall soldiers, very complete. The house price must be very high. After the apocalypse, residential areas with defensive shields were very popular. After all, life was the most precious thing. Fan secretly thought that the price of houses in the vicinity of the city center was already 200,000 per square meter. This Wu Wei residential area is probably double or higher. A house of 100 square meters costs 4,050 million. Fan feels lucky that he is single. With the money in hand, he can't even buy half of a house of 100 square meters. Suddenly a very familiar figure passed by Fan, causing him to turn around to look. The three of them walked to a mansion, and a man came out to greet them. It turned out that this was the house where Fan could stay for free. If he wanted to stay in Jining City, he could take this house. Ru Jia gave him extremely good treatment, hoping he could join the mercenary association. Fan could not believe his eyes, looking closely at the massive house. The total area of this villa must be up to 400 square meters. The house price must be more than 200 million. Fan was very touched by what Ru Jia and Piu Pan did for him. Saying thank you, Ru Jia smiled, wanting to go shopping with Fan to prepare to attend the Li family party 2 days later. Ru Jia, after a while of shopping, the pile of bags made Fan and Piu Pan sweat while carrying. 3 days later at the Li family headquarters, Fan, dressed neatly, stepped out of a luxury car. Stopped at the door. He looked different. The Li family mansion was now decorated extremely splendidly, with many people dressed neatly and gathered. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Fan, Ru Jia, and Piu Pan also arrived and couldn't help but admire the lavishness of the Li family's banquet. He really spent too much money, extremely ostentatious and grand. Ru Jia chuckled, revealing that if the leader of the joint operation was Li Hongwu, the party would be twice as big. He had always been a very dominant player. 5 years ago, when they first arrived in Jining City, the Li family wasn't very powerful. They spent money to recruit soldiers and expand their influence to reach the scale they have today. Fan suddenly thought that the huge sum of money the Li family had obtained was the reward for Li Zhong's false accusation against his father in the military court. He felt that there were many suspicious points in the accusation against his father. But at that time he was too young, and there were many things he could not interfere with. Li Hongwu looked down and recognized Fan. He was so angry that his hands clenched into fists. He held a grudge against Fan because of him. He couldn't get first place. A man who appeared to be a member of the Li family saw this, and confirmed with Hongwu that it was Fan who killed Li Qing and Li Qi. His anger also began to boil over, wanting to deal with Fan on the grounds that the Starfall Warriors party did not prohibit fair fights. Ji Zhang was chatting with his friends at the party. They said some insulting things to Fan, which made Ji Zhang very upset. Suddenly, the man from earlier, Li Rong, appeared right in front of the crowd. Ru Jia and Piu Pan were very surprised to see him appear. Fan still didn't know who Li Rong was. He only felt that his aura was extremely powerful. Pu Pan warned Fan that he is Li Rong, the leader of the Li family twin snakes, and that he should be careful of him. He is the Li family grizzly bear, Li Rong, one of the Li family's strongest Starfall warriors. Li Rong approached Fan to confirm, wanting to compete with him to add to the fun of the party. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly became excited. Pu Pan gently touched Fan's hand, not wanting him to accept because this Li Rong was one of the strongest Starfall warriors of the Li family. His strength was extremely terrifying. Hongwu appeared out of nowhere, provoking Fan, who was a top-notch genius in action cooperation. How could he not dare to accept the challenge despite breaking the record score? Hongwu continuously mocked Fan, hoping to force him to accept the challenge. Fan was not angry at all. He only arrogantly replied that he did not want to kill Li Rong, afraid of offending the Li family. Hongwu pretended to be magnanimous, willing to admit defeat if Fan had that ability. The crowd suddenly became excited as the match between Li Rong and Fan was about to take place. Li Rong started to warm up, looking extremely combative. The two started the fight in a large space with a lot of spectators around. Fan saw that Li Rong's aura was very heavy, and estimated that his strength definitely far surpassed Li Qi and Li Qing. Li Rong immediately jumped up, using his hammer to aim straight at Fan. Fan nimbly dodged, feeling that the power of this hammer strike was stronger than he expected, and the speed was also very fast. Li Rong took the hammer and charged at Zhuo Fan again. He used the rank battle technique Chasing Wind Double Smash, which was extremely powerful. Both of them used all their fighting skills. Li Rong saw Zhuo Fan block his proficient stage Chasing Wind Double Smash and praised him for his strength. He started to warn Zhuo Fan that he would attack harder. Ru Jia and Piu Pan stood outside watching, worried about Zhuo Fan. The crowd outside was talking again. They thought that Li Rong was very strong, able to cultivate rank battle skills to the proficient stage. Ru Jia heard this and was afraid that something would happen to Zhuo Fan, and wanted him to stop. Hong Wu continued to provoke. Zhuo Fan admitting defeat easily would cause the Mercenary Association to lose face. Pu Pan was extremely angry with Hong Wu. Zhuo Fan tugged at his sleeves, thinking to himself, this Li Rong was stronger than he thought, but he was confident in his strength. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat him. He wanted to win decisively and convincingly, so he had to explode. The system appeared. Zhuo Fan began to change. Willow Flash leveled up to proficient stage. Flash Blade Shadow turned into beginner. A huge force erupted from Zhuo Fan, causing Li Rong to fall to the point of screaming for help. Li Rong was knocked down by the force and died on the spot. System notifications: Zhuo Fan has defeated high-leveled Starfall warrior, gaining 3 attribute points. Zhuo Fan unleashed a terrifying power that could not be stopped. How super was he? The crowd witnessing that scene could not help but be terrified. Seeing Li Rong killed by him in the blink of an eye, they were stunned. Ru Jia also couldn't believe his eyes that Zhuo Fan was so formidable. The old lady recognized Zhuo Fan's previous sword strike as a Flash Blade Shadow. He wondered if Zhuo Fan had just received that skill for more than 3 days. Yet he was able to master a drank sword technique in such a short time. Ji Zhang was also surprised, thinking to himself that Zhuo Fan mastered Flash Blade Shadow in 3 days. He was truly an extraordinary talent, and that was why Commander-in-Chief Wei valued him so much. Hong Wu broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Li Rong die. Extremely scared, a strong voice rang out. Li Zhong now appeared. He still appeared with an arrogant look, making everyone turn to look. Li Hong Wu added fuel to the fire, saying that it was Zhuo Fan who killed Li Rong. After hearing this, his eyes turned red and he fiercely charged at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan, who had hated him for a long time, did not hesitate to draw his weapon. Suddenly, Piu Hao appeared from nowhere and took the blow for Zhuo Fan. The 2 streams of power collided, creating a stream of air that forced the witnesses to cover their faces. The atmosphere was chaotic. Rocks and dirt were falling everywhere. Zhuo Fan felt that Piu Hao's strength was very terrifying, completely surpassing the level of Starfall warriors. He must be a war general rank expert. After a while of fighting, Li Zhong had to give up on Piu Hao. He cursed angrily under his breath. He felt that Zhuo Fan's strength was extremely strong. He wanted to eliminate this threat, wanted to kill Zhuo Fan here even if he had to confront the Mercenary Association. Wei Chunshang was also present. Li Zhong lost and angrily turned away, vowing not to let Zhuo Fan off. Zhuo Fan thanked Piu Hao for helping him. Pu Hao smiled modestly, very fond of Zhuo Fan, wanting him to call him Uncle Hao. The two became close to each other, shaking hands happily. Ji Zhang's friends who had been mocking Zhuo Fan earlier were now also gaping. Ji Zhang felt that Zhuo Fan was truly a terrifying genius, which gave him more motivation to strive and break through to the war general level. He admired Zhuo Fan very much. After everything ended, everyone left the Li family mansion together. Zhuo Fan felt that his current strength was still not enough to deal with the Li family. He needed to quickly become stronger. As soon as Zhuo Fan's group's car left, a woman's figure passed by. At this moment, Li Zhong and Li Hongwu were extremely angry with Zhuo Fan. Li Zhong felt that Li Rong was an elite with the potential to break through to war general. Yet he died in Zhuo Fan's hands. Hongwu was equally angry, affirming that Zhuo Fan was the enemy of the Li family and must be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Li Zhong. He painfully covered his face. Li Zhong's face turned purple as he scolded Hongwu. He had spent so much effort on him to help him in the joint operation. Yet Li Hongwu couldn't even get first place. Despite being provided with so many training resources, he still couldn't beat Zhuo Fan. Li Zhong did not want to be like before, bowing and kneeling to the Zhou family. Hearing this, Hong Wu remembered that Zhou Fan was the son of the Zhou family, and angrily wondered why he wasn't dead yet. Li Zhong's face darkened as he explained how many years the Li family had been in Jining City. His plan had reached its final stages and there could be no mistakes. He said that Zhou Fan was a threat and that if he stayed in Jining City, he had to be eliminated at all costs. Hong Wu bowed to Li Zhong, vowing to kill Zhou Fan. In the dead of night, the mysterious woman from earlier appeared again. She silently called Li Zhong's name. A week later, Zhou Fan was busy practicing swordsmanship. Even though his strength was already very strong, Zhou Fan still felt that he was still far behind. He opened the system. His current strength was enough to crush most of the high-leveled Starfall warriors, but the gap with the war general was still very large. He felt that in order to deal with the Li family, especially that old bastard Li Zhong, his ability had to at least reach war general rank. Except for agility, his mental and physical abilities were all far from the 100 mark. Leveling up skills also requires attribute points. This part of Zhou Fan is still very lacking. Suddenly Ru Jia appeared, saying that the guild leader had arranged for Zhou Fan to join a hunting squad, and wanted him to quickly meet his teammates. Ru Jia led Zhou Fan into a room where many people were already waiting. Pu Pan saw the two of them coming and waved slightly. Zhou Fan looked around, wondering if this was the hunting team he was about to join. The perception system began to scan the people sitting in front of Zhou Fan. That was Chu Feng of the Sword Hunt Squad, a high-leveled advanced peak Starfall warrior whose weapon was a shield and broadsword. And this is Gan Chi, a scout of the Sword Hunt Squad, a high-leveled Starfall warrior with weapons such as short swords and crossbows. Over there is Xian Jian, the captain, the main damage dealer of the Sword Hunt Squad with the strength of a novice warlord. His weapon is a great sword. This is the number 1 squad of the Jining City Mercenary Association, the Sword Hunt Squad. Pu Pan introduced the group to Zhou Fan, jokingly calling them uncles and old men, causing the group to stretch their muscles. Zhou Fan looked at the group of people joking around carefully, feeling that they weren't too bad. Xian Jian spoke softly to Zhou Fan, saying that he had just been recommended by the guild leader Piu Hao as a new member for the squad. Xian Jian warned Zhou Fan in advance that the Sword Hunt Squad's hunting location was the area where drank monsters appeared in Ghost Rain Mountain, not the small places like in the joint operation. He threatened Zhou Fan and Piu Pan that if they couldn't quickly become eligible members of the squad, he would kick them out. Zhou Fan heard that, and promised that he would adapt quickly and not become a burden to the team. Chu Feng put his arm around Piu Pan's shoulder, and gently told Zhou Fan that there was no need to be so nervous. Xian Jian had already taken care of the monster killing. Zhou Fan and Piu Pan just needed to pay attention to protecting themselves. Pu Pan confidently thought that Chu Feng had underestimated them. Drank monsters were nothing to them. Xian Jian waved his hand, mobilizing everyone to set off towards Ghost Rain Mountain. Just then, they had to set off on a hunt. Zhou Fan felt that this Captain Xian Jian was very quick to act. We all got in the car and left for the mountains at dusk. Ghost Rain Mountain is much scarier at night than during the day. Driving a large vehicle like an armored vehicle makes it easy for monsters to target you. Gan Chi smiled and said that driving such a large vehicle was the way high-level hunting teams operated, waiting for the monster to arrive to save time searching for the monster's whereabouts. The car went deeper inside. Suddenly something shot out continuously. Gan Chi was like lightning. He shot out of the car and struck continuously. Pu Pan recognized these as tail for arrows. That is the drank tail arrow fox monster. An extremely large fox. It is radiating its power. Xian Jian sat in the carriage and quickly called Zhou Fan and Piu Pan to come down and fight it as members of the Sword Hunt Squad. Compared to other drank monsters, the tail arrow fox was very weak. If they could kill it, Zhou Fan and Piu Pan would be qualified to become members of the squad. Pu Pan realized this was the test to join the army. Chu Feng felt that this test was a bit harsh. Gan Chi also felt the same way, as if Xian Jian didn't want Zhou Fan and Piu Pan to join the team, so he made such a move. Xian Jian tilted his head slightly, feeling that Zhou Fan and Piu Pan were still only intermediate rank Starfall warriors after all. No matter how formidable their talents were, it was difficult to be certain about their combat power. Even if they kill the tail arrow fox, if they bring 2 weights to kill high-leveled monsters, The Sword Hunt Squad is not a babysitter. Zwafan and Piu-pan were now busy working together to kill the monster. Pu-pan ran, angry because the other team looked down on his strength. He fought fiercely, using heavenly granted divine power. The monster roared fiercely, using great force to dodge very quickly. Zwafan felt that although its attack power was still only that of a drank monster, the power of the tail arrow fox lay in its extremely fast speed, and its continuous attacks made it difficult for people to guard against. He felt that a direct, brute force attack like Piu-pan's could still be considered an effective way to deal with the monster. Once they got close to it, Piu-pan would definitely win. Pu-pan charged forward, attacking the monster, causing it to flip over. Zwafan stood by and observed, feeling that the power of the attack Piu-pan had just unleashed might have reached the realm of a high-leveled advanced peak Starfall warrior, secretly praising Piu-pan's heavenly granted divine power. Pu-pan continued to chase the beast, not letting it escape, and it was finally defeated. Zwafan happily praised Piu-pan. The other group of people also appeared, praising Piu-pan's ability. Xian Jian wanted to see Zwafan's true strength again. Ganqi didn't question it, feeling that Piu-pan was so arrogant yet so obedient to Zwafan. Zwafan must also have extremely powerful abilities. The group was looking forward to witnessing Zwafan's abilities. The beast was killed by Piu-pan. Suddenly Zwafan noticed something in the distance. It was the two drank monsters, Iron Thorn Chameleon, that startled Zwafan and Piu-pan. Two monsters with long tongues and disgusting thorny bodies charged straight at Zwafan and Piu-pan. Ganqi and Chufeng standing on the tree were also startled and prepared to go save Zwafan and Piu-pan. Xian Jian rushed down to help Zwafan, but was stunned by the sight of Zwafan using his sword with endless power to continuously slash at the gecko. Iron Thorn Chameleon, the eyes are their weak point, your attacks aim straight at its eyes. Zwafan realized that this monster's speed was very fast, and it had the ability to change color and run away. If he didn't give it a fatal blow to make it run away, it would be very troublesome. Zwafan started to activate the special effect Flash Blade Shadow. Double slash. Immediately both beasts had to fall. Zwafan again easily dealt with two drank beasts. He smiled happily, feeling that he had not felt it when he killed Li Rong before. Now he could feel that his strength had really increased greatly compared to when he participated in the cooperative operation. Pu-pan ran over from afar, praising Zwafan for killing these two difficult-to-deal-with Iron Thorn chameleons with just one move. Ganqi and Chufeng observed from afar, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Zwafan had killed two Iron Thorn chameleons. His speed was very fast, not inferior to some general-rank war warriors. The attack power of his sword technique was also very strong, able to deliver such a fatal blow. Xian Jian couldn't help but frown, feeling that Zwafan's speed was even faster than the Iron Thorn Chameleon's blade attack. His movement skill Willow Flash had to at least reach the proficient stage, and that drank sword skill was already at a good level. Xian Jian recognized Zwafan as an outstanding genius, understanding why the guild leader Piu Hao wanted to let both of them join his squad. Ganqi and Chufeng were also very happy to have Zwafan on the team. With the addition of the main damage dealer, Xian Jian's burden would also be reduced. It was already dark. Zwafan and Piu-pan returned to the car. Xian Jian apologized to both of them for their arrogance earlier and welcomed them both to join the sword hunt squad. Zwafan happily shook hands with Xian Jian and continued the journey with the group. Throughout the journey, the group continued to confront many monsters, combining very well, and attribute points increased continuously. Zwafan was happy and couldn't help but sigh. The sword hunt team was indeed a team led by a novice warlord. They had already harvested a lot in 3 days. He felt that the monster materials obtained from the hunt alone were worth more than 1 million. The team formed by the high-leveled Starfall warriors was truly a money-printing machine. Zwafan also gained a lot of attribute points. In just 3 short days he had already gained nearly 100 attribute points. He thought that he still couldn't advance to a high-leveled Starfall warrior. If he didn't kill a dranked monster he wouldn't get any more level-up points. He needed to be a little more modest because increasing his strength too quickly would easily attract the attention of others. Xian Jian told Zwafan to rest quickly. Otherwise he would not have time to sleep if he encountered a group of drank monsters or war general level monsters. Hearing about the novice warlord level monster, Zwafan was slightly surprised. Xi and Jian explained that the group was now at the border between the red zone and the yellow zone. They could encounter drank monsters at any time, and even encounter novice warlord level monsters. The group's target was definitely a novice warlord level monster. This type of monster was extremely valuable. Just the raw materials alone would cost over 100 million. Zuofan heard about the random sale, which was worth over 100 million, hoping to kill a few and become rich overnight, which made Chu Feng laugh happily after hearing it. Chu Feng explained to Zuofan that the general rank war beasts were extremely terrifying. If his squad encountered one, they would have to fight for at least a few days. Furthermore, in the same area it was very difficult to have a second novice warlord. Xi and Jian continued, wanting to ask Chu Feng and Zuofan to help kill the novice warlord monster when he encountered it, helping Xi and Jian use it as a springboard to break through to the war general realm. Zuofan heard about being able to level up to war general and couldn't help but wonder. Gong Qi returned from scouting the forest, reporting that a large wave of monsters was about to arrive, ready for battle. It was a whole pack of blizzard snow mastiffs, drank monsters, coming in droves. The whole group stood up, ready to fight. Xi and Jian told Zuofan and Piu Pan to pay attention to the battle formation, and not let the blizzard snow mastiffs separate, as it would be very dangerous. This was a fierce battle, so they had to prepare carefully and use all their strength. They also had to pay attention to the mutated blizzard snow mastiffs. The blizzard snow mastiff is notorious for its madness, and this beast always acts in packs, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The more complicated the version is, the easier it is to mutate. When affected by fierce battles, they will evolve more easily than other types of monsters. Among the crank mutated monsters, the novice warlord level in Ghost Rain Mountain 2 this year, about half are blizzard snow mastiff. Xi and Jian ordered that every single blizzard snow mastiff must be killed, warning Zuofan and Piu Pan to work closely together and pay attention to safety. They were coming in droves. The group prepared for battle. The beasts charged towards the group aggressively. Each person divided a different area, left and right together, killing the monsters, not leaving any gaps. These beasts were indeed extremely aggressive. They did not hesitate to charge forward continuously, forcing Piu Pan to defend continuously without stopping. Their attack power was so strong that Piu Pan was sweating. Blizzard Snow Mastiff was unlike other monsters. Once it set its sights on its prey, it would go berserk. This berserk state was like a rabid dog, and at the same time, it allowed them to unleash their full power. Zuofan used his sword to slash continuously, helping Piu Pan. He felt that although the attack of the Blizzard Snow Mastiffs was terrifying, it also had openings that could be dealt with by a combat squad. However, if there was only one person fighting, even a general rank war expert would be exhausted facing a pack of beasts like this. Zuofan slashed with his sword continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. Zuofan thought to himself that if he could defeat all these Blizzard Snow Mastiffs, the attribute points he would gain would be enough to max out his battle skill proficiency. Gong Qi hid behind the wall, holding his sword fiercely, wanting to sneak attack Zuofan. Unfortunately for him, as he was about to make his move, a monster suddenly jumped down from above, charging straight at him. Zuofan quickly slashed through the beast's body in a flash, causing Gong Qi to sweat. He felt lucky that he hadn't acted rashly earlier. Zuofan's strength increased day by day, making Xi and Jian feel lucky to have accepted him into his team. The monsters were quickly destroyed one by one under the group's swords. Suddenly the place where they were standing exploded. A fire broke out. This was very dangerous because it could cause mutations in the monsters. The one who caused this was Li Hongwu. He set the fire to kill Zuofan. Zuofan and Piu Pan were furious and cursed the Li family for being cowardly and backstabbing. With fire, the monster suddenly mutated and charged towards the team. Zuofan quickly ran over and pulled Chu Feng away from its claws. This is the novice warlord level Blizzard Snow Mastiff. Its speed is extremely agile. Mutated monsters are equivalent to a reincarnation. Their combat power will increase greatly. The impact during battle, fatal wounds plus hot weapons like grenades and bombs have promoted the mutation to occur. Hongwu smiled sarcastically, wanting to wait to pick up Zuofan's body. Xi and Jian takes on the task of confronting the mutated beast, which seems to be too strong for him to defeat. In a battle of the same level, monsters will usually gain an advantage over humans. Suddenly Xi and Jian's body changed a bit, Perhaps he was about to break through to war general rank. Ganqi saw this and thought about something with a gloomy face. Xianjian was also a genius before, but because he protected his teammate who was seriously injured, he was left with aftereffects. Since then, he has been stuck in the general war rank and cannot increase anymore. Xianjian has been fighting formidable monsters all these years because he wants to reach the war general realm through fighting. Now Xianjian is about to break through. Suddenly, Xianjian was stabbed in the back by Ganqi. He was the traitor, the spy of the Li family. How terrifying. Xianjian was ambushed by Ganqi and collapsed, his body seriously injured. Chu Feng ordered Piu Pan to bandage Xianjian's wound, and together with Zuofan continued to fight against the mutating beast. Ganqi is truly an ungrateful person, taking advantage of Xianjian's carelessness to stab him in the back. Hongwu laughed smugly, saying that Ganqi was originally a pawn of the Li family and the Mercenary Association, and now it had been exposed. He put all the blame on Zuofan. As he spoke, he waved his hand to order his comrades to start attacking. Smiling maliciously, his companions heard the command and continuously shot arrows towards Zuofan's group. Zuofan and Chu Feng fought the monsters while also having to resist the attacks of the Hongwu group, and were soon exhausted. Chu Feng was injured and was counterattacked by the monster. So he ordered Zuofan and Piu Pan to bring the captain to break through the encirclement. Pu Pan didn't want to leave Chu Feng behind, he wanted to kill them with him. Chu Feng angrily wanted Piu Pan to listen to him. He knew that no one could beat this mutated blizzard snow mastiff. He wanted Piu Pan to follow his words. Chu Feng felt that he had never been very fast, and felt that going with everyone would only get them involved. He wanted everyone to tell Xianjian on his behalf that he would avenge Xianjian's life this time. Then both will be even. With that, the monsters charged. Zuofan did not do as Chu Feng said. He knocked Chu Feng unconscious and used bone penetration to slash him. Zuofan asked Piu Pan to quickly take the captain and Chu Feng away, and leave the matter here to him. Pu Pan calmly did as Zuofan said, quickly taking the other two away. Left alone, Zuofan continued to slash at the ferocious monsters. Zuofan secretly thought that it was fortunate that he had a large number of attribute points. After breaking through to a high-leveled Starfall warrior and increasing his strength to 99 points, he was able to withstand the attack of this mutated monster. Zuofan swung his sword continuously, and his attribute points gradually increased. But Zuofan also thought about how his strength was still weak during the collision just now, and felt that the novice warlord-level monster was truly terrifying. If he continued to fight, he had absolutely no chance of winning. The system informed Zuofan that his current level could no longer increase his strength. He felt that if he dragged on any longer, he would definitely fall into a double encirclement. The beasts continued to charge at Zuofan and showed no signs of stopping. Zuofan planned to break through the encirclement, but the speed of the beast was too fast. Fearing that he would be caught up, Zuofan, with his habit of holding back points, upgraded his Willow Flash skill to a perfect rank. The wolf howled, as if doing so on purpose so that other beasts could hear. For lower-level monsters, novice warlord monsters have the same domination ability as the leader, able to control other monsters. The low-level monsters heard the command and began to flock over. Now that trouble was mounting for Zuofan, he planned to quickly reunite with Piu Pan. Hongwu estimated that Zuofan would probably be dead by now at the hands of the monsters. He wanted to wait 2 more days to return and find Zuofan's body, wanting to chop and crush Zuofan's body. Pu Pan brought Chu Feng and Xianjian out of the encirclement, but got stuck at a dead end. Chu Feng woke up, felt he still had strength, and wanted Piu Pan to carry Xianjian up the cliff because it was safe there. Suddenly something appeared. It turned out to be a flock of tail arrow foxes. If you climb the mountain in this situation, you will become a fat prey for the monsters, unable to escape. Pu Pan wanted to stand up for Chu Feng. He felt that he was the son of the Jining City tiger Piu Hao. If he ran away like this, he would have no face to face anyone when he returned. Pu Pan shouted, both attacking and defending against the power released by the monsters. But they were too numerous and strong, making it difficult for Piu Pan to defend, unable to resist. Zuofan appeared in time, supporting Piu Pan with lightning-fast sword strikes. Zuofan's timely appearance surprised Piu Pan and Chu Feng with his agility. Zuofan, with a raging power spreading throughout his body, glared at the monsters as if he wanted to fight to the death. He thought to himself that after breaking through to high-level Starfall warrior, killing Drank monsters only gave him 1 attribute point. Zwafan blamed himself for the Sword Hunt squad falling into this dangerous situation. He absolutely would not let Hongwu and the Li family off. The monsters seemed tireless, still charging forward ferociously. Zwafan slashed continuously, blocking their continuous attacks. He thought that after becoming a high-level Starfall warrior, his bonus latent abilities had increased greatly. In addition, his strength and agility had reached the peak of a high-level warrior. Dealing with these Drank monsters had suddenly become a piece of cake. With Zwafan's current abilities, even if it was the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King from before, if he wanted to defeat it, it wouldn't be too difficult. Pu Pan and Chu Feng could not believe that the person in front of them was Zwafan. His strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Blizzard Snow Mastiff is a very vengeful creature. It will hate those who killed its kind to the core. The level of vengeance of Blizzard Snow Mastiff after mutating to Novice Warlord is even more terrible. It will not stop until it dies. Zwafan estimated that he could not confront the beast's head-on right now, and had to quickly retreat first. Zwafan carried Xian Jian on his back, with Pu Pan and Chu Feng following behind, climbing up the cliff. The furious beasts could not climb up the cliff, howling loudly along with Zwafan's group. They reached the top of the cliff after climbing for a while. Fortunately, Xian Jian and Chu Feng's injuries were not too serious. Zwafan blamed himself again, vowing to destroy the Li family. Chu Feng comforted Zwafan that this incident was not his fault, because the Mercenary Association had always been at odds with the Li family, and the conflict had never ended. What he did not expect was that Gan Chi had betrayed his team. Pu Pan was furious and full of anger, swearing that when he returned he would avenge today's revenge. Chu Feng praised Zwafan, wanting to know if he had reached the advanced peak of Starfall high-leveled warrior. Pu Pan blamed Zwafan for hiding from his brothers the fact that he had achieved such great strength. Zwafan scratched his head in embarrassment, humbly denying that he had become a high-leveled advanced peak Starfall warrior. It was all thanks to his rapid battle technique cultivation speed and Willow Flash reaching the proficient stage. Flash Blade Shadow was about to enter the competent stage. After hearing Zwafan's words, both of them stiffened, their limbs trembling slightly because Zwafan's level-up speed was too fast. Starfall warriors, in addition to physical qualities and weapons, still rely on combat skills to increase their combat power. For normal Starfall warriors, upgrading combat skills is much more difficult than increasing physical qualities. Chu Feng scratched his head, feeling that if he could cultivate an rank movement skill to the proficient stage, combined with his own defense, that mutated Blizzard Snow Mastiff would definitely not be able to do anything to him. Pu Pan smiled and boasted about Zwafan to Chu Feng, looking extremely pleased. Suddenly they saw Xian Jian's body change strangely. Chu Feng secretly thought that maybe Xian Jian was about to break through to the War General rank. If that was the case, then it would be a good thing. Pu Pan felt that if Xian Jian rose to War General rank, he could find Li Hongwu and settle the score. Warriors believe that when they break through to the War General, their combat power will skyrocket. In any city, the War General rank master is the one with the top combat power. When Xian Jian was young, during the beast attack, he was severely injured while covering for his teammates. This left a mark on him, making his hopes of breaking through to the General War dim. After forming the sword hunting squad, they hunted in the Ghost Rain Mountains all year round, and Xian Jian was always the most enthusiastic one. He wanted to use this to train himself and break through to the General War. Chu Feng saw that Xian Jian was about to break through and was so happy that he cried. He thought that after Xian Jian's serious injury, there would be no hope of him becoming a war general, but unexpectedly Xian Jian's breakthrough process was still not interrupted. It was considered a blessing in disguise. Chu Feng encouraged Zwafan that perhaps it wouldn't be long before Zwafan also broke through to War General. Pu Pan laughed, feeling that in a squad with 2 War General rank experts, at that time their Sword Hunt squad would truly become a War General squad. Zwafan asked Chu Feng, "Is it possible that the only way to break through to War General is by fighting powerful monsters?" Chu Feng calmly explained, "Fighting powerful monsters is a well-known way to break through to War General. It is the most commonly used way, but it is not the only way." Chu Feng wanted Zwafan to understand clearly that, in fact, humans breaking through to War General was just like mutated monsters. After the apocalypse, all life forms in this world are mutating. including humans. The rate of mutation increases when monsters are stimulated, and Starfall warriors use fierce battles as a stepping stone to break through to higher levels. The same principle applies. The changes in this world are still ongoing. As for whether there are other ways to break through to War General, it is unknown. Zwafan secretly planned to wait until all the stats reached 99 and then see if the War God system would provide any clues, but unfortunately, Zwafan was already a high-leveled Starfall warrior. It was very difficult to gain attribute points from fighting beyond his level. Later on, the attribute point speed would decrease a lot. Suddenly a lot of fox eagles came. This was a sign that trouble was about to happen. Air monsters are much harder to deal with than ground monsters. The monsters from above rushed towards Zwafan's group. They split into 3 directions, surprising Zwafan, and it seemed like something was not right. Pooh Pan assisted Zwafan in defense, while Zwafan was in charge of the main attack. He realized that these birds knew how to attack weak spots, prioritizing the wounded first, clearly not easy to deal with. Chu Feng also acknowledged that the speed of bird-like monsters was much faster than monsters of the same level, and their vision was also wide, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Drank fox eagles were even more troublesome, with a cunning nature and never acted alone. Bo Ban was tired and felt that this place was too empty, so he wanted to find a cave to hide in. Chu Feng thought that the most troublesome thing about bird-like monsters like fox eagles was their group attacks. Perhaps their nest was nearby. He thought that the group had been noticed, and moving around on their own would be even more dangerous, so staying and fighting would be safe for the time being. Zwafan agreed with Chu Feng's opinion. Attracting the attention of a bird-like beast like this was originally the job of an elite scout like Gon Chi. He currently did not have a long-range weapon in his hands. Speaking of long-range weapons, Zwafan suddenly had a thought. The 3 bird monsters charged at them ferociously. Chu Feng distributed his teammates and formed a defensive line, which could hold out for a while. He wanted to wait for Xian Jian to wake up, as the speed of a war general rank expert was enough to deal with these furry monsters. Zwafan now swung the rope, the sharp tip piercing straight into the beast's body. Chu Feng was surprised, not knowing what kind of weapon Zwafan was using. It turned out that he had used the binding rope obtained from the battle with Li Qing and Li Qi, and quickly used it. Zwafan swung the rope, knocking down 2 at once. 1 fox eagle escaped. Chu Feng was afraid and wanted Zwafan to chase and kill the remaining fox eagle. If he let it fly back to its lair, he would be in big trouble. Zwafan quickly ran after the beast, ordering Pooh Pan to take care of Xian Jian and Chu Feng. With lightning speed, he chased after the monster. He looked at the monster, secretly guessing that at this rate, it probably wouldn't be able to hold on any longer because it had lost too much blood. He planned to use a rope to tie it up and kill it when it fell to the ground, but the more he chased after it, the more Zwafan felt that this area was quite familiar. The opportunity came. The tired beast staggered a bit. Zwafan immediately used the rope to stab it. He felt that even though he was the main damage dealer in the team, he was still as accurate as ever, not regressing at all. After killing the beast, a cave appeared in front of Zwafan, which looked like the fox eagle's lair. Zwafan carefully observed inside and discovered that this was the cave where the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King used to live, which was why Zwafan felt that this place was quite familiar. But he could no longer feel that terrifying aura. Could it be that the War General rank monster was no longer here? There was a flash of light that looked very much like the light of a magical treasure. It seemed that the giant tree in front of Zwafan had mutated and given birth to a strange treasure, which was why it attracted so many monsters to occupy this place. Zwafan guessed that the strange treasure formed from such a giant mutated tree root was definitely not just Drank. It could even be Crank. If it was a real Crank rare treasure, it would be a priceless treasure. With Zwafan's current strength, he would be able to probe it. The fox eagles guarding the cave smelled the strange scent mixed with the flying feathers and immediately left the cave, being killed instantly by Zwafan. After dealing with them, Zwafan felt relieved and went down to check. The animal rope was really convenient. It could help Zwafan move down to the cave safely. The area of this tree's canopy seemed to be on par with an entire small town. Zwafan wondered what level this giant mutant tree was. Zwafan got closer and closer to the blue light, discovering that it was actually a Crank rare treasure. The Drank rare treasure gave Zwafan 20 more strength and 10 more recovery ability. If that's the case, then the effect of the Crank rare treasure would be even more terrifying. even breaking through to the war general realm. Guarding that treasure is the leader of the Fox Eagles, who is sleeping soundly. It is a general rank war beast, the monster kings of the Fox Eagles. This terrifying aura was definitely a war general rank. Zhuofan's current strength had no chance of winning against it. Zhuofan felt the pressure of the crank monster, which was many times stronger than the mutated blizzard snow mastiff. He secretly thought that even if he added up all the remaining attribute points, he still wouldn't be able to be an opponent, but he was unwilling to retreat. A rabbit jumped across and was killed by the Fox Eagle guard. That scene made Zhuofan sweat, temporarily not daring to act rashly. He suddenly realized that with the sensing ability of a war general rank monster, it was impossible for him not to detect the intruder. But the Fox Eagle's bodyguard was the one who jumped out to destroy the intruder. Zhuofan thought of a possibility. He activated his perception, and discovered that there were many Fox Eagles inside the giant tree. It seemed that this place was not simply their lair. Zhuofan guessed that perhaps the mission of these Fox Eagles was to guard the crank rare treasure. Waiting for their leader, the Fox Eagle King, to return, he smiled, feeling that although he couldn't deal with the Fox Eagle King, these Fox Eagle bodyguards weren't difficult. Zhuofan, in order to guard against any unexpected events, turned on the system and wanted to improve the proficiency of Flashblade Shadow. Upgrading consumes a lot of attribute points. Drank skills cost 20 attribute points each battle. So, to achieve the goal of crank combat skills, the corresponding price must be paid, which is to kill more Fox Eagles to fill in the lost attribute points. Zhuofan quickly went to destroy the Fox Eagle's guards. After upgrading, the effect of Flashblade Shadow Competent is indeed very obvious. It is very light when sneak attacking, coupled with the fast sword speed. Within the immediate range it has killed 34 Fox Eagles. Zhuofan was gaining the advantage, his attribute points increasing rapidly with each sword strike. Finally, Zhuofan's unallocated attribute points have reached 40. Adding 16 more points, spirit and body can also reach 99. Thanks to walking on the giant mutated tree and absorbing a certain amount of vitality, Zhuofan gained 2 more physical points. He didn't know if the cause was the mutated giant tree or the crank strange treasure fruit. He wondered what kind of amazing effect he would achieve after eating that crank strange treasure fruit. Zhuofan finally finished off the Fox Eagles around, preparing to make a move on the Fox Eagle King. This Fox Eagle's war general rank had fallen into a state of slumber. Zhuofan quickly took the rare treasure, preparing to leave. The Fox Eagle's king suddenly woke up, ferociously holding a grudge against the one who killed his comrade and took away the rare treasure. It cannot leave this place because it is waiting for the eggs to hatch. It can only hold hatred in its heart. Zhuofan ran so fast that even if the monster was awake, it wouldn't be able to catch up, happy that he had obtained the rare treasure. But at close range, the rare treasure did not resemble a fruit at all, but rather a sparkling gem, a treasure that the world was constantly transforming into. But the system informed Zhuofan that he was not qualified to use the drank rare treasure, which made him extremely confused. He didn't know if he forced it to work, the effect would be greatly reduced or completely ineffective, and the effort would be a waste of effort. But the important thing now was that Zhuofan needed to go and meet up with Piu Pan and Chu Feng first. Even though he didn't gain anything this time, based on his current strength, it was probably enough to compete with the mutated blizzard snow mastiff. He still held a grudge against Li Hongwu, hoping he was still in the mountains. Zhuofan has now successfully become a high-leveled advanced peak Starfall warrior. It was almost dark and Zhuofan still hadn't returned. Piu Pan and Chu Feng were a little worried. Chu Feng reassured Piu Pan that Fox Eagles were flying in the sky, and chasing them would be a waste of time. He was confident that with Zhuofan's strength, even if he was surrounded by Fox Eagles, he would not be in any danger. Suddenly, a group of monsters rushed out from somewhere right where they were standing. They have become very intelligent. The intelligence of novice warlord level monsters will also increase. This is the truly terrifying point. They came in droves, extremely ferocious. Pu Pan and Chu Feng did not have time to escape, so they had to temporarily focus on defending with all their might. Waiting for Zhuofan to return, they came attacking from many directions. Pu Pan and Chu Feng took turns defending. Both of them were also injured quite a bit by them. Zhuofan finally returned, jumping into the middle of the melee. making Piu Pan and Chu Feng happy. He was preparing to fight the war general monster, wanting Piu Pan and Chu Feng to retreat. Chu Feng paused as he felt that in just this short half hour, Zhou Fan's strength seemed to have increased. The aura on Zhou Fan was similar to that on Captain Xian Jian. The monster exuded a terrifying aura. Its wounds had healed, and its strength seemed to be even stronger than before. Zhou Fan felt that the sense of oppression it caused was not as strong as when he was at the guard post, perhaps because his strength had increased. He felt he had the ability to kill this monster, so he immediately rushed to test it in real combat. He rushed into them, killing them continuously, his attribute points continuously increasing. Pu Pan and Chu Feng witnessed the drank monsters being killed by Zhou Fan in the blink of an eye. Feeling that his strength had indeed increased, Zhou Fan used a little force to completely overwhelm the drank monster. His level had reached its peak. Zhou Fan charged at the Monster Kings, which was no pushover either, and attacked Zhou Fan back. Its power was too terrifying. It seemed that its power was higher than Zhou Fan's 99-point mark. It rushed towards Zhou Fan at a very fast speed. He immediately used the perfect willow flash. A terrifying power radiated out. Piu Pan and Chu Feng could not believe the scene before their eyes. Chu Feng saw that Zhou Fan's ability was already able to fight on par with a novice warlord. Possessing such strong strength at such a young age was truly like a tall tree catching a big wind. The battle between Zhou Fan and the beast has not stopped yet. He felt that it was indeed worthy of being a war general rank. Its strength, speed, and reactions were all superior to a high-leveled advanced peak Starfall warrior. If Zhou Fan didn't rely on the Willow Flash to reach perfection and the Flash Blade Shadow competent, he would be no match for it at all. Only relying on Flash Blade Shadow competent alone already caused it to suffer external injuries. If the power was stronger, it might be different. Zhou Fan took this opportunity to use the rope to tie the beast so it couldn't move, and used force to hit it. The monster screamed and struggled to death. Zhou Fan had successfully killed a novice warlord monster. The monster's mouth was full of blood, slowly collapsing. Chu Feng couldn't believe that in front of him. Zhou Fan actually killed a novice warlord-level monster. The monster quickly rolled to the ground and died. Zhou Fan's attribute points increased by 3. The remaining monsters saw this scene and were scared and ran away. Zhou Fan also couldn't believe it himself. Now he could single-handedly kill a novice warlord-level monster. It was only because of his perfect level Willow Flash, proficient stage Flash Blade Shadow, and the combination of his sharp weapon bone penetration. All of these helped Zhou Fan surpass the average high-leveled Starfall warrior, so it was not surprising that he was able to kill a monster like this. Zhou Fan felt that through this battle, his strength must be invincible under War General. Pu Pan happily jumped on Zhou Fan, praising him for being able to handle even the mutated Blizzard Snow Mastiff. He was truly too brave. Chu Feng also came to praise Zhou Fan, saying that if it weren't for him today, the entire squad would have failed miserably. Chu Feng thought that Zhou Fan was hiding his true strength. His true strength might be stronger than Xian Jian's. Zhou Fan thought to himself that he wasn't that formidable before. It was all thanks to killing monsters these past few days that he had accumulated enough attribute points, thanks to which he was able to level up. Chu Feng just thought that Zhou Fan was being modest and wanted to hide his strength to deal with the Li family's plot. Chu Feng also just now realized that Piu Hao had Piu Pan and Zhou Fan arrange for them to join the novice warlord squad. Also because he wanted to help Zhou Fan hide his true strength. Zhou Fan scratched his head in embarrassment when he was discovered. Then the group thought together about how to deal with the body of the monster that Zhou Fan had just killed, the body of the war general monster, both of whom were valuable items. While Zhou Fan was thinking about the huge amount of money he could make from it, Piu Pan was only thinking about the taste of this beast's meat in his mind. Piu Pan was truly gluttonous. Together they worked hard to collect ingredients from the monster. Chu Feng said that the eyeballs of the Blizzard Snow Mastiff were the second most precious material on this monster. One could sell for several million. If it was a complete pair, they would be lucky to sell for tens of millions. Zhou Fan heard that he could sell the complete set for so much money, gritting his teeth in pain because he had swung his sword so hard that the 10 million went up in smoke. Chu Feng just smiled when he saw this, feeling that Zhou Fan's trip was not a small amount of money. The complete skin and fur can sell for more than 10 million, the claws, fangs, bones, added together are also more than 10 million. Suddenly Piu Pan seemed to remember something. He ran to ask for the bodies of the remaining small monsters. After a while, Piu Pan returned, carrying a very heavy bag of corpses. It turned out that Piu Pan had discovered 2 drank monster cores in the corpses of those beasts. Zwafan secretly admired their group's good luck. Out of over 100 monsters, only 1 monster core could be found, and they had already found 2 in a short while. Pu Pan laughed loudly. He had expected to make a fortune this time. The value of a drank monster core was at least 10 million. Including these materials, the monster core was at least worth over 100 million. It was like he had completed a small goal of making a lot of money. Chu Feng turned his head to look at Xine Jian, who was still unconscious, planning to rest for a while and then return quickly. Staying in Ghost Rain Mountain would still be a bit dangerous, and accidents could easily happen. Pu Pan clenched his fist, wanting to wait for Xine Jian to wake up and become a war general. Then go find the Li family and make careful calculations. Zwafan agreed, filled with hatred towards the Li family, wanting to quickly make them pay. After 2 days and nights of searching, Li Hong's henchmen still couldn't find Zwafan's group's bodies. They secretly guessed that perhaps the group had been devoured by a monster. If so, they wouldn't be able to rest easy with their request to find Li Hong's body. Gan Chi still didn't know if their group was dead or not. Feeling a little guilty, Zwafan saw them from afar and had the thought of settling his debt with the Li family. Chu Feng took over the job of watching Xine Jian with Piu Pan, leaving the way for Zwafan to take action. Zwafan used the rope to swing the beast across, passing by them. The late night made them lose their guard. Zwafan suddenly attacked them from behind the tree, leaving them no time to react. He uses Flash Blade Shadow, activating double slash. Zwafan thought to himself that Flash Blade Shadow proficient stage, weak swordplay that cannot be heard, is extremely suitable for sneak attacks. Combined with perception, these comrades are like goats waiting to be killed. Very quickly, Zwafan's subordinates were killed one by one. Zwafan felt that they were too weak and wanted to find Li Hongwu to settle the score. The remaining subordinates did not know who Zwafan was and arrogantly wanted to deal with him. Gan Chi stood behind, feeling that the aura on Zwafan was no longer the same as before. He was now very scary, looking like the general rank war beast from earlier. The aura of a war general rank expert boiled throughout Zwafan's body like a wild beast, causing Gan Chi to sweat. In terms of seeing danger, Gan Chi has a sharpness that surpasses that of ordinary people. It is also because of this talent that Gan Chi can take on the position of scout in the Sword Hunt Squad. Gan Chi quickly warned his teammates that Zwafan was dangerous, but it was too late. Gan Chi witnessed his teammates being brutally killed by Zwafan, quickly turning the entire area red. Zwafan walked up to Gan Chi and greeted him, causing him to startle and sweat profusely. He immediately ran away, but Zwafan caught up with him at superhuman speed, mocking him for not wanting to see him or something. Gan Chi felt that Zwafan's speed was so fast, he was obviously hiding a lot of power. Zwafan held bone penetration and chased after Gan Chi. The two fought fiercely. Zwafan quickly knocked Gan Chi down. He was extremely shocked. Zwafan actually had the strength to completely crush a high-level Starfall warrior, and he faintly collapsed. Zwafan advised Gan Chi to quickly fold his arms and surrender, wanting to deal with him according to Xine Jian and Chu Feng's wishes. Gan Chi roared. He didn't want Zwafan to use such a condescending tone to talk to him. He wondered why Zwafan hid such a strong strength. If he knew Zwafan was so strong, he wouldn't need to betray them. Quietly continuing to be a spy, he shouted loudly, swung his sword and charged towards Zwafan. Zwafan decided to break Gan Chi's 2 wrists first and then let Chu Feng handle it. But Gan Chi suddenly rushed straight into Zwafan's sword tip, which surprised Zwafan. He felt that he could not defeat him, and had no face to meet Xine Jian and Chu Feng again, so he decided to commit suicide here. Gan Chi recalls the past when he was still in the group, gaining fame in the Sword Hunt Squad in Jinning. He was a member at that time who had earned a lot of money for himself and his family and lived incomparably good days. He originally thought of continuing to be a scout for the Sword Hunt Squad, but until he found out that his group was targeted early, originally a squad of 5 people, but during a hunt, they were surrounded by monsters 2 teammates had to sacrifice. Gan Chi was then discouraged and gave up on life of licking blood on the blade. then became infected with gambling, having to bear a large debt. When he was at his wit's end, the Lee family found him and turned him into a spy in the mercenary association. It was only later that Gonchi realized that everything was a trap set by the Lee family. But there was no turning back. Gonchi told Zwafan that he did not say these words to gain forgiveness. He just wanted to tell him that the Lee family was secretly plotting in the dark, telling him that since he had such strength, he should take on the responsibility of protecting the mercenary guild. He asked Zwafan if he met his parents to tell them not to say that he betrayed Zwafan's group, but to say that he died while hunting. After speaking, Gonchi closed his eyes and left. Zwafan stood there in a daze, when suddenly Gonchi's walkie-talkie picked up the voice of the Lee family. The other end of the line wanted to know if there was any trace of Zwafan's group. Zwafan heard and quickly rushed away. On one side of the forest, the subordinates heard no signal from Gonchi, quickly reporting to Hongwu that contact had been lost. Suddenly the forest where they were standing shook violently. It seemed like a monster outbreak was about to break out, making them tremble with fear. They were scared and quickly retreated. Zwafan, who was hiding in the tree, also had no idea what was happening. There was a light in the distance. It looked like something was about to happen. The forest regained its silence. Zwafan regained his composure. Fortunately, the monster outbreak did not erupt right now, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Li Hongwu's group fled. Zwafan quickly retreated to meet up with Chu Feng's group. Many days later at the Gon family, Gonchi's parents were shocked to hear that Gonchi had passed away. They painfully received his remains on a rainy day. The group has left Ghost Rain Mountain. Xianjian is now out of danger and is receiving intensive care. Perhaps when he wakes up, he will rise to the war general rank. Xianjian this time can be considered a blessing in disguise. Relying on this method of advancement, it can be considered that all the years of hard work were not in vain. Pu Hao gritted his teeth in anger at the Li family. Ever since they came to Jinning, they had been making waves in the dark. They were truly a malignant tumor. A staff member calmed Pu Hao down. He felt that the Li family had not committed any obvious crimes yet. In addition, the Li family had a close relationship with the Starfall clans. If they arbitrarily declared war, it would be equivalent to antagonizing all the Starfall clans in Jinning City, which would be very unwise. Pu Hao angrily clenched his fists, feeling that he could just let it go like this. The staff comforted Pu Hao, saying that everything has two sides. After this incident, not only Xianjian rose to the position of war general, but also Zwafan. Pu Hao confirmed with Chu Feng. It was true that Zwafan really relied on his own strength to kill the Blizzard Snow Mastiff novice warlord. Chu Feng confirmed that everything was true. He originally thought that Pu Hao had known about this beforehand, which was why he let Zwafan join his group. Pu Hao cleared his throat slightly, feeling that Zwafan could actually reach novice warlord. He thought to himself, following Pu Pan's words, in the previous joint operation, although Zwafan's strength was slightly higher than the high-leveled Starfall warriors, there was a limit to his strength. Now, in such a short time, he was able to kill a novice warlord, and he had also trained his Flashblade Shadow to a level beyond competent. Zwafan was definitely not hiding his strength but was improving rapidly. A truly terrifying genius. Pu Hao smiled, affirming that his mercenary guild had reaped a huge harvest this time, and wanted to treat Zwafan double. The staff felt that if Zwafan could rise to the rank of war general soon, and Xianjian and the other two would be on par with each other, the mercenary guild's combat power would then be able to suppress any clan in Jinning City. At that time, it would be time to take action against the Li family. Pu Hao wanted to settle things clearly at that time, and give those Li Jiang scum a lesson they would never forget. A week later, Zwafan was at the training ground. He thought to himself that reaching the realm of war general was actually about unearthing one's own potential. When facing danger, a person's potential is most easily unleashed. But that's not to say that one can't break through normally while cultivating. Although such cases are rare, they do exist. The main thing is still concentration. Normally, when cultivating with all your might, you can break through. Zwafan felt that it was right now. The power within Zwafan was erupting violently. He rushed forward, his sword slashing fiercely. Immediately the wood blocks were chopped up. Smoke billowed. Zwafan still felt that it was not good. No matter how much he used all his strength this week, he still could not reach the opportunity to break through. Zhuo Fan decided that it seemed like he could only go hunting powerful monsters and try to break through in actual combat. Based on his current strength, with just a wooden sword, the Flash Blade Shadow's ability was already very powerful. During such training sessions, several wooden swords would be damaged by Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan drank water and looked at the system. Feeling that he originally thought it was ghost rain in the mountains, the Li family had lost more than 10 high-level Starfall warrior scouts, so there would definitely be a conflict with the mercenary guild. Unexpectedly, it had been a week and the sea was still calm. Suddenly, the aroma of the mutated blizzard's snow mastiff meat wafted up, making Zhuo Fan so excited that he couldn't keep calm. He quickly ran to the rooftop. Here everyone is happily grilling meat together, inviting Zhuo Fan to eat together. Captain Xian Jian has also woken up and is here with everyone. Xian Jian had been promoted to war general smoothly. Zhuo Fan was happy for him. Xian Jian did not hesitate to praise Zhuo Fan. He had heard everything Zhuo Fan had done for the sword hunt squad from Chu Feng. Xian Jian revealed that he was still a bit suspicious at first. He had always restrained his aura when he was around Zhuo Fan. Yet Zhuo Fan still discovered him. He was indeed very capable. Zhuo Fan smiled, feeling that Xian Jian's aura was so obvious. It was difficult not to notice. He felt the oppressive feeling on Xian Jian spread out much stronger than before. This was the difference between a war general and a novice warlord. He wondered how much of a gap there was in strength between him and Xian Jian, who had just become a war general. Xian Jian told Zhuo Fan to eat meat quickly, then went to the exchange together. Piu Hao asked him to give Zhuo Fan a gift. Zhuo Fan was very surprised. Arriving at the harvest office, Xian Jian gave Zhuo Fan a card containing 70 million after selling the materials of this hunting harvest. It was originally thanks to Zhuo Fan that the result of this harvest would belong to him. Zhuo Fan was embarrassed and didn't want to take it alone. He felt that if it weren't for him, everyone wouldn't be in danger. Xian Jian forced Zhuo Fan to accept it, plus the 30 million Piu Hao gave him as a reward for this operation. Xian Jian told Zhuo Fan that this time Xian Jian had a blessing in disguise, promoted to war general, and the sword hunt squad survived thanks to Zhuo Fan, and the strength of the Jinning City Mercenary Guild had greatly increased thanks to him. It was all thanks to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan got a large sum of money in just a moment. Pu Pan praised him for being rich and saving a large sum of money. Zhuo Fan was delighted and promised to treat everyone. Thinking that he still had 2 drank core monsters that he had not sold, Xian Jian warned Zhuo Fan to keep this money in case he needed it. Tells Zhuo Fan that this time his team was attacked, and the Li family also lost many experts. Conflict between the 2 major forces could erupt at any time like a time bomb. Among them, the sword hunt squad was very likely to be targeted, especially Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was a little worried. The high-leveled Starfall warriors were the stalwarts of a clan. Losing so many experts in such a short period of time was no small loss. The previous struggles between the Li family and the Mercenary Guild were like gunpowder warehouses. Now all they needed was an excuse to break out into war. Xian Jian felt that he had now successfully advanced to the war general. If the Zhuo Fan team were to advance to the war general, the Mercenary Guild would have a higher fighting power, enough to suppress any Starfall clan. If the team really reached that point and the Li family did not plan anything, then based on the despicable behavior of the Li family, it was very likely that they would make a move soon. Therefore, Zhuo Fan's current situation is extremely dangerous, especially the equipment he has on him, whatever material it is. If he encounters a great expert, these weapons will definitely not be able to withstand it. Zhuo Fan looked at bone penetration. Feeling that it was created from an rank royal monster core, it could be said to be a top-notch item in its class. Xian Jian saw this and sighed, telling Zhuo Fan that the weapons of a war general rank expert must at least be forged from a drank monster core. Zhuo Fan smiled awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. Xian Jian quickly told Zhuo Fan to go to the auction house together. Surprising the whole team, Xian Jian explained to the group that there would be an auction at the trading hall today, and many precious items would be auctioned off. Xian Jian wanted to take this opportunity to let Zhuo Fan exchange for a better weapon, which was the fastest way to improve his strength. The group decided to set off, and as soon as they left the door, they met a group of Li family members rushing towards them. Li Hongwu saw them. His face darkened with anger when he saw that they were still not injured at all. Feeling that the Li family that night lost so many scouts. Could it be because of Xian Jian? Xian Jian was furious. His body filled with strength. Rushing towards Li Hongwu's group, Xian Jian's terrifying power appeared to be that of a war general rank expert. his power flowing like a giant tiger. Their bodies suddenly became unable to move, extremely scared. Xian Jian burst out of his body with a huge surge of power. Li Hongwu was extremely scared and ordered his henchmen to rush forward. Suddenly a sound broke the tense atmosphere at this moment. No one is allowed to make a move at this Jinning exchange or be killed. Fighting is prohibited in this trading floor. This is a common understanding that has been agreed upon by all parties in advance. Violators will be killed without discussion. The war had to end for now. Zhuo Fan passed by Li Hongwu, whispering that one day he would kill him. Li Hongwu was furious and responded that he would also deal with Zhuo Fan. The mercenary guild now has a new war general, so it's very strong. The Li family now has to be more careful. The Li family seemed to have some kind of plan. Li Hongwu was keeping it under control, preparing very meticulously. The stranger who accompanied Hongwu wanted to know Zhuo Fan's identity, causing Hongwu to sweat in doubt, wanting to know the reason. But he only said that because he felt that Zhuo Fan was very special. In fact, the stranger had already felt Zhuo Fan's aura. It was not inferior to the newly promoted war general. He suddenly thought that it was probably an illusion, otherwise Zhuo Fan would have been famous in China long ago, a strong war general. Li Hongwu saw Zhuo Fan getting attention. Extremely jealous. Gritted his teeth thinking that after the Li family's plan succeeded, he would kill him. Xian Jian and his teammates left, comforting Zhuo Fan not to be in a hurry to deal with the Li family. After Zhuo Fan became a war general, he could teach the Li family a lesson that would be unforgettable. They went to the auction hall together, where there were already a lot of people. They sit in the chair, start the screen. News about the auction item can be viewed from there. Zhuo Fan opened the screen. There were many items of A rank or above. In Jinning, far from Jiangbei, everything is available. Zhuo Fan pressed a sword named Wind Blade, feeling very pleasing to the eye. It even had a drank core monster inlaid. Zhuo Fan felt that if he used it, wouldn't his attack power immediately increase by a level? Its starting price is very expensive, up to 50 million. Zhuo Fan has 100 million on him, it will probably be enough. Chu Feng standing beside him also felt that this sword was very good. Forged from a very rare Drank King monster core. Please remind Zhuo Fan to quickly bring the other things backstage to sell in case he doesn't have enough money at that time. Zhuo Fan thought he would have enough. But since he had no experience, Xian Jian told him that this weapon was extremely valuable. It had never had a market price and would often be fought over like crazy, so it was better to prepare a little more money. Zhuo Fan was heartbroken about his money. He mortgaged 2 Drank core monsters and bone penetration for more than 40 million. Now he had 160 million in his hands. Zhuo Fan looked at the system in surprise. In just a moment, the auction had already reached 70 million. Then slowly it was 75 million, 77 million, 98 million, and then the final price was 110 million. Zhuo Fan finally had the ability to buy it, it was really too expensive. Zhuo Fan finally successfully auctioned the Wind Blade, a treasured sword forged from a Drank Royal Monster core, for a final transaction price of 110 million. The sword and the group happily gathered around Zhuo Fan when they saw that he had successfully bid, praising him for doing a good job and buying the sword at a cheap price. Zhuo Fan painfully hugged his empty wallet. It was better not to go to auctions in the future. The staff brought out the sword that Zhuo Fan had successfully bid for and handed it to him. Holding the new sword in his hand, Zhuo Fan excitedly opened the box. This is a sword called Wind Blade, weighing 15 kilograms, with attributes that help the user increase 99 agility points. Adds the additional feature of increasing the maximum speed for Drank, which means when attacking, there is an additional speed boost effect. The attack speed will increase by 30. Zhuo Fan secretly thought that the user's agility increased by 99 points, equivalent to being able to increase the maximum agility of Drank. The Drank Ultimate Speed Boost, although it only has one auxiliary attribute, is also very powerful. Zhuo Fan compared the two swords. Although Bone Penetration has 2 types of auxiliary attributes, the Wind Blade is definitely stronger. Wind Blade increases speed to the maximum for Drank, and using Flash Blade Shadow, it is estimated that the enemy will not be able to see clearly at all. Zhuo Fan happily holds the sword, feeling that it is really good. With it his strength will increase by at least 3 levels. But Zhuo Fan felt a little sorry for the money because it was too expensive. Seeing this, Chu Feng went to Zhuo Fan's side and comforted him not to feel too sorry for the money. Based on Zhuo Fan's strength, He could earn it back in half a year at most if he was lucky. Zuofan could hunt a novice warlord or get a few drank core monsters. Then it would be even faster. Zuofan smiled shyly, feeling sorry for him because he had lived very frugally since he was young. Hongwu heard the laughter. He turned his head down to listen. He thought to himself that it was possible that Zuofan had auctioned off the wind blade. Doubting Zuofan's ability, Hongwu broke out in a cold sweat. He thought back to that night when the wounds on his servants' bodies were all from swords. But he wasn't sure that Xianjian's large swords could create such wounds. He couldn't believe his own thoughts, not daring to think that Zuofan was so strong. He gritted his teeth, vowing to improve his strength, wanting to auction the sword and get his hands on it. On Zuofan's screen appeared another good item. A drank rare treasure. Zuofan just found out that he can compete in auctions for rare treasures. Although they are not as expensive as drank royal monster cores, they are rarer. Since the appearance of the rare treasure, it rarely appeared in the auction house. Rare treasures like this were basically digested by the major powers. Drank rare treasures were even rarer. The number of times they appeared in the auction house could be counted on one hand. Hongwu saw a drank rare treasure being auctioned and was determined to get it. Zuofan looked at this drank treasure with some doubt. On stage, the MC was preparing to auction off the drank treasure. He introduced it as an extremely rare item. Through the appraisal of the exchange, it can increase the power of Starfall warriors, especially for high-leveled Starfall warriors who want to break through the war general rank. The crowd heard that, noisy and bustling. Zuofan thought to himself that when he used that drank rare treasure before, his strength increased by 20 points. For high-leveled Starfall warriors with limited talent, this item was truly a life-saving tool to reach the war general realm. There are 4 attributes that must reach a value of 99 to have a chance to advance to the war general level, but everyone's talent is different. There are some people who never reach a value of 99 in a certain attribute. At this time, a rare treasure that can increase a certain attribute is obviously extremely precious. Xianjian exclaimed, truly worthy of being a gold medal auctioneer. A few words had aroused the customer's desire to compete for price. Able to make this drank rare treasure sell for an incredibly high price. Drank rare treasures are indeed tempting, their price skyrocketing by the second. Li Hongwu was furious and wanted to increase it to 35 million. He felt that if he could get this drank treasure, he could definitely reach the war general realm within 12 years. The bid had already gone up to 55 million, far exceeding the market price by 10 million. Zuofan suddenly realized that Hongwu was also here. He was bidding. Chu Feng also realized. He felt that it was natural for him to care. His strength had always been his weakness. If he had this drank treasure, he would be more certain of rising to war general. If he didn't have this drank treasure, if Hongwu wanted to rise to war general, he would have to wait at least 10 years. Zuofan saw how much he wanted this dish, so he decided to snatch it. Li Hongwu was stopping at 60 million. But the price suddenly increased, making him panic. The crowd saw the number up to 90 million, and they started talking excitedly. They said to each other that they didn't know who was bidding. It was too unusual for such a price. Li Hongwu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He only had 100 million left, and the price had already gone up to 98 million. He decided on a final figure of 100 million. Li Hongwu was furious and decided to give up if the price was higher. The MC announced the number stopped at 100 million. Li Hongwu had obtained the rare treasure, but he did not feel happy at all. His face was dark because he had spent all the money he had on just one rare treasure. The Zuofan group whispered sarcastically at Li Hongwu for his extravagance, which made him extremely angry. Knowing that the culprit was Zuofan, Li Hongwu gritted his teeth in anger and vowed to strangle Zuofan to death. Li Hongwu was furious and walked straight out the door. Xianjian felt that among the high-leveled Starfall warriors, Li Hongwu was quite formidable. If he used this drank rare treasure again, he would truly reach a new level, perhaps even reaching the threshold of a war general. Chu Feng told Zuofan to be careful when he met Hongwu again in the future. Zuofan confidently agreed. He recalled that just now. He saw the system notification that the damage rate of the drank rare treasure that Hongwu bought earlier was up to 40. Feeling that Li Hongwu had suffered a huge loss. This rare drank treasure was too rare. Not many people dared to determine its damage level, but Zuofan had done it. He felt that a drank treasure with a damage level of 40 was probably not as effective as an rank treasure. If Li Hongwu knew that he had spent 100 million bidding for a fake item, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. Zuofan thought happily, Feeling that the war god system was also able to dare to decide like this, it was truly convenient. Xuefan clicked on a floating step set that was being auctioned. Feeling it was too expensive, up to 30 million for a single volume, just volume 1. Chu Feng quickly explained that this was not an ordinary skill book. It had been lost for a long time and had now appeared here. Pu Pan suddenly remembered that this book was a War God rank elite's unique footwork skill that died in the large-scale beast attack 3 years ago. Xuefan was startled when he heard that this was a War God rank elite's unique footwork skill. 3 years ago, during the large-scale beast attack at Ghost Rain Mountain, the news of the death of the war god Xuesher shocked the entire country. According to the report, Xuesher was not killed by the beast, but was devoured by the beast after fighting continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. The reason he was able to resist for 3 days and 3 nights in the middle of the beasts was because of his unique fighting technique, Floating Step. Xian Jian revealed that the complete version of Floating Step is a war god rank skill. Unfortunately, Xuesher has no successor. After Xuesher sacrificed, the Floating Step skill was completely lost. This Floating Step Volume 1 was found in Ghost Rain Mountain. Perhaps this is just a patchwork version. A book like this with a starting price of 30 million is too high. Xian Jian thought to himself that no one would bother to bid on it. Xuefan pondered for a moment. Then suddenly he saw that this Floating Step book was actually a crank book. He couldn't believe his eyes. The starting price of 30 million was not a loss at all, moreover. This was the unique skill of a war god. Xuefan pressed the auction button to raise it to 31 million, which surprised his team, who thought he had made a mistake. Xuefan scratched his head, wanting to cover it up, so he had to say that the complete Floating Step was a war god rank ultimate skill, so he wanted to collect it, defending that he wanted to acquire a higher leveled skill from it. Xian Jian stopped Xuefan, saying that if he wanted to learn the Drank movement skill, the association already had several books, there was no need to waste money. Xian Jian said that Floating Step was a war god rank movement skill after all, and even a beginner skill was more difficult to understand than a normal Drank skill. Xuefan still wanted to buy it regardless. Leaving the whole group speechless, the staff brought it out and gave it to Xuefan. He opened it, the system informed that attribute points could be used to activate it. Xuefan was delighted, feeling that mastering a crank movement skill would greatly increase his combat power. As it costs 45 attribute points, it costs 25 points more than activating a crank skill. Seeing Xuefan's hesitation, the system explained that because Floating Step was a war god rank skill, Xuefan only had half a book to activate it, so it couldn't be compared with a normal crank skill. Xuefan felt regretful because he only had 47 attribute points left. If he used them all up, he wouldn't be at ease. The group finished their work, got in the car and left the trading office together. Xian Jian asked Xuefan if he wanted to test the power of the new weapon. Just find an opponent to fight, open up and want to fight Xuefan. The whole group was very excited after hearing this. The two of them went to the training ground, and Piu Hao was also eager to see Xuefan's abilities. As soon as Xian Jian drew his sword, Xuefan felt the pressure of the war general and the pressure of confrontation. Xuefan rushed forward. He also wanted to know how much of a difference he was compared to the war general. Xuefan rushed over at such a fast speed that no one could see his figure. The two rushed at each other and fought fiercely. Xuefan used Flash Blade Shadow. His sword move was extremely fast, causing Xian Jian to praise him. But Xian Jian was a war general, easily avoiding it. The two fought fiercely. Above, the whole group was watching the match live, feeling that Xuefan was really too formidable to be able to directly confront the novice rank war general. Pu Hao also admitted that Xuefan was very strong, able to fight hand-to-hand with Xian Jian. Piu Hao felt that Xuefan's strength was very strong. He had not yet unleashed the true power of that weapon. While fighting, Xuefan thought to himself that Xian Jian's sword was too heavy. After switching to the wind blade, his strength had decreased, and it was very tiring to fight Hedon. But he told himself that the true power of the wind blade did not lie in its strength. He wanted to test its true power. Xuefan waved his hand and continued to charge forward, using Drank Extreme Acceleration. The speed was too fast. That was the characteristic of the wind blade. Seeing this, Xian Jian also continued to attack. Xian Jian uses Drank sword skill, Heavy Sword Hurricane / Proficient Stage. The two streams of power merged together, causing Xuefan to stagger. Xian Jian's sword strike was like a whirlwind. Zuofan basically couldn't approach, so he couldn't fight, feeling that the strength of the novice rank war general was too strong. Suddenly, the system notified Zuofan whether he wanted to use 45 attribute points to activate floating step. Zuofan felt a little regretful about his points, deciding to wait until he had accumulated more than 70 points before activating the floating step. Jian saw that Zuofan was tired, so he decided to stop and gently comfort Zuofan. Zuofan scratched his ear in embarrassment. Jian said that it was natural for Zuofan to lose because Starfall warriors and war generals were two different realms, so naturally there was a big difference in combat power. Jian encouraged Zuofan to keep trying, promising that if he had free time, he would continue to compete with Zuofan. Zuofan happily retreated. His group happily teased Zuofan, teasing Jian, who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity that Zuofan had not yet broken through to War General to torment him. Pu Hao saw that Zuofan had improved and was extremely proud. He wanted him to improve as quickly as possible to beat the Li family's scoundrels, so they couldn't raise their heads. It was late at night in Jining City. Suddenly something extremely terrible was encountered by a couple, leaving a horrifying ending for both of them. At the Li family, a plan was being implemented, causing the experimental subjects to run away because the number of experiments was too large and could not be monitored. Li Hongwu and his father had prepared very carefully for this plan. If it succeeded, then don't even mention being number one in Jining City. Even being number one in Jining City or being famous throughout China was not just a dream. Li Zhong felt that the Starfall family was one of the top in China. If they could reach that level, then the Li family would be considered to have successfully risen. Li Hongwu hoped that he could break through to the war god rank. Suddenly, there was someone's shadow lurking, making the Li family extremely angry. Quick for the pursuer. They were shocked to realize that part of the experimental documents had been stolen, which made Li Zhong extremely angry. He quickly sent someone to chase after him, saying that the thief had been poisoned and could not run far, and could not reveal his plan. The staff quickly chased after them, vowing to use all their strength to catch the thief and retrieve the experimental documents. Zuofan was currently returning from the training ground after fighting Jian, and was preparing to set out on patrol. He thought to himself that these past few days, murders had been happening all over the city, and from the wounds on the corpses, it could be determined that they were caused by monsters. Zuofan hoped that it was a drank monster so that he could collect attribute points, after many days of avoiding the Li family's ambush. Suddenly he caught sight in a dark corner. A group of monsters are surrounding a girl. The situation is extremely dangerous. Zuofan realized that it was the monsters and prepared to charge. But the girl in front of him didn't need Zuofan to rescue her, and directly fought the monster. Zuofan was extremely surprised, secretly guessing that she was also a Starfall warrior on patrol, but then realized that this martial art was very familiar, so she must be a warrior on patrol. In a moment she defeated the monsters, exhausted and collapsed. Zuofan was scared and hugged her, seeing that she was very beautiful. Zuofan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zuofan was extremely confused when in the middle of the night a beautiful girl suddenly fell into his arms. Zuofan carefully looked at the girl and found that she was injured. The wound was poisonous. The trembling girl revealed that she had discovered the secret of the Li family, who were currently being hunted down, and wanted him to help her leave. Speaking of the Li family, Zuofan was startled, wanting her to explain more, but the giant rats had already arrived in droves. It was a very strange beast, a dog's head and a rat's body, never heard of before. Zuofan immediately used his sword to slash at them continuously. The bamboo has been processed. He felt that these monsters were only a rank, not very strong, but Zuofan did not understand why so many monsters had invaded Jining City, but why there had been no movement before. He hugged the girl who had fainted and quickly stood up. Suddenly, the rats formed a circle, using their siege skills to attack Zuofan. Zuofan felt as if they had been trained rigorously. He decided to capture 2 monsters alive and bring them back for the Mercenary Association's experts to study. Suddenly, the Li family's subordinates appeared from behind, wanting to sneak attack Zuofan, but with his lightning-fast skills he quickly escaped, surprising them. With one slash of his sword, Zuofan instantly killed both of them, gaining 2 additional attribute points. The girl witnessed Zwafan kill 2 high-leveled Starfall warriors with 1 slash. Feeling that his strength had increased too quickly, Zwafan saw that her veil had fallen, now can recognize her. Other subordinates appeared, wanting to capture her. Zwafan quickly hugged her and ran away, even though he didn't like her very much before. The subordinates came over and saw the chaotic scene. Looking at the slash, they recognized that it was Zwafan who did it. Zwafan brought her back to the Mercenary Association and put her in the treatment room. Her name was Jing Junlan, a lieutenant colonel. Her condition is quite serious. The poison in the wound is quite troublesome. Even if treated promptly, it is difficult for her to wake up within 72 hours. Pu Hao was worried. The Li family was sending experts to hunt her down, probably because of the item inside the safe. Pu Hao picked up the item. It was a military special item. If it was forcibly opened without the password, the item inside would be destroyed immediately. Zwafan wondered about the origin of that monster. It was a very strange monster, a dog's head and a rat's body, never seen before in Jinning City or Ghost Rain Mountain. If it was a newly mutated monster, it wouldn't have appeared in such large numbers in such a short time, and there were no signs of it before. Xian Jian secretly wondered if it was really as Zwafan had speculated, that these types of monsters were kept in captivity by humans and had been trained. If so, this is indeed unusual. Suddenly, the Li family called and wanted to talk to Pu Hao, making Pu Hao feel triumphant. Feeling that he couldn't contain his anger just from that must be an important item that had been stolen from him. Li Zhong appeared on screen, claiming that Zwafan had infiltrated the Li family's estate and stolen a large amount of documents, causing him heavy losses. He demanded that the Mercenary Association immediately hand over Zwafan to him for handling. Pu Hao demanded evidence of Zwafan's theft, claiming that Li Zhong was just slandering people. Li Zhong was furious and wanted Pu Hao to hand over Zwafan immediately. Otherwise he would use force. Pu Hao also refused to give up, challenging the Li family to try to touch him if they were so good. The two argued fiercely. In fact, Li Zhong's real plan was to provoke Pu Hao to see his reaction, and then decide whether the item Sulan stole was in Pu Hao's hands or not. Li Zhong breathed a sigh of relief knowing that Pu Hao had not yet grasped that part of the document. Sulan was poisoned and would only wake up after 3 days if she survived. Assuming that she was a military person, he would put the documents in a specially made military code box that only she could open. Li Zhong felt that if the documents were not known to others, it would be easy to deal with and wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Zwafan. The man in black, who had always been Li Zhong's strategist, smiled mysteriously. They were working together on an evil plan. Seeing that Sulan had been in a coma for so long, Zwafan anxiously asked the doctor if there was any way to help her wake up faster. The doctor said that it was very difficult. The type of poison she was poisoned with was very strange. Waking up after 72 hours was considered fast. The group wondered what Sulan had stolen and why the Li family valued it so much. In a building at this moment, the alarm suddenly rang loudly. On the screen, Li Zhong showed Zwafan's image and announced that he had killed their man, ordered his arrest and placed a reward of 10 billion. He sent out a notice throughout the city, saying that no matter who it was, as long as they killed Zwafan, they would be rewarded with 10 billion. The Starfall Jinning City Family Alliance guaranteed this. Hearing such a huge reward, everyone's eyes lit up, feeling that as long as they killed Zwafan, they could become rich overnight. Ji Zhang also heard this information. Not knowing what Li Zhong was aiming at Zwafan for, he could only seal off the base with his superiors to limit people from escaping. Ji Zhang was extremely worried about Zwafan. Pu Hao was extremely angry with Li Zhong. He was extremely shameless in changing black to white. Suddenly, a phone call came from the president of the Starfall Jinning City Family Alliance to Pu Hao, saying that they had voted that their war general rank experts would not participate. The Mercenary Association headquarters also agreed to this, which made Pu Hao extremely angry. Pu Pan ran into the room to inform Pu Hao that Zwafan had left the Mercenary Association building. Startling Pu Hao, Xian Jian said that Zwafan left on his own because he was worried that staying would cause chaos within the association. Several hundred high-leveled Starfall soldiers had already gathered around the building. Zwafan thought that if he stayed any longer, a major conflict would likely break out, and the Li family would benefit. Pu Hao was furious and decided to tell the medical team to do their best to save Su Lan and find out what was inside the cryptex. He gathered all the elite members of the Mercenary Association and was ready to fight the Li family at any time. The whole group heard clearly and decided to obey. It was raining. Zuofan thought this was a good place to hide. He felt that Li Zhong was really generous with spending 10 billion. He was really vicious. Many people in the association felt that this amount of money was too attractive. They wanted to kill Zuofan. Zuofan wanted to go out and show those who wanted to kill him that the price of 10 billion in ordinary money was extremely dire. There were many people who wanted to kill Zuofan, but he only needed to use Flash Blade Shadow to defeat them all. They were extremely surprised by Zuofan's strength, but because the amount of 10 billion was too large, they joined together and created a siege to capture Zuofan. Zuofan began to be more wary of them. If he continued to be soft-hearted, he would be the one to die. Zuofan did not hold back anymore, decided to use Flash Blade Shadow, using Drank Extreme Acceleration feature. He killed them all one by one, gaining a lot of attribute points. Zuofan felt that people's hearts when it comes to benefits are even more terrifying than monsters. Li Hongwu had now received news that Zuofan had broken through the siege, killing more than 30 high-leveled Starfall soldiers, and was heading south of the city. He was extremely angry after hearing that, but then smiled brightly at the plan he had prepared. Zuofan quickly broke through all the arranged encirclements and continued to move forward. He killed 45 Starfall soldiers, 23 of whom were high-leveled Starfall soldiers. Chairman Lin, the chairman of the Starfall Family Alliance in Jining City, heard the news and secretly praised Zuofan. He felt that a small Li family wanted to manipulate the Starfall Family Alliance, which made him angry, but a family in the imperial capitals informed him so, making it impossible for him to interfere in Zuofan's matter. That was the announcement of one of the great families in the imperial capitals, making everyone present there shocked. Chairman Lin secretly thought that this was related to the struggle between the top powers, and the Jining City Starfall Family Alliance could not possibly go against it. There was only one thing he wondered about. No matter how formidable Zuofan was, he was only a high-leveled Starfall warrior, so why did the Li family set a bounty of 10 billion? He thought that Zuofan was only a high-leveled Starfall warrior after all, so it was better to stand aside and watch. Zuofan was blocked by a group of people again, but he still did not show any fatigue and continued to fight and kill. Zuofan thought that the allure of 10 billion was really great. It had been more than 2 hours, but the number of people chasing him was increasing. There are also experts from major powers. I'm afraid half of the Starfall Jining City soldiers have already arrived here. Zuofan was lucky that he had the passive effect of the Drank Rare Treasure, otherwise he would have been exhausted by now. Zuofan had the passive recovery activated by the system, so he was completely fearless of being chased down, unless there was a Crank Novice Warlord or higher. Suddenly something rushed towards Zuofan. He had to use Willow Flash to avoid it. Zuofan was worried, secretly guessing that this was a War General Rank's ultimate move. It turned out to be the Li family's group. Li Hongwu appeared, mocking Zuofan for being able to avoid Li Qi's attack. They walked in a large group, weapons in hand. Zuofan scolded Li Hongwu without any hesitation, making him furious. The arrogant subordinates wanted to kill Zuofan, but Li Hongwu wanted him to kill him himself. But Zuofan's Flash Blade Shadow quickly repelled all their attacks. The 2 novice warlords' continuous attacks made Zuofan sweat. They were really not easy to deal with. The weapons of these 2 cover both near and far, changing magically, extremely difficult to deal with, so continuing would not be good. The other 2 were extremely angry when they saw that Zuofan could resist, wanting to completely eliminate him to avoid causing trouble for the Lu family. Li Hongwu and his group saw that Zuofan was so strong, and they immediately started talking about him, making him go crazy. Li Hongwu couldn't understand why Zuofan was so strong. He just wanted him dead. So he immediately ordered someone to shoot arrows. They rushed towards Zuofan, arrows flying like rain. Zuofan realized that they were numerous and good at sneak attacks, so he decided to retreat. Li Hongwu sent someone to quickly chase after him. Zuofan suddenly threw a grenade at them, causing them to explode. Having reached a safe place, Zuofan realized that the 2 novice warlords were indeed difficult to deal with, and with Li Hongwu's despicable tricks, it would be dangerous for him. Zuofan had killed more than 50 people today, and his attribute points increased rapidly. With enough points, he decided to activate the floating step. When it first activated, Zwafan felt as if his legs were being hammered and forged from scratch. It turns out that activating a crank movement skill would cause such pain to the body. It could also be due to the remnants of this war god skill. Zwafan felt like he had mastered floating step. His legs felt weightless. Zwafan couldn't help but smile. Floating step activated. Zwafan's body now has a speed not inferior to a normal rank novice war general. After restarting, the speed increases by 50. Having the Drank movement skill helps increase physical strength so much. Because floating step is a war god rank skill, so it adds such high speed. Zwafan looked at the system and felt that it was not natural to get such a speed increase. Every second consumed one of his stamina. Even in his best condition, he could not last for 2 minutes. The two Li family members soon caught up with Zwafan, fiercely wanting to kill him. They had already gathered in large numbers, wanting to surround and capture Zwafan, calling him a turtle in the lake. Zwafan was not afraid at all, smiling arrogantly. Now Zwafan's speed was many times faster. Everything was different. Zwafan started to activate the movement skill crank floating step. The boundless power within Zwafan erupted, surprising the Li family. Zwafan moved so fast that they couldn't see him. Suddenly Zwafan appeared from behind them, giving each of them a slash that left them unable to react. They were shocked and did not understand what was happening. Luckily for them this time, they were wearing armor made from the skin of a general rank war beast inside, so they were able to block the wind blade slash. Zwafan smiled and continued to attack. The Li family defended themselves, saying that it was too dark in here and they couldn't adapt to the light, and wanted to use all their strength to attack Zwafan. They coordinated with each other and rushed to kill him. Zwafan's floating step swordplay is truly magical. Zwafan felt that his swordplay had reached a level he had never had before. Zwafan activated his power, knocking the other two down and killing them on the spot. Killing them both, Zwafan received additional attribute points. The Li family lost 2 strong men, like headless snakes, and were quickly killed by Zwafan. Those below war general rank are just bugs. Li Hongwu and his companions stood waiting outside, feeling that they were too slow, and sighed impatiently. Zwafan suddenly appeared in front of Li Hongwu, scaring him pale. He was shocked to see that Zwafan was still alive. He was heartbroken to discover that his 2 strongest subordinates were also killed by Zwafan. Zwafan quickly challenged Li Hongwu to fight him if he was good. Li Hongwu was scared and repeatedly ordered his comrades to quickly go forward and kill Zwafan, promising a generous reward. They were quickly killed by Zwafan. Li Hongwu was scared pale and ran away, but was stopped by Zwafan. Too scared, he took his sword and rushed towards Zwafan, wanting to fight to the death with him. Zwafan used his sword and easily defeated him with one move. Li Hongwu was cowardly, bowing his head and kowtowing repeatedly to Zwafan, asking him to spare his life and reveal who was behind the scenes and who ordered him to do this. Hearing Li Hongwu call him young master Fan, Zwafan chuckled. It had been a long time since Zwafan had heard him address him like this. Zwafan remembered when he was young. He had met the person behind everything that year. He was closely related to the Li family. Zwafan put his sword to Li Hongwu's neck, wanting him to tell him everything. Suddenly, Li Hongwu's phone rang at this moment, making him extremely scared. Li Zhong called him to know how things had gone, whether he had killed Zwafan or not. Hearing that the voice on the phone was Zwafan's, Li Zhong was extremely angry, worried about his son's safety. Li Hongwu at this time looked extremely miserable and pitiful, crying and begging Li Zhong to come save him. Zwafan threatened Li Zhong that if he wanted to save Li Hongwu, he had to tell him who was behind the scenes pulling the strings that year. Li Zhong heard him say that and broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a strange man in black from outside the window shot a laser beam through the glass at Li Hongwu, causing him to writhe in pain. Zwafan was startled and didn't know what had just shot past. Li Hongwu was now like crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He fiercely charged at Zwafan. Zwafan quickly stabbed his sword through his body, causing him to scream in pain and quickly fall to his death. Zwafan was extremely surprised. It was obvious that he did not aim for a vital spot. Perhaps it was because of what hit him just now. Zhuo Fan decided to chase after him. Li Zhong on this end of the line could not hear Li Hongwu's voice, and was extremely scared as he begged Zhuo Fan to spare his son's life. From the walkie-talkie, the subordinates cried out in alarm, informing Li Zhong that Li Hongwu had died. He was extremely angry, raging like a beast as he smashed the walkie-talkie, swearing from the bottom of his heart to kill Zhuo Fan. The evil energy within him rose up like tsunamis. He ignored the war general agreement not to take action, swearing to cut Zhuo Fan to pieces, saying that he immediately rushed out of the building and went to Zhuo Fan. The man in black just now turned out to be the real culprit's double. He was currently luring Zhuo Fan to chase after the double, trying to hold him back while waiting for Li Zhong to come and deal with it. He secretly thought that after this plan, the Li family might be respected by the big powers and would act as a threat to him. Now that the situation was favorable to him, he felt that Zhuo Fan was also very useful. Zhuo Fan was currently busy chasing after the double, who was a war general rank expert, armor guard. He had a very fast movement speed. Zhuo Fan was frustrated because the floating step duration was too short, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have let him escape. Their signal bullets were fired into the sky, announcing Zhuo Fan's location. Zhuo Fan saw them coming in droves and was extremely annoyed. He quickly killed them as easily as a piece of cake. Zhuo Fan quickly gained a lot of attribute points after killing them all. One of them, before dying, warned Zhuo Fan that he was running out of stamina and would soon die of exhaustion. Zhuo Fan walked coldly, thinking to himself, "Isn't the survival of the fittest and the death of the weak the rule of the world after the apocalypse?" But he swore he would live on to complete the unfinished business. Tonight was a bloody night in Jining City. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Blood splattered along Zhuo Fan's sword. Zhuo Fan's appearance at this moment was extremely terrifying. His body was covered in blood, and his sword was also soaked with the corpses of the Li family. Zhuo Fan originally did not want to kill so many people. Suddenly the masked double appeared again. Zhuo Fan quickly chased after him. He deliberately stalled for time, luring Zhuo Fan to follow him everywhere. He started to activate floating step. He felt Zhuo Fan was faster than before, breaking through the movement skill. But that guy was too fast. Floating step had little effect on him. Zhuo Fan planned to raise floating step straight to proficient stage to be able to catch him. But the problem was that floating step's disadvantage was that it consumed stamina. In such a prolonged battle situation, it had to be used very carefully. Li Zhong arrived. He was determined to make Zhuo Fan pay for his son's life. At the Jining Mercenary Association, the group gathered with Piyu Hao. Hearing the news that Li Hongwu was dead, Li Zhong violated the rules and was running to kill Zhuo Fan. Pu Pan was angry, feeling that old Li Zhong was too despicable and shameless. Using his identity as a war general to personally deal with Zhuo Fan, Xian Jian's group didn't say anything, just quietly went out together. Wei Chunshang was now preparing his troops to enter the city, hoping to save Zhuo Fan. Ji Zhang also wanted to join. Chairman Lin and other influential people in the city were gathering to discuss Zhuo Fan's matter. They felt that the situation was out of control. Zhuo Fan was too powerful and had killed hundreds of his pursuers, even killing Li Hongwu. Li Zhong is currently hunting down Zhuo Fan, and his heavy-handed actions have broken the agreement between the major powers. If the military and the Mercenary Association join hands to make things difficult for them after this, the Starfall family alliance will be in a very difficult position. Chairman Lin believed that if they stepped in to stop him now, it wouldn't change anything. War General Li Zhong's actions were forgivable because of the pain of losing, and Zhuo Fan wouldn't be able to hold on much longer either. They could only stand by and watch. Li Zhong rushed after Zhuo Fan, who was in a terrible rage. The crowd was in an uproar that Li Hongwu had been killed by Zhuo Fan, and Li Zhong went against the agreement and personally wanted to kill Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan nimbly dodged one of his attacks and fought him to the death. Li Zhong was angry and wanted to quickly deal with him. Zhuo Fan thought that the old man was too strong. If he had been hit just now, he would have been seriously injured if he didn't die. Compared to the captain, Li Zhong's strength is much stronger. It would be foolish to confront the war general directly. Zhuo Fan decided to play to his advantage, which was speed. Zhuo Fan challenged Li Zhong to come forward quickly. He wanted to win with speed. Zhuo Fan combines the power of Willow Flash, Wind Blade, Flash Blade Shadow, creating a stream of power that is both fast and strong. But this still did not threaten Li Zhong. Zuofan felt that his speed was too fast. He was afraid that he was also formidable in the ranks of War General Novice rank. Let alone attack skills. Even though they were at the same level, the difference in basic stats was huge. Captain Xianjian had just entered the General War realm in previous clashes. Zuofan could still compete with his wind blade. But facing Li Zhong, the situation was completely suppressed. But Zuofan felt that his trump card was not just him but something else. Zuofan used all his strength to attack Li Zhong from behind, but he quickly disappeared. He suddenly appeared and delivered a devastating blow towards Zuofan. Li Zhong used the Drank Magma Fist Ganon technique with terrifying speed to attack Zuofan, causing him to not have time to dodge and suffer minor injuries. Heaven and earth were devastated by this old man's technique. Zuofan held his sword and continued to stand up, trembling. He thought to himself that with the wind blade and floating step added in, his speed had surpassed most novice rank war generals. But Li Zhong's speed was even faster than that. He had reached another realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. Li Zhong saw Zuofan block the Magma Fist Ganon without any damage. He praised his strength for reaching this level. No wonder his son died in his hands. He continued to use his moves, vowing to kill him today to avenge his son. Zuofan was fearless, provoking Li Zhong to come forward. The old man immediately rushed towards Zuofan at a very fast speed, using Magma Fist Ganon to critically strike, causing the sky and earth to explode. The subordinates standing around couldn't help but sigh that even if Ganon's Drank Magma Fist skill reached the expert stage, it would be difficult to have such a powerful power. Was he really just a novice rank war general? They secretly guessed that under such terrifying power, Zuofan should have exploded, dead to the point of no further death. The stranger was also observing, feeling that Zuofan's speed had increased again. Zuofan had just escaped Li Zhong's attack. He realized that he had the advantage of being able to raise his floating step to proficient stage immediately. He wanted to take this opportunity to suddenly kill this old man. But Zuofan did not expect that. As soon as he swung his sword, the old man realized it and quickly dodged it, leaving Zuofan stunned. Li Zhong mocked Zuofan for being too naive, and used Magma Fist Ganon to hit Zuofan. Zuofan was hit, painfully realizing that this punch was much stronger than before. He was hiding his true strength. The old man chased after Zuofan, who quickly used floating step to avoid it. Zuofan felt that the old man's strength far surpassed his, making it impossible for him to win, so he decided to run away. Zuofan was lucky to have floating step proficient stage to help, otherwise he would have been in danger. Li Zhong continued to chase Zuofan. He could keep up with the speed of floating step proficient stage. He seemed to be a novice rank advanced peak war general. Sure enough, catching up with Zuofan, Li Zhong smiled sinisterly and threatened Zuofan. He wanted to torture Zuofan before killing him. The system reported that Zuofan's health was about to drop to an alarming level. Zuofan painfully thought that once his stamina was exhausted and he couldn't use floating step, he would definitely die. Li Zhong continued to chase Zuofan. His subordinates watched this scene with great satisfaction. They wanted 10 billion, so they decided to rush out and help Li Zhong capture Zuofan. Li Zhong saw Zuofan being driven crazy by the siege and was extremely amused. Suddenly, Zuofan, with his still extremely fierce strength, quickly killed the Li family's subordinates, gaining 45 attribute points. Zuofan, after killing them, gained 45 attribute points and upgraded floating step to expert stage. The man in black was still observing Zuofan. Zuofan quickly ran away from Li Zhong, who continued to chase after him. He was extremely surprised to see Zuofan suddenly become very strong. In the blink of an eye his speed could increase greatly. Zuofan thought to himself that the floating step expert stage was really too good. Even a novice advanced peak rank war general expert couldn't catch up to him. Zuofan had already received a 200 speed boost. Luckily, thanks to the Li family coming to kill him, Zuofan was able to collect 45 attribute points. Li Zhong couldn't understand what kind of movement skills Zuofan had practiced that could make such a breakthrough during battle. The old man thought angrily. His Wind Blast Dash was a drank movement skill, and he had already reached the proficient stage, plus he was at the advanced peak of War General Novice rank, but he still couldn't catch up to Zuofan. He thought about how Zhuo Fan had already cultivated a crank movement skill and had reached the expert stage, and felt that his talent was too terrifying. He absolutely cannot let him live. Otherwise, in a few years his Li family will meet with a calamity they cannot escape. He was furious and continued to chase Zhuo Fan. After running for a while, Zhuo Fan was able to lose Li Zhong, and he quickly drank medicine to recover his strength. He relies on the passive effect, increasing his recovery ability by 10. Suddenly someone sneaked up on Zhuo Fan. He luckily avoided it. Zhuo Fan activated his perception. It turned out to be the stranger from earlier. He felt that Zhuo Fan had indeed avoided it. His speed had also increased, breaking through during the fight. He knew that Zhuo Fan was too strong, a potential enemy that was dangerous to his master, and he was determined to eliminate him. Zhuo Fan saw this terrifying power and secretly guessed that he was a novice rank war general. He felt that he must have been so powerful when he killed Li Hongwu. Why did he run away at that time? Only then did he realize that he wanted to put the blame of killing Li Hongwu on him. Zhuo Fan decided to leave quickly. Being chased by two great war generals like this, once he was caught in the battle he would definitely die. He used Whirlwind Cage. A powerful tornado came out, surprising Zhuo Fan. A signal bullet appeared in the sky indicating Zhuo Fan's location. Li Zhong saw it and quickly ran over. Before there were wolves, after there were tigers, two great war generals joined hands to kill Zhuo Fan. The situation was so dire that Zhuo Fan decided to bet on the crank rare treasure. Chairman Lin looked down from the building. He felt that no matter how talented Zhuo Fan was, he wouldn't be able to escape this time. He felt that it was quite good that such geniuses who didn't belong to the Starfall family were wiped out. Xian Jian's group saw the signal bullet and quickly ran after him to help Zhuo Fan. Ji Zhang is also on his way. The stranger knew that Zhuo Fan was about to receive reinforcements. So he quickly blew the whistle and the rats came one after another. Li Zhong hit Zhuo Fan, sending him falling to the ground. The system announced that Zhuo Fan has not reached the war general level yet. If he uses the rare treasure, there will be a 70% chance of death. In this urgent situation, Zhuo Fan decided to use the crank treasure even though the consequences were unpredictable and could affect Zhuo Fan's life. The system quickly informed him that he was not qualified to use it yet. The limit of rare treasures that high-level Starfall warriors could use was drank rare treasures. If a high-level Starfall warrior reluctantly uses a crank rare treasure, his life will be in danger, with a survival rate of only 30. Zhuo Fan was extremely tired at this time. Li Zhong was still like a hungry tiger that did not know fatigue, rushing towards Zhuo Fan, wanting to kill him. Having reached a dead end, Zhuo Fan decided to take a risk instead of just sitting there waiting to die. No sooner had he said that than he immediately bit and swallowed the crank treasure into his body. It took effect immediately. His body rapidly transformed. The pain felt like it was about to explode from within. Zhuo Fan screamed in pain from the effects of the strange treasure. Then at this moment, Li Zhong rushed over and punched Zhuo Fan in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Zhuo Fan was bombarded by the attack just now, causing his body to crash into a corner of the wall. Li Zhong still seemed unwilling to stop, continuing to punch and kick Zhuo Fan's body continuously. The blood on his body fell down in drops, crimson and painful. Xian Jian and Ji Zhang's group just arrived at this time, but it seemed like it was too late. The man in black observed from above, seemingly extremely interested in what he had just witnessed. Li Zhong continued to charge at him. Suddenly, the system announced that Zhuo Fan had completely absorbed the crank treasure and was still alive. He had gained a lot of strength points and also gained new skills. Zhuo Fan had broken through to the novice rank of war general. His strength increased rapidly. His body was now emitting rays of light that even Li Zhong could not approach. He was furious when he found out that his magma fist Ganon had been blown away. Zhuo Fan has reached the war general realm. Not only is all attributes increased by 20 points, it is also an extremely overflowing and terrifying power. This was just the beginning of a great breakthrough. The moment his fighting power changed dramatically, he quickly regained his composure, picked up his sword and challenged Li Zhong. Li Zhong still did not understand what had just happened to him. He was still boasting that he would win. Li Zhong immediately charged at Zhuo Fan, using Magma Fist Ganon multiple strike. Zhuo Fan also immediately counterattacked with Wind Blade, Flash Blade Shadow, creating a beam of powerful light to defend against Li Zhong. He was extremely surprised to see him block this powerful move of his. Zhuo Fan confidently felt that although he was only a novice rank war general, the difference between him and Li Zhong was no longer too big. Relying on his movement skill and flash blade shadow expert stage, he could withstand the old man's attacks. Li Zhong was extremely surprised. He did not expect that Zhuo Fan's strength would increase so much in the blink of an eye. While he was still hesitating, Zhuo Fan quickly swung his sword, wanting to give him another try. Li Zhong was startled and couldn't dodge in time, and was hit in the arm, feeling that his slashing speed was too fast. He couldn't help but think of Zhuo Fan breaking through to the war general rank. Not even 20 years old, but broke through to war general. Zhuo Fan is truly a rare genius in all of China. This made Li Zhong furious. He did not want to acknowledge that Zhuo Fan was not even 20 years old yet, but could break through to war general. Thinking that he had used tricks, Li Zhong roared like a beast again, feeling that even if Zhuo Fan possessed the strength of a war general, he would still not be a match for the novice rank advanced peak war general like him. Li Zhong roared and used Magma Fist Ganon again, putting all his strength into the move he just released. Zhuo Fan still used Flash Blade Shadow to counterattack, combined with Floating Step to attack. The speed of his attack was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. The two streams of power combined and collided, causing the surrounding scene to become a bit chaotic. Ji Zhang and Piu Pan observed from the outside, a bit confused by this power, secretly guessing that this must be a war general rank. A loud bang rang out. Everyone called Zhuo Fan's name. That's right. Zhuo Fan has broken through and become the youngest novice rank war general in Jining City. Everyone now clearly saw that the person who fought evenly with Li Zhong was Zhuo Fan, and couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. Xi and Jian said that Zhuo Fan had successfully broken through to the war general realm, but felt that with the strength of the old man Li Zhong, a novice rank war general like Zhuo Fan who had just broken through would have a hard time dealing with him. Li Zhong fell silent when he witnessed the above scene, thinking to himself that Zhuo Fan was too scary. He resembled his father to the point that it made others afraid. He clenched his hands into fists and charged at Zhuo Fan, determined to kill him tonight at all costs. The two continued to charge at each other and fight. Zhuo Fan was a little worried, thinking that a novice advanced peak rank war general like him was really strong. He had Flash Blade Shadow and Floating Step expert stage but still couldn't be completely sure of victory. But besides that, after breaking through to war general it was also easier to use Floating Step. He wanted to let Li Zhong now taste his strongest attack, Luminous Swift Strike. Zhuo Fan's perception now increases to competent, and his sensing range increases to 50 meters, a 5-fold increase. Li Zhong still did not give up and continued to charge forward. Zhuo Fan felt that his movements had slowed down a bit. This was probably a special feature of perception competent. Zhuo Fan swung his sword, giving Li Zhong a bloody slash across the back. He was so shocked that he couldn't even see his sword path clearly. Zhuo Fan continued to dominate, rushing at the old man and slashing continuously, making him unable to counterattack. Everyone around was whispering about Zhuo Fan's terrifying ability. Right now in Chairman Lin's office, Yu Jia was constantly praying for Zhuo Fan's safety. Chairman Lin received the news about Zhuo Fan, and was very surprised to hear that he had made a breakthrough. Everyone in the office couldn't help but talk about him, feeling that he was able to achieve such terrifying power at such a young age. A subordinate was a little sad that they had offended Zhuo Fan, a peerless genius, but Chairman Lin had no other opinion at this moment and only looked at him with a pair of cunning eyes. He seemed to be plotting something. He wanted Li Zhong and Zhuo Fan to fight. At least both of them had to be injured so that his scheme could be satisfied. The man in black saw the scene of Zhuo Fan and Li Zhong fighting, felt that Zhuo Fan was too strong and if left for long, he would become a threat in the future. Regretting not killing him earlier, he wanted to do it right now, holding a weapon and slowly walking forward. Li Zhong was a little tired. He released a hidden weapon from inside his sleeve. Zhuo Fan had already predicted this trick of his and smiled slyly, fearlessly quickly dodging the next attacks from Li Zhong. He continued to slash with his sword, creating incredible streams of power. The man in black attacked Zhuo Fan from behind, wanting to use the Snake Spear Crunch move but failed before he could do it because Zhuo Fan quickly discovered and handled it, which surprised him. Zhuo Fan turned his attack towards him, Li Zhong saw this opening and jumped up to attack him from behind. But this was originally Zuofan's trap. He was deliberately creating an opening to lure Li Zhong into the flashblade shadow. Floating step expert stage trap that Zuofan had set. The old man fell into the trap and screamed in horror. Zuofan put all his strength into his fist and punched Li Zhong in the face, causing blood to splatter. He was knocked down to the ground by him. In his daze he seemed to see Zuohui, his father, standing in front of him. Zuofan kept punching Li Zhong in the face. He was so scared that he knelt down at Zuofan's feet, begging him to spare his life. The old man kept banging his head on the ground and begging Zuofan for forgiveness. But he was fed up with this trick of his. He wanted to know who was behind the innocent murder of his father that year and then spare Li Zhong's life. The old man was stunned for a moment. Then another explosion rang out. The stranger grabbed Li Zhong by the collar and quickly ran away. Zuofan was furious. His stamina was lacking right now. Even if he ran after him, he wouldn't be able to deal with that sneak attacker, so he could only let him escape. Zuofan didn't understand what kind of background that stranger had. It seemed like they were plotting something. Tonight is considered as the bloody night of Jining City, engraved in the hearts of countless people. This is the youngest war general of Jining City's Zuofan. He still couldn't believe he was still alive, unconsciously touching his face with disbelief. The Li family's subordinates saw that he had advanced so much and were extremely frightened. They discussed with each other about how to escape. Zuofan saw that they were very confused, so he quickly told them that the bounty hunter Li Zhong had been defeated by him, which meant that the reward was for nothing, and they were now left with nothing. He threatened them that if they wanted to come up and try their hand at him, they would end up bringing disaster upon themselves. The others were frightened and ran away one by one, claiming that they only wanted to watch the fight and did not want to confront Zuofan. At this moment, Piu Pan's group and Ji Zhang ran to him worriedly, making him a little touched. Pu Pan emotionally jumped up and hugged Zuofan, worried for him but also happy and proud that Zuofan had broken through to War General. Zuofan was deeply touched by everyone's affection for him. Xianjian quickly called Zuofan to quickly return to the Mercenary Association. The captain was there waiting for him. Ji Zhang also relayed a message from Commander-in-Chief Wei, asking Zuofan to come to Ghost Rain military base if he has time. Zuofan was slightly happy after hearing this. He accepted, thinking to himself that with his current strength, he should be qualified to enter the restricted area deep within the military base. He would find an excuse then. Ji Zhang watched Zuofan's back, silently recalling that it had only been half a year since the Ghost Rain Mountain cooperation action. But Zuofan's strength had increased to such an extent. Breaking through to the War General rank, Ji Zhang felt ashamed of himself. He was still far from becoming a high-leveled advanced peak Starfall warrior, and he feared that he would not be able to reach the threshold of War General in less than 2 years. They felt that through this incident, Zuofan's name would shake the whole of Jining, and soon even shake the whole of China. Ji Zhang wondered how far Zuofan could go in the future. His future path was not something that an ordinary person like Ji Zhang could compare with. Suddenly, after a phone call, Ji Zhang's mood changed. Commander Wei wanted to suppress the news about Zuofan's turmoil tonight. Ji Zhang felt that it was unfair and wondered if Commander Wei had some kind of agreement with Chairman Lin. Commander-in-Chief Wei here only denied that information. He just thought that doing so would be better for Zuofan. He revealed an unusually sharp gaze, indicating that Chairman Lin would wait until this period of time passed before coming to find them to settle the score. Ji Zhang hung up, feeling that Commander Wei seemed to be treating Zuofan a little unusually. After this incident, all the major powers in Jining City received the notice that the 10 billion reward was cancelled. The major powers had reached some kind of secret agreement, and no one mentioned what happened last night again. I'm afraid that decades later, no one in Jining City will be able to forget that rainy night. A young man created a glorious victory in the middle of the dark night, was offered a bounty of 10 billion. The brave young man massacred all over Jining, killing all the Starfall soldiers in the entire city, and even eventually broke through to become the highest-ranked war general in the history of Jining City from ancient times to the present. That was the genius who was not even 20 years old, Zuofan. Zuofan was currently returning to the Mercenary Association with Piu Pan and Xianjian's group. Piu Hao and his assistant were admiring Zuofan as he entered, praising him as a truly outstanding genius, beyond imagination. Feeling that the Jining City Mercenary Association wouldn't be able to keep him for long. But in return, they also felt that this was not a bad thing. The further Zhuo Fan went in the future, the more beneficial it would be to the association, not harmful at all. Pu Hao agreed with this very much. He even felt that thanks to this his son would also benefit. At the training ground, Zhuo Fan and Xian Jian were practicing their duel together. The crowd above watching in admiration. While fighting, Xian Jian secretly felt that Zhuo Fan was still able to retain his strength. He was truly formidable. Zhuo Fan also felt that with his current strength, even if he didn't use Floating Step and Willow Flash to counter the enemy, he still had a huge advantage when confronting them. With his new rank War General Novice rank just breaking through, it was also thanks to the effect of the Crank Rare Treasure. Xian Jian saw that Zhuo Fan was lost in thought and had exposed an opening, so he quickly rushed over. But Zhuo Fan's speed was so unusually fast that Xian Jian was momentarily startled. Pu Pan's group stood watching from above. Feeling that the movement technique that Zhuo Fan was using was a bit strange, they suddenly realized that it was the missing crank technique that he had bid for at the previous auction. Pu Pan quickly exclaimed. He thought Zhuo Fan auctioned the Floating Step on impulse. He didn't expect him to actually be able to practice it. Zhuo Fan felt that he had cultivated Floating Step to the expert stage, but it seemed that this movement skill had not been fully utilized. Wondering how he should practice it in the future, the system announced that this Floating Step expert stage crank still has the ability to increase in quality, meaning Zhuo Fan can still upgrade it. Xian Jian fought with Zhuo Fan, who was exhausted, and stopped to catch his breath. But Zhuo Fan was also a Starfall Novice rank War General, yet he didn't feel much tired. He thought to himself that the passive effect of 30 recovery was better than he expected, extremely suitable for fighting for a long time. Pu Pan's group saw that Xian Jian was tired and teased him gently. The atmosphere was very happy. Zhuo Fan now decided to go to the Ghost Rain Mountain military base. Before leaving, he stopped by to ask about Lieutenant Sulan's health. The doctor predicted that she would wake up in 12 hours. Finished. Zhuo Fan quickly got in the car and left. Zhuo Fan arrived at the Ghost Rain Mountain military base, which was heavily guarded. It had been reinforced several times compared to the previous round, and Zhuo Fan wondered what serious matter had happened. Ji Zhang and Commander-in-Chief Wei personally came out to greet him, praising his speed of breaking through to War General, which had increased much faster than expected. They apologized to him for not personally going to the rescue last night. Zhuo Fan didn't mind much, feeling that Commander-in-Chief Wei was very grateful for sending Ji Zhang and the special forces to support him. Commander-in-Chief Wei quickly ran over and patted Zhuo Fan on the shoulder, praising him endlessly. Ji Zhang stood watching, somewhat horrified to realize that Zhuo Fan's appearance was very similar to Commander Weiss. Commander Wei at this moment also felt that Zhuo Fan was very similar to Zhuo Hui, even though he had no idea about the relationship between the two. Zhuo Fan scratched his ear, not knowing why Commander Wei invited him here. He wanted to find an excuse to go in and find the safe in the restricted area. Commander-in-Chief Wei invited Zhuo Fan to follow him. Everyone quickly entered the restricted area, making Zhuo Fan a little excited. He felt that it was too good because he was thinking about what excuse he could find to get in here. Zhuo Fan walked and observed as he walked, feeling that he did not expect that there would be so many guard posts deep within the restricted area of the base. He felt fortunate that he entered with Commander Wei, because he was originally wondering whether he should sneak in or not. Zhuo Fan had a thought, with his current strength, even if he could avoid the guards of the restricted area, he still wouldn't be able to pass the level of Commander-in-Chief Wei. He was an intermediate rank War General. Zhuo Fan didn't realize this before, but after breaking through to War General, he truly felt how strong Commander Weiss' strength was. This feeling of oppression is far from comparable to that old man Li Zhong. Going deeper inside, Zhuo Fan realized that the safe his father mentioned was in that room. He told himself that he would find a good opportunity to sneak in. Suddenly, Commander Wei opened the door of the room and called Zhuo Fan in. Before his eyes appeared an extremely strange scene. There were many rare treasures lying in this room. Over there in the distance is the safe his father mentioned. This room contains nearly 1,000 rare treasures. This is the biggest secret of the Ghost Rain Mountain military base, and also the reason why Commander Wei could not go to the rescue last night. Both Ji Zhang and Zhuo Fan were extremely curious as to why this Ghost Rain Mountain military base contained so many strange treasures. Commander Wei said that because Zhuo Fan was both the base's security advisor and had just been promoted to War General rank, He was qualified to have access to this top-secret matter. Ji Zhang was also known for his outstanding performance in the army, so he was also given a place this time. Before speaking, Commander-in-Chief Wei did not forget to remind both of them to strictly forbid revealing what they said this time to the outside. Otherwise they would be punished according to military law. Hearing these words from Commander-in-Chief Wei, both of them immediately agreed. Back in time, on the night of the apocalypse, Ghost Rain Mountain was one of the places on Earth that was hit by a meteor, and it was also one of the places where mutated monsters appeared the earliest. As a result, the plants in the mountain mutated the earliest, and naturally, the rate of forming strange treasures was much higher than other places. Since then, the guard force of Ghost Rain Mountain military base has been continuously increased. Ji Zhang and Zhou Fan both sweated as they listened, feeling that if outsiders found out about this treasure, who knows what kind of storm it would cause. The value of these rare treasures was truly enormous. If used properly, it could greatly increase the strength of the army in a short period of time. This place looked exactly like a rare treasure nursery. Commander-in-Chief Wei also confirmed this, which was also the reason why he had not left the base for a single step recently. It was for that reason that he sought out Ji Zhang and Zhou Fan here, wanting them to join and shoulder the responsibility of protecting this place. This place was originally top secret. The less people knew about it, the safer it was. However, recently, Commander Wei discovered that there was an unknown mysterious force in Jining City that was eyeing this place. Hearing this, Zhou Fan couldn't help but think of the unknown dog-headed rats he had encountered before. Seeing that the two had understood each other, Commander Wei wanted to ask both of them to take on the task of helping to keep this place out of the prying eyes of others. Ji Zhang and Zhou Fan quickly agreed. This was also a good opportunity for Zhou Fan to get the items inside the safe. As a reward for the two, Commander Wei allowed them to stay in here for 3 hours every day. They could increase their strength by absorbing blue light, and the first-time bonus allowed them to stay in here for up to 12 hours. He felt that the hidden dangers in Jining City were much more terrifying than he had imagined. The strength of the two of them was still not enough. He hoped that using this method, Zhou Fan and Ji Zhang's strength could increase a little faster. At the Li family base right now, Li Zhong is in an extremely critical condition. The man in black now wanted to inject the experimental drug into Li Zhong's body despite the objections of his subordinates. He thought that there was no other way now. If Li Zhong died, then the Li family would no longer exist. No sooner said than done. The medicine was quickly injected into Li Zhong's body. He was able to wake up in a flash. His body was stronger, screaming to kill Zhou Fan. Master Li Zhong was healthy, recovered from his injuries and regained his vitality. The men in black started attacking him to continue their original grand plan. Their plan was to invade the Ghost Rain Mountain military base's treasure nursery, feed the dog-headed rats enough treasures, and once a mutation occurred, they would transform into hundreds of general-rank war beasts. At that time, they planned to have an entire army of terrifying beasts in their hands, and both Jining City and Ghost Rain Mountain would be under their control. Zhou Fan and Ji Zhang looked around the room, feeling unbelievable at the sight before them. All the large quantities of rare treasures gathered together made the scene look like a wonder. Ji Zhang went aside to cultivate, leaving Zhou Fan to stare at this place so intently that he couldn't even blink. He felt that this place was truly magical. A beautiful scene that the world could only see after the Starfall night. Zhou Fan had a bit of reminiscence about the past. This feeling was very similar to when he was on that giant tree trunk. He realized that his physical strength had increased the last time he was on the giant tree, and now that he was in the rare treasure nursery, his strength had skyrocketed, and he was a bit happy because this was an opportunity for him to increase his strength, which was also a direct way to increase his strength. Zhou Fan suddenly realized that this time his agility points increased again. His physique also increased one after another, and his attributes increased one after another. He finally understood. The origins of these rare treasures were different, so naturally the attributes they provided would also be different. Zhou Fan had some calculations. Being able to obtain all 4 types of attributes in this rare treasure nursery was a good thing. However, the speed at which attributes increased here was a bit slow, only a quarter of what they were when they were on the giant tree. Staying here for 3 hours a day, the increase was limited. But then he suddenly realized that his thoughts were a bit like bottomless greed. After breaking through to War General, he only needed to kill War General rank monsters to gain attribute points, which was much more difficult than before. Having a place where he could directly increase attribute points like this was already a good thing. If Zhou Fan stayed in the nursery for 3 hours every day for a month, he would definitely be promoted to War General Intermediate rank, which wasn't too bad. But before thinking about these things, the system announced that it could luminosity floating step. Zuofan originally did not understand how luminosity was performed. The system showed a plus sign again, notifying that moving from crank to brank would consume 100 attribute points, so much that Zuofan felt like this was a trap to lure him into it. In Piu Hao's office at this moment, he was wondering about the fact that he still couldn't find any trace of Li Zhong. Pu Hao was extremely uneasy about every single thing that happened in Jining City during this period of time, the origin of those dog-headed rats, the war general rank expert who saved Li Zhong's life. All of it made him feel like someone was plotting against Jining City. The assistant saw this and reassured him that no matter how many waves of beasts there were, they could be dealt with because the city still had many experts. Suddenly the phone on the table rang, informing Piu Hao that while searching the city, he had discovered something shocking. They discovered the monster luring device, which made Piu Hao stand up in shock. Jining City actually still had this thing. Embedded with a monster core, a special machine used to attract monsters. When monster waves occur, it has the effect of attracting and concentrating monsters, hence its current name. During the third supergiant monster wave in China, the monster luring device played a huge role, once gathering more than 100,000 monsters, allowing human experts to concentrate their strength to repel the monsters. Pu Hao broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that the appearance of this monster luring device in Jining City would cause big trouble. Moreover, this monster luring device had already been used. He wanted to quickly investigate whether there were any more. The phone rang again, announcing that a monster luring device had also appeared in the south of the city. Pu Hao was silent, feeling that things had become worse than he thought, and he had to quickly find a solution. Suddenly Ru Jia ran from afar, announcing that Lieutenant Su Lan had woken up. Everyone quickly went into Su Lan's hospital room. Looking at the images before her eyes, Ru Jia quickly recognized the masked man she had seen before in the trading office, and understood that the armored man who had saved the old man Li Zhong was the masked man's bodyguard. Pu Hao was extremely angry when he learned that the people behind the dog-headed rats were the Li family. Moreover, it seemed like they had been planning this for a long time, so they must have some kind of plot. Besides, Piu Hao and the guard also felt that it was very likely that the one who arranged those monster luring devices was the Li family. Perhaps these bastards wanted to create a wave of beast attacks. Su Lan sat silently on the bed, not saying anything. Pu Hao quickly sent someone to notify the entire mercenary association to enter a state of war preparedness. Only then did Su Lan speak up, wanting to find Zuofan. Suddenly, Xianjian just now remembered that if he activated the monster luring device to lure the monsters in Ghost Rain Mountain out, the person responsible would be the Ghost Rain Mountain military base. In the mountains at this time, the weather is extremely bad, with rain, wind, and storms. Suddenly, a group of monsters with the body of a rat and the head of a dog appeared in large numbers, attacking the guards. The emergency announcement was quickly made, and the city had another sleepless night. Soldiers heard the commotion and rushed out of the military base building to quickly check out the situation. Old man Li Zhong was now watching from above with interest, laughing savagely at the thought of leveling the Ghost Rain military base tonight. Monsters appeared in large numbers in the suburbs. These were monsters that rushed out from the outskirts of Ghost Rain Mountain. The entire city had also begun to be on alert. This was indeed the effect of those monster luring devices, luring the monsters in Ghost Rain Mountain to attack the city, making it impossible for the soldiers to go to support the Ghost Rain Mountain military base. Pu Hao quickly summoned all the brothers in the guild, preparing to fight the monster. Xianjian's group received the order, feeling very sorry for not being able to go to Ghost Rain Mountain to support Zuofan. Su Lan just now found out that Zuofan is at Ghost Rain Mountain military base. She has something on her mind. Zuofan still didn't know what was going on. He was at the treasure garden absorbing attribute points. In less than half a day, his attribute points had increased a lot, and all of his attributes had increased. If he could stay here, he would definitely be able to break through very quickly. Suddenly, he heard a warning siren from outside. Something bad had happened to the base. Ji Zhang rushed over from afar, calling Zuofan to quickly come out, letting him know that a strong enemy had invaded. Zuofan heard the song and rushed after Ji Zhang like an arrow, wondering what had happened outside. A man running by told Zuofan that the outer base was surrounded by dog-headed rat monsters, and that the one who commanded them was none other than the missing Li Zhong. Both Ji Zhang and Zuofan were extremely surprised when they heard this. Zuofan didn't expect it and rushed out. In Zuofan's mind at this moment, he wanted to take advantage of this chaos to get the thing in the safe out, then go out to support. Zuofan remembered the password his father had told him and quickly opened the safe. The safe was opened, and Zuofan wondered if the evidence inside could help him clear his father's name. But inside the safe was only an empty space. Zuofan didn't expect his father to deceive him, telling himself that the thing in the safe had been taken. Suddenly Zuofan suddenly appeared from behind Zuofan, making him extremely surprised. At this moment, she just wanted to know where the base's rare treasure garden was. Zuofan showed a hint of caution when she learned that Zuofan knew the secret of the base. Zuofan wanted Zuofan to quickly lead her there, because she knew that the purpose of the monsters outside was the treasure garden. This was the Li family's plan. Their true purpose was that place, but Zuofan was too cautious, remembering that in the past, she and her superior had led his father away. So she was a bit distrustful and didn't want to lead her to the garden of rare treasures. A mysterious light flashed in Su Lan's eyes, revealing that if Zuohui had not been locked up in prison, he would have been in real danger. Zuofan heard Su Lan say that. His eyes were a bit absent-minded, not understanding what had happened. On the ceiling above Su Lan's head appeared something quite hideous. It was a drank monster, a giant lizard, currently sticking out its long tongue and its disgusting slimy body, crawling slowly towards the two. Su Lan called Zuofan to leave quickly. She would help him stop them. Su Lan rushed towards the monster. This animal possessed a huge body and a terrifyingly long tail that seemed to be able to knock down everything. Zuofan wanted Su Lan to leave this matter to him, and quickly rushed in to cut the monster into pieces. Su Lan witnessed from the outside, a little surprised to see that after not seeing him for a while, he had become so powerful. However, at this moment, Zuofan truly believed what Su Lan said and quickly led her to the garden of rare treasures. Su Lan ran after Zuofan and told him everything. The Li family had always secretly raised these monsters, and wanted to take over the entire garden of rare treasures, thereby gaining control of a legion of war general rank monsters. Su Lan felt that Zuofan was angry at what the Li family had done. She felt that there were people who could do anything for their own desires. This was not the first time something like this had happened. As soon as Zuofan opened the door, the scene before their eyes shocked them both. Hundreds of giant lizards were surrounding the garden of strange treasures. Each one was huge, with bloodshot eyes full of horror. Ji Zhang was sweating, wanting to quickly block all these lizards, not letting them break into the garden of rare treasures. They shot out their long tongues like snakes, attacking one after another. The number of giant lizards was too great. The troops were not enough. It seemed like everything was about to be unable to stop them. This was truly terrifying because the purpose of these monsters was the treasure garden. After devouring all the treasures, they would mutate even faster. The consequences would not only affect the military base but also Jining City. Therefore, they cannot be allowed to succeed. Ji Zhang glared, wanting to fulfill his duty as a soldier. Protect this place, vowing to die and not retreat. All the soldiers had the same goal, shouting and quickly advancing to fight the monsters. The lizards continued to advance, the scene becoming more and more chaotic. Zuofan rushed forward and used all his strength to hit the monster's head, being attacked by surprise. The monster fell straight into the water, its eyes wide open. Zuofan arrived in time, calling Ji Zhang and the soldiers to a clear defeat. While things were stable, Zuofan ordered someone to guard the entrance to the treasure nursery, and called Su Lan to come over to help with the defense. He continued to rush towards the remaining monsters crawling on the floor, slashing with his sword. Su Lan was a little frustrated by Zuofan's orders. He felt that even though he was a genius who had broken through to the war general novice rank, facing such a large group of monsters would definitely be very tiring. But it seemed that things would not be like that. Zuofan used Floating Step Expert Stage in conjunction with Flash Blade Shadow Expert Stage, slashing all of them continuously like he was chopping melons, causing everyone outside to be amazed at his speed. Ji Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he was indeed worthy of being called Zuofan. Su Lan saw that Zuofan's strength suddenly increased rapidly, and asked Ji Zhang with some doubt. Ji Zhang did not explain in detail, only letting Su Lan know that Zuofan almost killed Li Zhong. a novice rank advanced peak war general. Su Lan shuddered a little after hearing that, realizing that this was clearly a case of tiger father begetting tiger son. Zhuo Fan felt very light while fighting. Based on his current strength, killing monsters of rank D or below was completely effortless. Because the physical strength is reduced due to performing floating step randomly. As soon as he fought, Zhuo Fan realized that he could no longer see the crank lizard from earlier. Moreover, the number of these lizards was not decreasing. But on the contrary, they were increasing. If this continued, it would not be good. The monsters continued to use sneak attacks. But Zhuo Fan soon realized it and quickly counterattacked. Suddenly from above, a lizard was lying with a large explosive strapped to its body. A loud bang rang out, smoke and dust filled the air, and the lizard was blown to pieces. This was the monster explosive. Ji Zhang had long recognized this scene as exactly like that night. The giant lizards had been trained by humans to be like this. The remaining lizards continued to crawl towards Zhuo Fan. He drew his sword and slashed them one by one. Zhuo Fan suddenly thought that there were 3 crank monsters in this group. If he couldn't kill them immediately, these 3 monsters would split up and escape, which would endanger Ji Zhang and Su Lan. He wanted to find an opportunity. Meanwhile, these 2 general rank war beasts ran away. Zhuo Fan was extremely frustrated. A sharp sword came from somewhere. Zhuo Fan quickly blocked it, thinking to himself that this was a general rank war move. 3 masked men in black appeared, sarcastically praising Zhuo Fan's agility. All 3 are general rank war experts. The Li family really knows how to select talents. Zhuo Fan thought about the attack just now as he fought. It came from the mysterious axe-wielding man standing on the left. He felt that among the novice rank war generals, this attack power must be at the top level, not inferior to Li Zhong. Zhuo Fan was afraid that these 3 people were not simply war general rank, so they had to be careful. The man in the white mask took out a flute and wanted to control the army of monsters to surround and kill everyone. Their top priority was to wipe out the rare treasure nursery. Everyone looked at the large group of monsters from afar. They could attack in order, feeling a bit scary. Zhuo Fan realized that this was not good, and wanted to save people first. The white masked man realized Zhuo Fan's intentions and charged at him with his weapon. Zhuo Fan dodged with great speed, feeling that saving people was more important, not wanting to get involved with this mysterious guy. He felt a bit of relief when he realized that his floating step had reached expert stage, enough to escape from him easily. The red-masked man took advantage of Zhuo Fan's moment of carelessness to double-cross him, and with a somewhat familiar voice, he slashed Zhuo Fan with such force that he coughed up blood. Zhuo Fan realized that he couldn't withstand just one attack. This guy's strength was probably at War General Intermediate rank. The red-masked man removed his cover. He was the Mu family's Mu Hanlong. Zhuo Fan recognized the familiar person. Somewhat unable to believe his eyes, Mu Hanlong is Mu Hanhe's older brother. He is a War General Intermediate rank. Zhuo Fan felt that both his brothers were equally scum and bastards. He shouted at Zhuo Fan to shut up, wanting to know if Muzha was killed by him and Mu Inue together. Zhuo Fan was not afraid at all, saying that he could kill Muzha with just one slash of his sword. It was a bit funny to see Mu Hanlong's expression as if his own son had been killed. He was furious, gnashing his teeth and wanting to tear Zhuo Fan to pieces. Hearing this, Ji Zhang realized that these people were not originally from the Li family. Su Lan heard about the Mu family's experts and was drenched in sweat with worry. She felt terrified that not only did the Li family and other powerful forces behind this plan, but the Mu family also had a hand in it. The man in the white mask provoked Mu Hanlong, wanting him to act quickly instead of stalling for time with Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan thought to himself that he had to act quickly. Mu Hanlong rushed forward, wanting to target Zhuo Fan, while the rest wanted to let that guy handle it. The white-masked man gently raised the flute to his mouth and blew. A circle of sharp aura gradually spreading out. Ji Zhang quickly alerted Zhuo Fan, who was currently fighting with Mu Hanlong. Zhuo Fan had some kind of plan in mind. He took something out of his pocket and threw it hard on the ground. Green gas rushed out from inside the ball. Zhuo Fan and his teammates quickly put on gas masks and retreated to the rare treasure nursery. Mu Hanlong covered his mouth, only scolding Zhuo Fan for only knowing how to use such despicable tricks to attack him. Su Lan had no gas mask. trembling and covering her mouth as she ran through the smoke. Seeing this, Zwafan quickly pulled her towards him and gave her a gas mask. Zwafan and everyone else after a while of running managed to get into the defensive layer, and were considered temporarily safe. The defense of the treasure nursery is the strongest defense in the forbidden area of the base that Commander-in-Chief Wei has arranged. If an emergency occurs, it can be activated. Su Lan looked at Zwafan, thinking to herself that in less than half a year, he had grown up to this extent. It was truly a case of a tiger father without a dog son. Mu Hanlong and his companions had arrived at the front of the defense gate. He felt that this shabby gate in front of him definitely could not stop him from taking action. Speaking of Lam, Mu Hanlong swung his sword in front of the defensive door. His body quickly became numb from the electric defense grid of the door. The defense here could even block intermediate rank war generals. Zwafan and Ji Zhang recalled the words of Commander Wei. Unless all the strongest people in Jining City joined forces, they could not break through this defensive barrier. Even if an intermediate rank war general like him tried his best, he would still be helpless in the short term. Ji Zhang felt that as long as they couldn't attack, it would be fine. Once the command team dealt with the enemies outside, they could capture them all in one go. Mu Hanlong provoked Zwafan, saying that waiting for Wei Qinshang to come to his aid was a vain hope. Ji Zhang was not afraid of his threats. This defense could withstand a large-scale beast wave for several days. What's more, this entire military base was not just led by Commander Wei, who was an intermediate rank war general. Since its construction, the Ghost Rain Mountain military base has encountered countless beast attacks but has still stood firm. The current defense of the military base could only be described as rock solid. Moreover, it had been unstable recently. So Wei Qinshang had arranged additional defenses to guard against any incidents. Wei Qinshang appeared and attacked the hidden men one after another. Accompanying Commander Wei was Captain Fu Zhang of the Jining Army's Special Forces. Seeing this, the masked man couldn't help but provoke the Commander-in-Chief Wei, who had already sensed the danger and invited Captain Fu Zhang, one of the intermediate rank war generals, to come and assist. The Commander-in-Chief realized the irony in their every word, saying that the military was the strongest force in Jining City. Any act of stirring up trouble could be discovered, let alone foreigners secretly doing sneaky things in Jining City like them. The masked man was still calm, feeling that although their plan was not to the point where gods and ghosts did not know, it had still been carried out to the final step. Now that they had hit their grand plan, they would definitely make Commander Wei and Captain Fu Zhang go. Both of them listened without flinching, laughing at the other guy's arrogance. Suddenly from afar, Li Zhong was riding a ferocious and fierce beast approaching. Commander Wei sensed the violent aura from afar and was a little surprised. This was their secret plan. Zwafan looked at Li Zhong, somewhat unable to recognize him because of his strange appearance. Li Zhong rode the beast and continued to charge towards Commander-in-Chief Wei. Commander-in-Chief Wei and Captain Fu Zhang joined forces and charged under the beast's sharp iron teeth, coordinating their efforts to fight back. In no time, the beast fell under the swords of both of them. Commander Wei was a bit sarcastic about Li Zhong's hideous appearance. He didn't seem to be much stronger. Suddenly the old man transformed, stuck out his long tongue and licked the wound, and in no time it healed as if nothing had happened. This caused Wei Qinshang and Fu Zhang to be startled. He already possessed an amazing recovery ability. His potential after transforming was even more terrifying than imagined. Their plan was progressing more successfully than expected. He glared, wanting to quickly kill both of them. Wei Qinshang broke out in a sweat, thinking that he and Fu Zhang could still handle the masked expert and armored guard. But suddenly now there is Li Zhong and that general rank war monster. The situation seems not good. Fu Zhang saw this but was not discouraged. He swung his sword with the burning desire to take responsibility in this matter. Seeing Fu Zhang's spirit, Wei Qinshang also regained his composure and quickly continued to attack. The two rushed towards Li Zhong. He roared. The surrounding scenery suddenly collapsed as if it had been through a hurricane. He opened the forbidden area and quickly let the monsters in. The target was the rare treasure nursery, so that the monsters could become stronger. Wei Qinshang was worried when he learned that their purpose was the rare treasure nursery, feeling that he could not let them achieve their wish. Zwafan and everyone else were standing in the defensive layer, suddenly feeling something was happening outside. Everywhere was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Mu Hanlong and the masked man watched this scene as if they were watching a good show, smiling slyly, feeling that the plan was going very smoothly. He revealed something to Zhuo Fan. In this operation, their side had 4 experts in the War General Intermediate rank. Wei Qianshang's side was facing 3 War General Intermediate rank. All the soldiers heard that there were 3 intermediate rank war generals outside, and they were all talking in fear. The masked man also added that the current situation in Jining City is even more dire than here. Everyone who heard him mention Jining City was quickly stunned. The city now seems to have fallen into the apocalypse. Ferocious monsters invade. Bombs explode everywhere. People are in chaos and rushing to escape. All are trying to protect the civilians, setting up different barriers to prevent the attack of the monsters. Mu Hanlong said that after the attack on this base, the energy system would be cut off and everyone here would be just sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He wanted the soldiers to open the gate, and then he would consider leaving a way out for everyone except Zhuo Fan. Ji Zhang was inside at this moment feeling extremely panicked. The situation outside seemed to be even worse than imagined. Su Lan realized that in this chaos, in addition to the Li family, the royal family was also involved, plus the Mu family of Jinhai. Raising monsters would make the whole society enemies. They would definitely not let those who knew about it survive. Ji Zhang heard Su Lan speak, terrified and not understanding why the great Starfall clan, one of the guardian gods of China, would cause such evil. Su Lan just felt that this was personal desire, something that could lead people to do anything. This kind of thing was not the first time. Zhuo Fan suddenly had an idea and discussed it with Ji Zhang and Su Lan. Both of them felt that his idea was a bit crazy, but no matter what, Zhuo Fan still wanted to at least not let these bastards achieve their goal. Ji Zhang and Su Lan felt convinced and accepted his plan. Zhuo Fan stood in front of Mu Hanlong. He took out a drank treasure, crushed it, put it in his mouth and swallowed it. His quick action made Li Zhong's eyes red with anger, vowing to chop him to pieces. Zhuo Fan was chewing and swallowing this drank rare treasure, feeling that compared to last time, he could taste the flavor better. The taste was not bad, it was crunchy like fruit. The drank rare treasure system has been successfully absorbed, converting 100 effectively, gaining an additional 10 agility points. Zhuo Fan realized that if he used a drank rare treasure once, the effectiveness of the second use would be halved. And not only that, because before, he also obtained the passive effect of 10 additional recovery ability. He decided to eat another one to see what would happen, but it only increased his strength by 5 points and still didn't gain any other attribute levels. Zhuo Fan ate another one, but not only did it not have any special effects, it also reduced the strength points added. It seemed like the effect would wear off soon. Ji Zhang watched Zhuo Fan eat one strange treasure after another like eating candy, his mouth wide open in amazement. Seeing that Zhuo Fan had eaten 3 fruits in a row, Han Long regretfully shouted loudly, wanting him to stop quickly. Zhuo Fan didn't care at all, he just ate and teased him. After saying that, he turned around and saw everyone looking at him in shock. He thought to himself that rather than this place being destroyed and the treasure falling into the hands of those guys, it would be better for everyone to eat it themselves. The soldiers heard that Zhuo Fan was somewhat right, so they decided to eat together in the hope of making a breakthrough. Ji Zhang also tried one, feeling that the taste of the rare treasure was not bad. While eating, he warned his soldiers that high-level Starfall soldiers and below should not eat the rare treasure drank because their bodies would not be able to hold on. Everyone understood what they meant and kept praising the deliciousness of the food while eating. Zhuo Fan threw a few fruits to Su Lan. His action surprised her a bit, because she was not from the base and eating them would violate military discipline. Zhuo Fan didn't care about that, feeling that Su Lan's strength was not far from the war general realm. If they swallowed the drank rare treasure, the possibility of breaking through would be higher. Their survival rate would also increase greatly thanks to that. It was extremely valuable. Su Lan heard Zhuo Fan say this and felt that it made sense. Everyone took the opportunity to eat the rare treasure. Zhuo Fan had eaten the rare treasure drank many times, so it no longer had any effect on him. Otherwise, he would have continued to eat it until he broke through to War General and wouldn't have to be afraid of Mu Hanlong anymore. Mu Hanlong witnessed this scene, felt that Zhuo Fan and his soldiers were wasting precious treasures, jealously held his sword and noisily wanted to break through the defense. Zhuo Fan challenged Mu Hanlong to go ahead if he was good. Suddenly, after eating the strange treasure, the soldiers all held their stomachs and writhed. They wanted to go to the toilet, Then quickly all had a breakthrough. Seeing this, Xuefan couldn't help but wonder why he didn't have a reaction to eliminate this poison after swallowing the strange treasure. But then he suddenly understood the reason was because the war god system had converted 100 of the effectiveness of the strange treasure. Xuefan saw Su Lan's expression was a bit unstable, thinking that she also wanted to go to the bathroom. But in fact, going to the toilet is only for those who have an effective absorption rate of 0.50 of the heterocyclic amine to have such reactions. She felt that if she ate one more fruit, she would definitely break through, and wanted Xuefan to give her more rare treasures. The soldiers who ate the strange treasure all broke through, cheering loudly with joy and excitement. However, there were a few other soldiers who did not feel any effect after eating it, completely unable to make a breakthrough. Xuefan comforted them, giving them more fruits in the hope of success. But because they felt that their bodies had a low absorption rate, eating more might kill them, they wanted Xuefan to eat a little more because he was a person with extraordinary talent. Even though Xuefan knew that eating it would have no effect, he didn't want the treasure to fall into the hands of bad guys like Mu Hanlong. So he decided to continue eating it. Mu Hanlong was furious and shouted, as long as the rare treasure nursery was destroyed, he would immediately want to rush in and cut Xuefan's flesh. Xuefan didn't care about his words at all. He felt that he was just like Li Zhong, a despicable villain who only knew how to play dirty tricks. The soldiers kept laughing and mocking Mu Hanlong when they knew he was now powerless. Xuefan realized while eating that he was only a step away from reaching intermediate rank in the war general. If he could break through further, he would be able to fight Mu Hanlong Heiden. Su Lan also broke through to war general, trying to feel the abundant energy inside her body. Mu Hanlong became more and more angry, wanting to kill all of Xuefan's people. Xuefan was very happy to see Su Lan break through to war general, feeling that even if the rare treasure nursery was attacked, it could still hold out for a while. Suddenly the surroundings started to shake. Li Zhong with his face transformed like a devil was starting to directly attack the rare treasure nursery. Things were starting to get complicated. Old man Li Zhong suddenly appeared on the back of a giant disgusting beast. His face now transformed into a form that even Xuefan could not recognize. He had already rushed to the rare treasure nursery, his mouth continuously cursing Xuefan, vowing to kill him today. Everyone was extremely surprised to see that he was still alive and still here. Su Lan thought of the possibility that he had undergone a beast transformation on his own body, which was why he had turned into such a strange appearance. If that was true, then his strength had increased greatly compared to before, probably not inferior to a war general intermediate rank. Xuefan was sweating. He originally thought that since Su Lan had broken through, everyone would have a chance to turn the situation around and escape, but now that this old man Li Zhong was added, everyone would definitely have no chance of winning. Mu Hanlong called Li Zhong to quickly attack this place. He was afraid that the strange treasure would soon be eaten by Xuefan's group. He was a bit nervous. He was not in the least bit impatient. His green eyes and bloody mouth said that even if all the strange treasures were eaten, it would be fine. He wanted to wait until the strange treasure nursery was destroyed, then let all his beasts directly rush in to tear and absorb it. The monsters joined forces to attack. The defenses were shaking. They could no longer hold on. Xuefan and Ji Zhong were a little nervous. If this gate collapsed, everyone here would become food for these monsters. Xuefan forced himself to think of something instead of sitting still and waiting to die. The gate is about to collapse. The system from the gate is preparing to activate the self-destruct device of the treasure incubator. Quickly call everyone in the incubator to escape through the emergency exit. Ji Zhong and Xuefan just now learned about the self-destruct feature of the treasure incubator and wanted to find an escape route to get out. Discovering the escape route, everyone rushed to it, but unfortunately it couldn't be opened. It seemed that only Commander Wei could open this sensor, otherwise there was a risk of everyone being buried alive. Xuefan saw that Su Lan had risen to war general rank. Her strength had increased greatly. He wanted to join forces with her to see if he could forcefully break open this door. The two agreed to cooperate, but while Xuefan had just activated his power, the door opened for him, leaving everyone in shock. Xuefan couldn't help but feel strange, as he had only been to this rare treasure nursery once, and didn't know about the existence of this door. The self-destruct device started counting down the time to self-destruct. The soldiers quickly crawled through the exit, sliding a long way down. Li Zhong and the monster had already rushed inside the door. But he didn't expect that the self-destruct device had already started working the moment he rushed in. He was trapped. The system activated, causing him to fall, screaming loudly. Everyone had now escaped through the fire escape, the pipe leading them to the forest not far from their base. Everyone was safe for the time being. Zuofan just turned to ask Ji Zhang about the location of this place, and discovered that Ji Zhang was so stunned from slipping down the pipe that he threw up. Ji Zhang said that this place was not far from the military base, and wanted to call everyone to quickly go to support. Suddenly a loud noise was heard. A herd of monsters rushed in like a tidal wave, a sign of every monster outbreak. Each beast was extremely ferocious, with bloodshot eyes and open mouths full of sharp teeth. The soldiers were scared and didn't understand why so many monsters were rushing into Jinning. Even monsters from Ghost Rain Mountain were rushing out. The radio reported that Jinning suburbs were experiencing a large-scale beast attack. The road leading to Ghost Rain military base has been blocked by the beasts, and reinforcements are temporarily unavailable. The beasts are being lured out by the monster luring device. Ji Zhang was extremely indignant at the Li family's cruel behavior. Su Lan also felt that this meant that they wanted to destroy the entire Jinning city. She secretly guessed that the monster outbreak in Jinhai City back then was also like this. After Zuofan heard this, his face turned a little cold. He definitely couldn't let the monster outbreak in Jinhai City back then happen again in Jinning. The general rank war beasts rushed into battle, each one looking extremely ferocious and belligerent with sharp teeth and horns. Ji Zhang saw them, somewhat fearfully admitting that with their current massive distribution, Jinning was afraid it would not be able to withstand them. With so many general rank war beasts like this, if they were to be sent to Jinning, it would definitely be a nightmare disaster. The military base was also in dire straits. If this continued, it would truly be ruined. Ji Zhang felt that this disaster was the most serious in Jinning's history. Everyone was in a panic and didn't know what to do. They thought that facing this wave of beasts, human strength was really too small. Even a war general rank wouldn't be able to deal with so many beasts unless a war god rank expert appeared. Zuofan was also extremely worried. He thought about his father if he faced this disaster. He didn't know what decision he would make. In the past, the commander of Jinhai City Army, Jinhai Army Commander, Zuohui at that moment also had another name, which was the God-killing beast. In countless waves of beasts, Zuohui relied on his superb tactics to achieve glorious victories. Zuofan recalled that when he was young, his father taught him a tactic. Ji Zhang and Su Lan heard Zuofan's strategy and felt a little crazy. Although Zuofan felt that this strategy was a bit crazy, at least it would be effective, especially in this life-or-death situation. Ji Zhang had no other choice but to agree with Zuofan's strategy. Ji Zhang gathered all the soldiers together, told them the plan, and hoped that everyone would agree to carry it out. It started to rain heavily, thunder and lightning. But all of that could not extinguish the soldiers' fire of hope and enthusiasm. With the goal of protecting the base and the people of Jinning City, they began to act. Ji Zhang led Zuofan to the base's secret military warehouse, where many of those things were kept. Ji Zhang said that Ghost Rain Mountain is the place with the largest number of monster dens in China. Preparing these things is to deal with large-scale monster outbreak. He never expected that today he would use these things to carry out Zuofan's crazy strategy. Ji Zhang and Zuofan split up, promising to return alive and meet at the base. Suddenly Su Lan's appearance here made Zuofan startled. She felt that the mission on his side was much more difficult than Ji Zhang's. She was now a war general rank expert, so she wanted to shoulder it with him. Zuofan smiled slightly, turned around and wanted Su Lan to act quickly. They both got in the car hoping the plan would work. Monster outbreak has formed, massively attacking and flooding the city. Su Lan was waiting impatiently for Zuofan to assemble something in the car. Zuofan soon returned to the car, justifying to himself that his assembly speed compared to the Mercenary Association was already formidable. Su Lan could not believe him. Zuofan had already placed the monster luring device and the beast lure in suitable locations, and the beasts sniffed it out and rushed over in droves. This was Zuofan's tactic, to let the beasts deal with the beasts. Su Lan saw the scene before her eyes and felt the effectiveness of Zuofan's tactics.